square myself away a little bit. Tell you how hateful I was this man, Jake Hubbard, my CDad. He started struggling with alcoholism shortly after I had that big mistake. Well, I got back in the platoon, and they told us, I said, well, Jake's struggling with alcoholism. We're sending him off to this rehab program. They said, just leave him alone. Well, remember I told you I can forget people exist. I just forgot he existed. A couple months later, he killed himself. That's what kind of friend I was. That's what kind of person I was. Here's this guy. That's the kind of person that I still am sometimes today. Wow. There's literally nothing good in me. I'm convinced of that. Here's this man who had poured so much into me, literally trained me up, taught me the ways of war. It's on account of his mentorship, probably, that I was able to stay alive throughout the course of my career. And I just turned my back on him. When he was going through the hardest time of his life, he killed himself. I don't ever get to make that up. I just ignored it. That's the kind of thing. Does this describe to you the type of person that I was? That's pretty bad, ain't it, brother? I mean, that's pretty bad. That's presumably selfish. So, I get back in the platoon, get ready, deploy again. I'm keeping my wickedness under control. Outwardly, but it's still all here. Well, we go up to Tunisia, North Africa, and Arabs attacked the embassy up there. Went on there with guns, and stuff went down. I have no idea. So we went up there, resecured the embassy. We came back. We left there and came back to Germany to rejock our equipment because that mission was over in Tunisia. Came back to Germany to rejock, and then we were going out to Nigeria.
Yo, I'm here. How you living? What up, Anthony? Too? Motherfucker, I don't want to talk with you anyway. You little bitch.
Staying in a barracks that was inhabited by some sort of demon. And that was the genesis of my conversion, of me being made aware that, okay, sweet saints and heaven, my demon. So I was in there with a couple other guys. I wish I would have wrote all this down. I was laying in bed one night in this place. There was nobody else in this building. It was just me and a couple. There was me and the guy in one room and two other guys in the room across the hallway. Okay. Well, I'm laying in bed, and all of a sudden I'm jolted awake by something that hits my door. And I lay in bed for maybe 30 seconds, and while I'm laying there listening, I can hear some strange voices echoing up and down the hall of this building. And so immediately I get up, open the door, walk out, nobody's out there, walk around, nobody's in the building, go in my buddy's room beside me, everybody passed out. But it scared me, dude. I was like, what on earth is this? It scared me. And these things would, like the oven would be turned on, like these bumps and noises, but more than all of that, there became this oppressive feeling of like eating this place. And the guys that I was with in there, they started getting freaked out about it too. But we called our senior chief, who had been staying there before us. It was just like an empty place that guys would come and stay in for a few nights before they left out. We called our senior chief, like, hey, did you have any strange experiences in this place? He was like, oh yeah. Yeah, there's something in there. And but like I remember walking into this place, and there was a stairway. I would walk up the first flight of stairs, and then there would be a second flight that cut back, and it was like a landing up there because we were staying on the second bed. And like I was a hunter that it's been so long ago, man. Like the experience that I had was so powerful. Like that just is the one thing that sticks in my mind. But I remember the two guys across the hallway. One of them had to leave. They were going out to a different site, and the other dude was left in that room by himself. He moved across the hallway to stay in the room that me and my guy were with, because he didn't want to stay in that room by himself. And so I was literally at my wit's end with this. Like I was so I couldn't sleep at night. This would have probably went on for about a week. Yeah, this probably would have went on for about a week. We were there for maybe 2 weeks. And so I called my little brother at my wit's end. Because again, I just told you the type of person that I was. I had no interest in spiritual matters. I didn't believe in demons or spiritual warfare or God or any of that, right? But I'm like, here and now I have encountered something that seems very real to me. And it's not in this realm. Here's some sort of entity that I don't know how to combat. I called my little brother because I knew my little brother was a Christian. And I said, well, here's what these Christians, they'll have a little bit of, maybe a little bit of insight on this spiritual stuff that might be going on here. He said, well, man, he said, I ain't never ran into nothing like that. He said, I'm going to put you in touch with my pastor of my local church here. They were real close. His name is James Cornell. James called me the next day, and I told him what all was going on. Well, he acted like it was no big deal. I said, no, buddy. I said, you don't understand. I said, there's something in here. I don't know what it is. He said, ain't no big deal. He said, put me on speakerphone. He said, I'm going to walk around. He said, walk around this building, up and down the hallways. And he said, I'm going to pray. And I put him on speakerphone. I'm walking around this building, up down the hallways in my room. He's praying against this thing in the name of Jesus Christ. He said, all right, now, we had a little kitchenette there. He said, you have some olive oil? I said, yeah, we got some olive oil. He said, take just a little dab of that olive oil and just dab it on the top of your door frame. So I did it. Joe, I'm thinking the whole time, this is so stupid. But what else do I do in this situation? Let's try this. Let's give this a shot. And I dabbed that little olive oil up there. And we get off the phone. We went. I leave, go to work. We come back that evening, wind down. Total peace had returned to this place. Like I did no longer heard or felt or was experiencing any sort of fear or anything. Like it all was gone. All of a sudden it was just like, oh, okay, now I'm just in another little barracks room here, like to the other guys feel the same way. So this is what's funny. I didn't tell the other guys that I did it. And because they were all gone when I walked around with this crazy man on the speakerphone. Yeah, man, it's embarrassing. In a certain sense, it's still embarrassing to tell that story today. Again, this is foolishness, man. Like, you're asking me to tell this story on this platform? Like, it's hard, you know what I mean? Who's going to believe this? Like, what? I don't care. I'm just telling you, like, what I remember that experience had, and it impacted me so much that it changed the trajectory of my entire life. And the next morning we woke up, and my mother made us all over the door. And I looked up, and that little dab of olive oil had somehow, dripped down and covered the entire door of the room that we were staying in. And you could see from the bottom of the door, like the drips, like the whole door was like shining. And he said, what's all over the door? And I said, don't worry about it, man. I don't know what the crap that is. Because I was so embarrassed to tell him that I had done that. But it was just a dab. It was just literally a dab of olive. I don't even know where that fits into the whole experience. I don't even know where or how that fits in. I don't I so needed something to save me from that. And when I had that revelation, literally by the grace of God opening my, making me spiritually alive, able to discern the scriptures, when I had that revelation, I read about Jesus, his life, his death, why he died according to the scriptures, his resurrection, what that means for me. It changed everything. Like literally, I was made a new creature overnight. It's the greatest miracle that God, the Almighty, could ever work is taking somebody like me who was literally so useless, making me alive, making me a brand new creature, waking up the next day and being completely changed in how I see the world, how I see myself, how I see the words on these pages, how I see the creator of the cosmos. That's a miracle. Like nothing else that I have experienced in life produced that amount of change nearly instantaneous. And I'll never forget walking down to the little platoon hut like the next day after having this revelation of the gospel and what it means for me and who I am. And like, dude, it's crazy, man. It literally changed my desires. Like that's the miracle, right? Like how do you change your desire? How do you internally change your desires? Like I had no appetite for pornography anymore. I had no appetite for the foul language that I used. Like I had no appetite for gossip. Like literally overnight, my literal desires were changed. And that was ultimately more so than the whole thing that was going on in the barracks and the guy saying the prayer and this thing leaving. Like that experience of being made a new creature and the reason of what on earth just happened to me. That was the thing. It is the thing that I cling to so tightly. Like nothing else could have produced that type of change in me but the grace of God and the revelation that He's given of who I am and who He is. And then as you go, this has been from then to now just a long and arduous, sometimes joyful, but the process of sanctification, essentially. One of the things that I pray most often is for the Holy Spirit to conform me into the likeness and image of Jesus Christ at all costs. At all costs. Well, first time I prayed that was hard to pray, man. You read about Jesus in Isaiah 53. What's it say about him? He was a man of sorrow, well acquainted with grief. Conform me into the image of Christ. And that process of sanctification is ongoing. My understanding of the scriptures is ongoing and progressive. Even still to this day, hopefully to the very day that I report this 10. It's everything to me, man. Like it's literally everything to me. Some people say, well, Chad, sometimes don't you have moments you have moments of that? Yeah, I have moments of doubt sometimes. Yeah, for sure. But what I realized is that if I could possibly depart from this faith that I have in the Almighty, if I could possibly even depart from that faith, what would I have? I have nothing. Like, what's the point? This is the fascinating aspect of this that an atheist needs to take into consideration. What you're talking about had a real result. This belief in faith has had a real transformative result on you as a human being. Now, if there was nothing to this, if this is all nonsense, and there was a method that you could use, just some sort of a way of viewing the world that would instantaneously change the way you see yourself and see everything, wouldn't that method be explored and wouldn't that be taught? If this is the thing that brought you to who you are now, that's a real thing. Regardless of whether or not anybody wants to believe in Jesus Christ or believe in the resurrection or believe in the Gospels, it works. Because that's the thing about Christians. Like, real Christians have not been fortunate to meet a bunch of them. I had a weird journey in religion myself because I went to Catholic school when I was in first grade. It kind of ruined me. They were horrible. This nun, Sister Mary Josephine, I don't remember anybody. When I was 6 years old, I remember that bitch. She was so fucking mean, man. And just the experience, the way they treated children, it was so fear-based. And I was like, this is not God. God is nothing to do with God. This is people. Man says his people. And it kind of set a tone for my life, where I dismissed any notions that there was some sort of truth in these religions. But the more I've explored, not just Christianity, but many different religions, people are trying to document a truth. And it's very hard to decipher through the tongue of man. It's very hard to decipher when human beings write things down, when human beings give statements on things, you have to always take into consideration human nature. Human beings are not that accurate in how they depict things. And then you have the problem with translations. You have the problem with it going from ancient Hebrew to Latin to Greek and to all these different languages. And then you have the problem with spiritual narcissism. So you have the people that are the conveyors of the message who take on these powers themselves that are above normal men and control people. Before Martin Luther came around and made a phonetic version of the Bible, very few people could read. Very few people could read Latin. They didn't know what it said. So you had to rely on the priest to tell you everything. When people started being able to translate these things into different languages, it's wonderful, but also something's probably missing. My favorite Rich Strassman, he's a scholar. He's the guy who wrote that book, the DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He did these slow trip studies, these FDA-approved studies on DMT with people, patients, from very interested. He's a fascinating guy. Well, he learned ancient Hebrew just so that he could read the Bible in its native tongue. And it took him 16 years to do that. Yeah, he's fascinating guy. I think they were writing something down. One of the things I learned from Wesley Huff, who was a biblical scholar, who's been on the podcast, he told me that the book of Isaiah, when they find it, they found a version of it in the Dead Sea Scrolls that is identical, word to word, from a version of it that they found years later. It's very miraculous. $1,000 years. Not only that, but what about the content of Isaiah? What about Isaiah 53 as it describes the suffering servant, how it literally outlines the life and death of Jesus Isaiah. Not only the accuracy of the translation and the accuracy over that span of time when you compare copies, but even the content of it. How did this prophet write this thing about this person? And it was fulfilled perfectly, literally to a T, by the person of Jesus Christ hundreds of years later. It's crazy. And by the way, man, like, I'm not telling you or anyone listening to this what we call testimony, like what the Lord's given me experientially in life to share with other people. I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. Like, there's nothing that I can say to convince you in the truth of the gospel. Like, I truly believe that. There's no words that I can use. There's no logic that I can apply. There's nothing that I or anyone else can say to convince you of this. And it goes back to what we started off in the conversation with. These things must be spiritually discerned, and it is by grace, God's grace, that we are made alive and able to discern the truth of these things. That's a hard thing to accept, man. Like, that man is totally depraved, and I can't say anything to convince anyone of the truth of these scriptures. But the scriptures are dripping, literally dripping with that very fact. That's the interesting thing about the scriptures. They leave nothing for man. Like, it's almost the single thing that separates what's contained in the Holy Scriptures from other religious philosophy. It literally leaves nothing for man. What do you mean by that? Meaning, there is nothing that you can do to be made righteous in the eyes of the Creator. There is nothing that you can do to save yourself. As a matter of fact, without the grace and the help of the Almighty, you can't even believe the truth. You won't do it. You are spiritually dead prior to regeneration. You see what I'm saying? When you're dead, if we had a dead man laying on the floor right here, and I said, "Dead man, hearken unto my voice. There is a hospital a mile down the road, and if you'll get up and walk to that hospital, or you'll allow me to take you to that hospital, they'll shock you and bring you back to life." Is he going to respond to that message? He's going to lay there dead, right? We're dead spiritually until we are made alive by the grace of the Almighty. It leaves nothing for me. Not a friend. It leaves me not a single friend that I can cling to. And then you look at the whole saga of Scripture. Well, what's this all about anyway? Let's take it all the way back to Genesis, all the way to Revelation and everything in between. The whole saga is to glorify the Son, Jesus Christ. What's the purpose in me even being saved? It's so that I can be presented to Christ as His bride. What do you mean by that? God's people are the purpose of our existence is for us to be presented to Jesus Christ as His own people who will glorify Him for all of eternity. It's to glorify the Son. The whole saga that was determined by the sovereign and immutable will of the Father. It can't be changed. The whole saga, the only purpose of it all is to present whole song is to lift up and glorify Jesus Christ. It's the only purpose for me even being saved. Can you convince us? Well, I think that I'm not convinced of this because that's what I want to believe. Like, I'm convinced of this because I'm convinced of the truth of the Holy Scriptures. And again, the entire, when you look at the thing from a 30,000 foot view, I'm convinced of that, not because why would I want to believe that? Why would I want to, if I wrote this story, would it not give me something to cling to? Would it not, if I wrote the story, would it not give me some other purpose than just being offered up as a prize to the glorification of the Son, Jesus Christ? Like, if I wrote that story, wouldn't I write it differently than that? Because I'm man, right? I would leave myself something to cling to. Surely, this salvation means something more than just that I am part of this special people now being offered up as a bride to Christ. Surely, there's something that I can do in this life, a choice that I can make to believe in this. Like, surely I have the power to make that choice. But if I had the power to make the choice to believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, in and of myself, then that salvation would be coming from me. You see what I'm saying? When you realize you don't even have the power of choice in you, you are dead. You will not choose it. When you realize you don't even have the power of choice, so you believe it has to be that this wisdom has to enter you somehow. You are entered by what Scripture calls the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of God who comes and dwells in you, and that is the entity that makes you spiritually alive and gives you the ability to appraise the Scriptures, essentially spiritual things, because before that it's foolishness. Have you ever paid any attention to the Shroud term? Have you ever looked into it at all? I've just seen it pop up, as I scroll through. Well, they used to dismiss it because they used to say they did a carbon date on it and it was only 500 years old. But they've since made some revisions to that. There's a lot of people that believe because of the wear of the cloth, the age of the cloth, and I think they've done subsequent tests that place it around 2,000 years old, which is really fascinating. The other thing that's fascinating is they didn't even know what the image completely was until someone took photographs of it and then looked at the negatives. And in the negatives, then you get this image of Jesus. Not just Jesus, but with the scars and the markings on his back, the part of his body where he's pierced, the piercings on the wrists. And they really do believe that this thing is 2,000 years old. The other thing that's strange is they have no explanation as to how that image was created. They think that image was created somehow from some sort of a burst of energy. It's not stained, it's not dyed, and it's not something that's easily reproduced, especially if you think about the timeline. This is supposedly a portrait. Like, how would they make it that would only show up in negative? What would be the motivation to make this in this manner? See if we can get some photos of what it looks like, Jamie. You know what I love about what you're saying, too? It's so amazing how the Almighty works in each of us differently. Like, look at this. This image. If you see the originals too, like, they saw that, and they're like, oh, what is this? Well, once you look at it with the negative, show the negative again, the black and white. Once you see the negative of it, then it starts getting very strange. Because you look at the piercings on the wrist, there's these blood was like 7 feet long, and then they folded it so it's his back and his front. So he was inside of this thing, and this is the image. Was it debunked yet? What did they say now?
I remember seeing something about it. They found some sort of processes that have been around for a few hundred years that do some sort of this like negative transfer.
But did they know that 2,000 years ago?
Oh, that's right. I think they are been dating it, readjusted to it.
Oh, really? What are they saying now?
I mean, I think that debunked them through the articles.
See, there's people that believe, there's people that don't believe, and it gets weird. It gets weird because there's a lot of people that want to debunk things. New research shows that the carbon dating of the shroud is fake. Finds that it was the carbon dating that was fake, not the shroud. This is central conclusion.
The articles about it getting fake, but again, I don't know if they're 100% like this is fake or if they're just haters.
Right. You know what's interesting to me about the body of Christ, the physical body, like is being transposed onto that shroud with a trailer on.
We haven't thought about this. If you think about going back to talking about death and why do we have to die? Why is it a necessity for all humans? Well, the scripture tells us that for humans, the reason that we must die is because of sin, right? It started with the very first sin of man and woman in the very beginning, right? Because the scripture tells us that man was created to exist eternally in the beginning, the human physical form. But when man sinned, a lot of things happened. Death, that's the moment scripturally, that's when death entered the equation. So this sin is a big problem. Like that is the genesis of death entering the equation and becoming a reality for all men. I wonder a lot what happened when that sin caused death in man. It's almost like it changed man's genetic makeup. It's almost like man was created in the beginning to exist in a physical body eternally, meaning he had perfect genetics, right? He could exist, nothing decayed, he could continue on for all eternity. He also had the ability to be in the presence of the Almighty. In some way, the human brain could interact with the Almighty. But when sin entered the equation, it's almost like man's genetic code was marred. And death entered the equation, and we began to age. And it even, when I think about it along those lines, it's totally theoretical, by the way. That's how we inherit our sinful natures, because a result of sin actually changed the genetic makeup of man's physical body. And therefore, by necessity, he now has to die because he ages. And also, we lost our ability to perceive the Almighty and to actually converse with him. You know, we lost something in our brain. Right? That's why I worry about that DMT stuff. We lost something in our brain that originally allowed us to see into this other realm and converse with this almighty being. We lost the ability to do that because of sin. Which brings me to the body of Christ. The interesting thing about the body, physical body of Jesus Christ, he was the only man, according to Scripture, who ever fulfilled the law of God completely and perfectly. Which means his physical body, his literal physical body, was not affected by sin, which is the thing that is causing all of us to die by necessity. And I just wonder if that physical body, if the body of Christ, if Christ would have grown to maturity, which he did, which was when he started his ministry, was full adult maturity, I wonder if he would not have been crucified, if he could have lived in that physical body forever, if the aging process would have stopped and he would have never had to die because the effects of sin are not upon him. The curse was not upon him. It makes me think about that body because they took his body off the cross, laid it in the tomb. When we die, our bodies begin to go through decay very quickly. You've seen that killing animals. Kill some within a few hours. Starts to get out of blood, stiff as a board. After about a day, it stinks, all nasty. He died. They put him in that tomb. He was there for 3 days. That body didn't decay. The spirit never entered that same body. And that same body rose up and eventually ascended into heaven. He took that body with him into this other realm.
Worst I've ever felt on a show.
You just wonder, like, what the human body was like in the beginning when we were created perfectly with this mental ability to interact with this other realm, converse with the Almighty, the absence of sin. In other words, our genetics were perfect. The human body
Shut the fuck up.
So this is if you're taking the Old Testament absolutely and literally. And if you do that, honey, what do you think about evolution? That's what do you think about?
I've been thinking about evolution a little bit here.
This guy sucks.
Joe, just tell this motherfucker to shut the fuck up.
That include recently Dennis Sullivan's, was that one Julianne's, was that one? The giant, huge-headed people, they don't even know how big they were. They were quite a bit larger than us. They found multiple types of humans.
There he is. I've been waiting on you so that I can focus on whooping your ass. How you living, pimp? Are you ready for the Olympics? Dog, are you ready for the Olympics? J-Yor? Did you want a J-Yor? Yeah, and I did sing it, and it goes like this. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. He sang that. When I say he, I mean the one, the only William Montgomery must have sang it 10 times at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee. But you know that because you're not that big of a William Montgomery fan, pimp. Are we counting individual photos? Are we counting storage? Because isn't there an argument to be made that every video frame is a photo? I disagree with that. I disagree with that. No, we should count them. We should count them. Yeah, dog. Yo, dog, when posed the question, how many photos are taken on a daily basis? Couldn't technically you include every frame of every video as an individual photo in addition to the people who are just taking pictures? Yo, dog, that's a great technical observation. And yeah, you're totally right. If you're being literal and counting every frame of video as a photo, the number of photos taken daily would skyrocket way beyond any typical estimate. Let's break it down. Most estimates of how many photos are taken daily, like the often cited 1.8 to 2 plus trillion per year, so around 5 billion per day, usually refer to actual photos taken, phone, camera, webcam, screenshots, etc., not individual photo video frames. But videos are just photos in sequence. Exactly. A 1 minute video shot at 30 frames per second is 1800 frames, aka photos. If you factor in billions of people recording video on phones, webcams, closed circuit television, dash cams, security cams, live streams, thousands of hours of new content uploaded to YouTube every minute, Rabbi Rothschild's live streaming project, you're talking trillions of frames per day. So why aren't they counted? Because intent. A photo is generally thought of as a single chosen image. Video frames aren't typically meant to be individual photos. Psych, I think they are. Redundancy. Frames of videos are often very similar, unlike distinct videos. I think they're all individual and they're all special. Data categorization. For stats, video, for stats, photo and video are treated differently. But technically, yep, if you want to define photo as a discrete image captured by a camera sensor, every video frame is a photo. It's just usually not how the question is framed. So yeah, you're totally making the right challenge or premise. Asking how many photos are taken daily depends on what we count as a photo. And if you're being technical about all image captures, then the number is astronomically higher. You're welcome. How are you? John Dick, how you living, pimp? What's good, son?
What up, Pimp?
I'm about to play on Play-Doh. How about you?
Just living it up, baby. Live 365, 24/7, every day of the week.
100%.
You know how we, you know,
How
you know how
many?
we do it.
How many classic, like like generally speaking, not video, but how many photos do you think are taken per day on Earth?
Well, per day.
Right.
I'd say like in like the 100 millions.
Like 1 to 4.
Not even close.
Yeah, he is close. It's like 1 to 2 billion. That's close.
Off by off by 4.9 billion.
Damn.
Okay, I mean, but I think
Really, is it that much?
Yeah, and that's just photos. That's not including video frames, which are basically
Photos, yeah. Far out. That's a lot.
Would you say that any reasonable jury would conclude that the frames in a video qualify as part of graphics?
I mean, I guess a video is just photographs over and over again really fast.
exactly.
So when you talk about video, it's in like frames per second, and frames of photos.
Exactly.
I agree too.
Yeah.
So if you include,
What are you guys been up to?
It's way higher than that 5 billion.
Yeah.
slang your dick like it's going out of style.
Think about how many photos you've generated recording Rabbi or your live streams.
I know. It's got to be in the trillions.
Fucking heaps.
I mean, we could calculate that pretty easily if it's 30 or 60 FPS.
Oh, I imagine it's 30. Okay, so let's do it. If I have 22 live streams going on, let's say, conservatively 15 different platforms over the course of 3.5 years of 24/7 content, how many individual pictures is that?
Fuck ton.
Word, dog. They say it's 73 billion. I'll take it. That means I've had 73 billion pictures taken of myself, which is like basically more than anyone ever.
That's the world record on its own right there.
Word, dog.
The most amount of
Pictures taken of them.
single person.
Yeah, dog. How do you like that?
That's pretty sexy.
I think
That's
so.
fucking sick.
Word, dog. John Dick, do you want to play games with us?
What are you guys playing?
Download Plato, Plato. We'll play mini golf
On phone? Like iPhone?
on the phone, yeah.
Later. Okay. Rabbi, I reckon you should get in contact with Aiden Ross.
Dude, I'm live in his Discord right now.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's been in my stream.
Oh, is it Plato?
Yeah, Plato.
Oh,
But don't download like the virtual play sculpting car select.
oh, the Plato fun multiplayer games. Is that it?
Word, dog.
Like a blue like.
Yeah, I see it.
Create an account, big dog.
I'm on it, baby.
Before we do this, the reason why I brought up the photo question because I came across an app on Instagram. The app isn't like I didn't think it was like super great at first, and I still don't think it's like phenomenal. But the app basically allows you to, while you're taking a photo on your iPhone, basically adjust all these settings and use different filters so that you, as you're taking the photo, and adjust the colors to how you like. And on a regular iPhone, you don't really have that capability. So that's the app. And then I was like, I don't know, it's not that great. It's just a filter or whatever. You can buy filters after. I don't know. But I was like, I don't know. I looked up how many photos there are. And it was like 5 billion photos per day, like 1.8 trillion photos per year. That's a lot. And then photos like signify things like human memories and humans value their memories a lot. And then my next question was like, is there any other like form of medium that we could digest photos in, where in like the near future or future give like this augmented experience for your photos? And I came up with an idea on my own, and I think it's good. The AI's idea were pretty shit. The one I came up with was decent. I'm asking you, Rabbi, what would you do to augment the memory experience in the form of photos? What future technologies would you apply?
Basically, have AI be able to create compilations of a person's life. You would be able to watch that in either augmented reality or virtual reality or even in hologram form.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking a little bit.
Except better. I understand.
I don't know. What do you mean by just like a compilation? Like you really put on the VR headset and see
Well,
slideshow?
you could do that.
Slideshow and VR is shit. Let me just
Dude. You're thinking about a slideshow in 2025. I think about it in 3025. So basically, imagine more processing than all of the processors on Earth combined, all in one machine. I mean, we're talking like giant amounts of advancement here with computing power. Well, you laugh at that, but then I can tell you that the entire Apollo program has less computing power than is in my phone, and that was less than 65 years ago. So, like, it's baller. So imagine, and even if it's not like just with quantum computing, it may be a lot more than that. So basically, you could just watch a slideshow old fashioned way, or you could have an augmented reality where you live that person's life out, or you live someone else's life out, or you could trade lives with people, or you could say, take this general personality of the people who would have experienced these types of memories and put them in another world, another a fantasy world, or something on another planet in real life. You could basically say, I want you to recreate using these images the personalities of every person that are encountered in these images, and it would be able to do that very easily and very quickly. I mean, like instantaneously. You could also have it basically as just those memories. Say, I want you to take this, these photos, and I want you to create a mind upload data set, and I want you to be able to digitally reproduce that in a clone. And you could have a clone that would basically have all of those memories. I mean, really, the possibilities are endless, but those are just some opportunities I can anticipate in the near future. Yeah, because I'm a pimp with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby? The pimp blimp. Well, I do consider it in this lifetime because of life extension technology and mind uploading technology. Right?
They could do some like VR thing with like AI. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I would think of this. I reckon they could do, yeah, like, I feel like that's already kind of a thing, but there would be like, glitches and stuff, like, fucking, it would fuck up sometimes, so. Yeah. Yeah, like, have you played Fallout? Fallout 4?
I've heard of the game. I've never seen what people like.
There was this like thing in it that was similar, like what we're talking about. It was like they like these people would pay money to like go on these machines and like go back in time, like before the war, but it would just like send their like brain to like a kind of like into their memories kind of thing, and like a VR kind of thing. It'll be something like that. It'll be like generated by AI.
And it's like people's memories.
Yeah, yeah, like before like the fucking like nukes exploded, and people would pay for it like it's like drugs.
You play the game.
I've heard a bit. It's alright. Are you guys still on what's called Plato?
Did you create an account?
Yeah. My name's John D. 88.
Send me an invite. I'm the Rabbi.
Oh, Rabbi. Okay. Any counts?
It doesn't matter.
It's pretty good. That's a fucking good username.
Yeah, I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it? Good job. I do this with people all the time, and it takes them fucking forever. I'm glad you have a good head on your shoulders. All right, John Dick.
Thanks, bro.
Absolutely. Riser, are you ready?
I'm ready, dog.
All right. I'm sending you all invites. John Dick, how's our boy, John Appleton doing? Is he slaying a dick
I
like
was gonna get him in here. He's not responding. I was sending him a message, but he might hop on.
How's our girl doing?
I was in mini golf.
Word, dog. How's our girl doing?
Oh, how's Priscilla?
Yeah.
She's good. She's good, man. I haven't really been talking to her that much, but I think she's good.
That girl's gonna be successful. That girl's gonna be successful.
Just wait till she starts in her life.
Wait till she sucks in her life?
No, starts in OF.
Oh. I don't know if she wants to do that.
Alright, what do we do?
You'll see, pimp. So the lines, the like arrows, are basically like a hill, and the ball will accelerate. The
Yeah, okay. Wait, should I hit the cow? Oh, wait, no, I gotta get it on the arrows.
yeah,
Do that. Oh, fuck.
that's okay. Blue is water. The light blue or white is like ice. The
Nice, yeah.
the tan is sand, and then on other holes they'll be like black, and that's like tar. Actually, it's worse than tar. It's like
Okay.
it's yeah. And then there's pink that's like a bubble gum, but you'll see it on other holes. And we'll make you aware of it. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, what did you think of how good I am? Riser, have you ever seen somebody so fucking good at this game? Riser, 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 do you want me to interview you after seeing that shot? What it's like to witness perfection? Not a bad shot, John Dick. Riser,
Yeah.
Riser, Riser, are you going to suck dick on this shot? Oh, that's terrible, dude. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. We have John Dick, who literally has never played before, and he's still playing, and you are in the sand. Dog, I've never seen someone literally deep throat this fucking hole as badly as you just did. Oh, and we trash talk if you weren't aware. Oh, my word. Okay, John Dick. No. No. See the corner where the ice begins? The little angle? Oh, keep going. Like more of an arrow, 100%. Get it up to 100%. Okay, now do you see where the angle is where the ice starts, keep moving to the right a little bit or down a little bit. Oh, dude. Okay, almost. Almost.
I was running out of time.
That's okay. Rise, are you gonna just J-yor your J-yor? Rise.
Deacon. Oh my god.
Riser, are you just being like super kind?
Oh fuck. Bro, the sand's like fucking hard.
It is. All right, there we go.
Good job. I'm gonna be better on the fucking next one.
That's all right. You did pretty well on your first one. All right. Oh, that was not good. So the pink stuff is like bubble gum. The blue is water.
So it slows you down?
It's like you get stuck in it. Worse than the sand.
Okay.
Riser, you gonna go or are you just gonna J-yor? If you're wondering what J-yoring is, because Riser takes so much fucking time, I've had to use an acronym because it just takes too long. And so J-yor is an acronym for jerking yourself off raw.
What? That's, oh, fuck me.
Not a bad shot. It's better than mine. I'm behind this fucking wood.
It's a good one.
I agree.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Riser, are you proud of that shot?
I'm gonna try and.
Wait, you don't want to hit it off there. Hit it off the very corner. The very top corner. Little higher. There. Okay, almost.
Pimp section. Oh, does that give you points or something?
Pimpville? Everything gets you
The
points.
tractor that you did.
Oh. No, it does not. Riser, can you hear me? Dog. Because it sounded to me like you were J-yoring. Doug, look at the scoreboard right now. Oh, what a shot. Dude, John D, you got your first fucking points. That was great.
Hell yeah.
You are.
Wait till you see the amount of wins that Rabbi has, and then take note of how long.
Holy shit. Bro. How many fucking wins do you guys have?
Take note of how long it takes for this fucking game.
Is this app like big in the US?
It's got 35,000 people playing it right now.
Fuck, I've never heard of this app before. I mean, it's cool. It's like all these little mini games.
Right. They're fun and they're. Oh, perfect shot. Perfect shot. Oh, you got fucked, son.
I got anally right.
Get there.
Oh, nice.
What are you gonna do, Riser?
John Appleton on me.
What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do, Riser? Riser. Oh,
Nice.
fuck you, Riser. Oh,
Motherfucker.
not what you wanted. Dude, I fucked up. Oh, great shot. That was fucking baller, dude.
Oh! Yeah, I'm still like I'm overshooting, undershooting. Like, you guys are fucking pimps.
Well, we played this game a lot.
Like for 12 hours a day on a daily basis, like a full-time job.
Yeah.
Great shot. Great shot. What a shot. Yeah, we have a friend, and like he's played this game more than I have. Like if you think I've played a lot, the guy's played it more than I have, and you I think could beat him straight up right now.
Oh, so that tile resets your body.
Yeah, we should have told you that.
Oh, that's fine.
So if you go in the water, you have to go back to your previous shot. If you go on the tar, you have to start at the beginning.
Yeah, no. Oh, fuck! Oh, I misclicked. That was a misclick.
Shit happens, man.
Ooh.
No!
Oh!
Dude, that was fucking dirty.
Oh, dog.
Make it.
No. Oh, no.
Dead with double pin elimination.
That's right. Make it, John Dick. Make it, John Dick.
Oh, fucker.
Riser, are you going to make it? That's a bad shot.
Oh,
I'll show you how to do it. You just,
the pimp's got it.
yeah, I'm going to hit
In the
the,
bag.
oh, fuck.
Oh.
It's a good strategy to hit the balls.
No, I overshot it.
Oh, make it. He made it. Oh, almost. Riser, do you think you could make this shot? Oh, you're going to make it?
But he's got it.
Oh. Dude, it's almost impossible to make it now.
Fuck, man.
Well, there's probably a hidden hole back there.
Sometimes holes under that stuff.
I bet you there's a hidden hole.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You're going for it that way?
Oh.
Those are the hidden hole behind the wall.
You got it. Oh. Good idea.
Get there. Get there. Slow up.
Ooh, last shot.
Down hard.
Damn, so you guys have had this game for like a year.
Right. Barely hit it. There you go.
We got to bank it because the arrow.
Oh! No!
We're about to celebrate our year anniversary
Yeah.
in 3 days. At least for me.
Rabbi, have you had any projects on the go? I know how you did the crypto stuff with Obama, Sonic Money or whatever it's called. Have you had anything else like that going?
Not. I mean, that was kind of a unique thing. No, I've created bots on Kick, the streaming platform, that have been successful. I had somebody come in today. I had 14 people come in the last 48 hours, so that's been good. Riser, you're a dick.
Yeah, that's
Dick, Riser, you're a fucking dick. and that was not cool.
Do that every time.
Riser, that was a douche move. I want you to try to do it again. Hey, douche, try to get it to do it again.
Douchebag. Ooh,
Oh, hit my ball.
sweet spot.
Riser, you proud of that shot?
Crowd like another girl doing OnlyFans and breaking money.
Rabbi, have you been IQ tested?
Yeah, 160. Plus, I have a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
Yeah, true.
Get it, John D. Get it.
Oh yeah.
John D, you're really good at this game for your first game.
Thanks, bro.
You're welcome, pimp. Riser, what are you fucking doing, dude? Riser.
Hey, I'm fucking bad.
Riser, that was a pretty baller move.
Okay, that's good. Take that.
Newfie. When we say Newfie, it's what we mean for high IQ.
You guys made up lingo.
Word, dog. That might be perfect. A perfect shot. Make it. That was baller.
When did Riser? When did you find Rabbi? Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, so that was a whole game.
Yeah,
You've done fucking. Oh my gosh, 1200.
That's only win. That's not total game.
Oh yeah, shit. Bro, are there any other good games on this? Or is it just the new one's good?
Tons.
Carol.
Let's do basketball.
All right.
Yeah, let's do basketball. That'll be fun.
All right, and I think it'll be easy to pick up at for a new person. Good move. Okay, basketball invite. Riser, are you ready? I just want John Dick to know that I've played this game against Riser like 60 times, one on one, and he's never beaten me.
What? Imagine if I beat you first try.
That's what I want.
Oh shit, what do we do? So
You just flick the ball. You flick the ball into the. Riser goes first, so you'll see.
Is it? So you get timed, okay.
Yeah, you just flick it. He's doing really well.
Oh yeah.
He usually doesn't do this well.
Guess there's rounds as well.
That was not good at all.
You know it
I
was
don't know how
good.
to use my thumb or use my middle finger. My pointer finger.
Whatever you want to do, big dog, but you just flip it. Oh, dude, he's fucking a natural. Dude, he's a natural.
You see how fast those two shots went on?
Dude, look, he's gonna beat you.
Oh, he's killing.
He's really good. Dude, he beat you. Riser, do you want to be interviewed for your dog shit performance?
How many wins does Rabbi have on this? 60. Damn, look at him go. You know why he has such good fingers?
Because I fingered so many chicks.
It's from all the news presented MILFs.
Word, dog.
Oh, shit.
Riser, did you know that I doubled your score? Okay, now the hoop goes left to right, as you can see.
Damn, that's tough. It's tricky. Oh, shit, he's going crazy.
I love how you'll be doing really well, and then all of a sudden you'll just throw it directly to the left or right, like way off. All right, Riser or John Dick's turn. John Dick,
Fuck.
you're pretty close, dude.
Oh,
Oh, dude, he
fuck, man.
he has tied.
Tough.
He's tied Riser.
Yeah. What is it doing round 3 to like fucking start shooting guns at you or something?
It goes up and down and left to right.
Oh my god. Fuck, you're a pimp, bro. This is insane. You're doing good.
Superman does good.
Century.
I'm doing well, baby.
Oh, that's tricky.
Oh, Riser. Riser.
With this,
Riser.
the double swish.
Riser's building a house here. Riser's building a house here with all his bricks. All right, it's up to John Dick to have a huge upset.
That's the best I've heard in this game so far.
What'd you say?
You're building a house with all those bricks.
You like that, baby?
Oh no.
Get it. Get it.
One more. Oh, nice.
He beat you. Riser, he beat you. Riser, what are your thoughts on someone who's literally never played this game before and only...
Actually, it actually is a good case for me because it shows how just bullshit this fucking game is. So I'm actually glad that happened. Prove the time capsule of eternity that this game is fucking itself.
Oh, I can see how many games there are still playing. Oh my god. Rabbi, you've played the game 1,756 times.
There you go, big dog.
The mini golf.
Yeah, I played somebody who played 25,000 times. I couldn't believe it.
Fuck. What the fuck?
All right, Riser.
Oh, should you, wait, can you do
What
pool?
do you do about it, Rabbi? What do you want him to do about it?
Whatever he wants to do about it. I think pool is 2 people. Some of the games are only 2 people. Riser.
Okay.
Riser.
Oh my god.
11, dog.
Fucked off.
That was great.
I think I'm gonna use my thumb this time.
Riser, do you remember I told you that thing? Why they call it a bull market? Because bulls go upwards and bears bear down. Do you remember that? That is true. That is true.
Okay.
You got one more point than the last.
No, he got 7 last time, and you got 6.
Look at the pimp go.
I'm-
I'm seeing a lot of switches.
I'm not either.
Seeing any switches. Oh, you're done. You're done. Get out of here. Are you proud?
Damn.
No switches. It's all about swishes. I almost don't even want the ball to go in with if it's not going to be a swish. It wastes.
They're a cheat code because it saves like so much time and gives you so many points.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get some switches now.
John D88. Let's go, baby. Swish. Oh, that should have counted. Dude,
Yeah, that should have.
dude, look how many he's made. 3?
Motherfucker.
4.
Alright, some of those should have been switches. That was a bit sus.
I agree. Definitely sus. All right, I need a big round here.
Huge round, bro. Oh.
No.
Oh! Alright, you got saved at the end there.
Not. I'm not. It looks like we might have an upset
No,
here.
don't worry. It's gonna be a fucking instant burst.
He's gonna fumble.
No, he made it. 2.
Oh!
Swish.
Oh!
He's got it. He's got the win.
No,
Turn out the lights.
no.
The party's
Are
over.
you serious?
This fucking comeback.
I mean, I'm lucky round by first 2 rounds.
What the fuck? I can't. Oh. This fucking sticker thing was blocking my screen and it wasn't letting me throw it. Oh, that just fucking stole the bag.
Dude, you're doing really well.
Fuck, man. Oh, it's not big.
There needs to be like a mode where they let you have more rounds.
Yeah, I know. It's.
Oh. No way. Miss. Miss.
Oh, shit!
Oh, it's close. Got my 4th win.
Yeah, but you've never beaten me one-on-one. Reload.
What's what other games are there? Oh, bowling. We should do bowling. Is that fun?
Yeah, we could do bowling.
Archery.
I play with a lady.
Oh, three person. Three person.
No,
No. Bowling should be.
bowling is. I play with a lady every night before she goes to bed, and
Ooh.
I can tell you that I've gotten good at it, and Riser's never beat me at bowling.
Oh, shit. Before she goes to bed.
Word, dog. She's a really nice
The
person.
pimp does what the pimp wants.
Yeah, dog. Sometimes she comes in during the day and plays. Oh, I fucked up.
Oh,
I fucked up. John, don't play that one.
should I leave?
No,
Resign.
don't resign. Just let it go. I'm gonna send it. Okay.
Nice.
But do the pins get further back as the rounds go on, or am I just
No, it's normal bowling. Were you proud of
Can
that?
you adjust what the bowl, like the bowling balls like is? Oh, you can. Okay. Fuck, that's tricky. Damn, up the slides.
games? There's too many of these games where you just flip your finger and it's just like infuriating.
Yeah. Oh, I like the ball.
He literally has a phone advantage.
Yeah, he makes things up. So don't listen to his bullshit. Don't listen to Riser's bullshit.
Actually, it's a disadvantage being on an iPad. I swear to God.
Are you on an iPad? Oh, that would be fucking.
Yeah,
hard.
because he cheats.
I know it is hard.
What's hard about it, dog?
I can't just hold it in my like fucking hand, like with my fingers.
If he gets these three, he's tied riser.
Oh!
Not good.
You have to do like a spin move there or something.
You can put spin on it. I won't recommend it though because it's really difficult. But you move your finger like a C, but it's really difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, riser, that was amazing,
God.
dude. You put spin on it. Did you do that on purpose,
Oh, I
dude? That was
did. Oh, fuck. Oh.
riser. That was baller.
Oh, fuck. I tried to spin.
What the fuck?
Oh, the pimp.
Oh,
How did that not get a strike?
that's what we are wondering.
The strikes in this game are a bit retarded. Like,
Riser, let's see your fucking dude. 7-10 split, the hardest shot in the game. Get it with your spin.
is that even possible to get in real bowling?
Yeah, I've only seen it. Well, in this game, I've seen it twice.
Oh.
It is possible to get in real bowling, but it's difficult.
Strikes. Oh, what?
Word dog, that's how bowling works, baby. Oh, look at you, dude. That spin is amazing. Oh, dude, you almost knocked that other one down. Riser, that was impressive. Dude, our first strike. John Dick might beat Riser in his first. Get it again. Get it again. Dude, Riser, what are your thoughts on John Dick, who's never played, beating you in basketball and bowling?
Oh, shit. Pimp going at it.
Absolutely. What else you want to play? Oh, you want to run it back? You want your ass kicked twice in a row? Son, I'm
Do it.
I'm gonna do the Charleston on your face. Oh, Riser, I love watching your spin. It's entertaining. Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Because you only hit 3 pins, or you only hit 7 pins.
Oh, no.
You hit 7 in the first round, and 7 in the first part of the frame, and I mean I don't know what it showed on your end, but on our end, you did pretty well. Oh, get it, Riser. Dude, that should have gotten it. John Dick.
Oh my gosh.
Get this. Get these three on the left.
Oh!
That was a great spare, dude.
Oh no.
Maybe.
Oh.
Dude, what do you mean, oh no? You just had a strike.
Accidental. An accidental strike.
There should be an option to like the gutters up.
Oh, I agree. Riser might get his first win against me.
I don't know how you haven't figured out the works every time.
John Dick. Dude, he might win.
2 strikes in a row.
Turned on my axe. Oh my days.
Well, this one's the one that
Just him.
No.
Oh.
I thought it worked every time, Riser.
Fuck, man.
That's okay. You're beating Riser.
Oh, no.
Oh, it almost.
Get the ricochet. He's got it. Um, the pimp. This is the sidearm. If I beat the rap.
Oh.
Wow.
Butterball. Butterball.
Dude, John Dick beat you 2 games in a row?
Damn.
What do you want me to do about it?
Improve.
What about his darts good?
Dude, darts is amazing, but it's only 2 players.
Oh, what else is that? Cribbage. Texas Hold'em, see that all. Draw together.
John D, you've
We got
got
so
an
many
invitation.
games.
You have an invitation.
Do another bowling? Yeah, I'm doing that.
Let's see Riser beat John Dick. Oh,
Good start.
that's perfect, dude.
Oh, damn. Man, this game.
Figure out how to get it right every time.
Oh,
I matched you, Riser.
he's figured out. He's figured it out.
Great spare. Oh no. Great
Oh,
strike. Dude, he's untouchable.
What? Oh my god. That might have been it. Oh my days. With a cider.
Perfect.
Oh, if that wasn't a strike, I don't know what is. Like, it's the most picture perfect shots.
Get it. Come on. That was a big shot.
Man, I don't. A wrapped comeback. Oh. Oh my gosh. Alright, lads, I gotta head off for this fun.
John Dick.
Playing.
John Dick, very impressive. What did you say, Riser?
See you guys around.
If you get a strike at the end, you just be able to keep going.
I agree.
So you don't get it.
Why are you such dog shit at it? Are you ready for an invitation to Karam? You have an invitation, dog. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home. Are you done? Are you,
Literati should definitely be free person. There's no reason why. There's no main reason why.
I am in agreement. Dude, where do I hit this ball? Or this thing? Fuck. Riser, you want to know something? You've never beaten me one-on-one in bowling, and you've never beaten me at all in, or you've never beat me one-on-one in basketball. You've never beaten me at all in bowling. What are your thoughts?
And more times than I can count. Like Gala and archery, which are the games here that require an actual skill. And then you go,
What about literati?
it's normal brag about literati, you just make up words that actually feel I've never heard you use E in a sentence and ba.
Dude, like, bah humbug.
What is Bahama?
It means like, oh shucks. $160 sucks dick.
So lose at whatever more years ago. This is what you call it.
I'm ready for it. That was good. Show me another one. That's a miss. Psych.
You there's nowhere to put this thing.
Stop.
Yes, going in. What?
I have nowhere to put the what?
So went through the
Oh, you're right. Fuck. Fuck. Are you proud of that shot? That was one of the most dog shit performances I've ever seen.
How are you winning?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You ready for perhaps the biggest Newfie shot we've ever seen? How'd you like that?
No, let's see what he's gonna do. He just has to. Well, there's no way you're making this.
Newfie! How'd you like that, son? How'd you like that, son? How'd you like that, son? You want to play 160? You, you want to play? You want to play 160? Yo, dog, you want to play 160?
Word boss. No, we're not. No, we're doing word boss.
Oh, okay. Word blocks. Word box. Okay, I'll whoop your ass in this.
Don't say I've ever beat you in this.
No, because I'm amazing. You've come close. Psych. 3, 2, 1. Quit with that bullshit.
Are you serious?
Next round.
Yeah. First overtime.
I got sneeze. That was worth like 20 points.
Exploded.
What are your thoughts on losing?
I mean, I suck at the word game, but
You lost. At what do you want to lose now, son?
one more word thought.
Doug, what's it like to get your ass kicked so many different times in so many different games? You know how you like to keep track of who wins the most? It's over, baby. At what do you want to lose now? Skee ball? I can't hear you. At what do you want to lose? Fuck your quick draw.
Yeah, quick draw. Book seeking even count.
Look at you, dog.
No way. I don't know how it works. I think right now
No way.
anyone's game. Taking way too much time. Way too much time. I mean, you're concentrating on just we'll only get one more. So, no way.
You're done. I'm in your head. That wind is there. You're done, son. It's over. Whoa, you're just firing like a banshee. No way.
No.
How did you miss the last shot?
That's one goal for shot again. I only need one. I need a seven.
Four in a row.
Finally won a game in a
Dude, I win it all the time. I win it all the time. Four in a row. You're up first. I let you go first. Are you going to go or are you just going to J-Yor? Thanks. You're so shitty.
I'm not. Do it again.
You're always like, this game's so easy. You get all the
I
breaks.
never said that about fucking four in a row. Don't make up. I would never say that.
You're up, pimp. Thanks, dog. You're done. Are you ready for some skee ball? I can't hear your mumbling. Oh, dog, of course. You know I love this game. I've beaten you at like the last 30 games we played, not just in this game. I'm saying today. I beat you in basketball a whole bunch. You got me in golf. I beat you in bowling and in archery and in four in a row. It's a proper noun, baby. What time's ticking down, dog? Welcome. Right? There you go. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dog, don't blame it on the lawyers. Are you done? Darts. 501 pro double out. You've never beaten me in this. You're up, pimp. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. I'm going to show you how big dogs do it. Nice bullseye. Dog, you are getting your ass kicked so badly. It's like not even funny. Get it? What the fuck was that? I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. Shoot.
I was leaning back after playing.
I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career. You're done. You got beat by 303 points. Are you done?
Playing at bingo.
Dude, bingo sucks.
Playing at fucking bingo.
You want bingo?
Right, I was very
Yo, dog. You have an invitation. Are you just gonna J your?
I have your game after that again.
Are you just gonna J your?
You know what? They just the name fucking
I think it just automatically does it.
That what you call it's like one like 10 seconds. It's never defeated me in bingo. You have the same numbers as me. What number is coming up?
N33.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just fake you out. You can't fake the funk, son. No. What do you want to play next? Dude, no one can hear you. What are you saying? I hate this game. It's Zeus' favorite game, though. Alright, after this, we're done. I've beaten you at too much. I hate this game so much. Sucks. Dude, are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-or? I hate this game because you have to purchase shit. Dog, are you gonna go? You're the one who wanted to play this dog shit game. It's like Bejeweled. Are you gonna go? That's a mistake. That's you're gonna lose because of that move. Terrible. Terrible. Because I'm sick, baby. It's like Candy Crush, pimp. I don't see anything. You're up, pimp. I didn't know what the question was. Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it? Electro Claw? What the fuck is that? Dude, you did really well. Another Electro Claw? What is this bullshit? And you get to go again? What the fuck? Psycho Bite? Dude, what the fuck, dog? Electro Claw? What is that bullshit? I don't know how to play. No one knows how to play. Oh, you have to get what those things are? Get the Psycho Bite. How did you get that? Psycho Bite? Dude, this game sucks. This game sucks. Nothing for that? This game sucks. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your? Extra move? Oh no. Psycho Bite. Are you gonna go? Electro Claw? What the fuck? Psycho Bite? What is this bullshit? Electro Claw? What is this bullshit? Hydro Rush, pimp. Flare. Go fuck yourself. And those four. This is big time. Extra move.
Could have gotten more in a row there.
Are, are you serious?
Yeah, you're taking away
Liza, it's your turn. Dude, how you get Psycho Bite? Electro Claw? I beat you, bitch. Victory. Are you ready to play again? Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your? Prepare for battle. Let me go first. Hi. But you have more health than I do. Dude, I didn't get to go. Rabbi's turn. Fuck you, dude. Psycho Bite. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Everybody's waiting on you. What the fuck? Are you gonna go? Hydro Rush, pimp.
Are you ready for this move?
Yeah,
Ready for this move?
extra move.
Why? Double squat. Double squat. We've never seen a double squat.
STFU, dog. STFU. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J your? Oh, I didn't even see I had the animal on the bottom. Oh, so that's how I get the cycle bite. No wonder I kept doing the same fucking move. I don't know how to play this game. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Dude, fuck your electro claw. Hydro Rush, bitch. Hydro Rush, bitch. What did you just say?
Do one move, do one move, and then do the claws you get. Serious question, why do you take so long?
Because I don't know what I'm doing. Psycho Bite. Electroclaw. Extra move. Hydro Rush. This is it. Okay, now that I know what I'm doing a little bit more, let's do it again. Dog, no one can hear you.
Swapping my characters.
Okay. No, that's against the rules. Is it my turn? What is the what do the grapes do? Yeah, whatever, Doug. What do they do? Extra move? Another extra move? Dude, fuck you, man. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna just J your? What do the berries do? What do the berries do? What do the berries do? Look, there's a question mark one. Heal leaf. Oh, dude, it hurts me and it heals you? Oh, that fucking is. I want that one that you just got. That thing's great. What are these fucking question mark ones? Dude, the fact that you have the heal leaf thing, that's not fair. I want that one. Fuck you, man. Flare. Hydro Rush. No one knows, dog. It doesn't do anything. I just wasted a thing for you. Extra move. Yeah, we're gonna we're gonna do it again, but I want that healing one. No, you stole my um the water one. Dude, where's the green one? Dude, I can't find it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You can slide to the left? No. So I have to be this shitty one again. Lava cab. Match your red damages your person. Dude, you're fucking psycho bite. Fuck you with that. There isn't anything good. Are you gonna go? It's like, I know.
Dude, you can literally, you're like,
I want that one. Oh, Turtlesk is the one. Oh, dude, now I know what to do. You're fucked when we play next.
bro, why would you do that? Yo, do you see how my turn took 2 seconds? That was really
How'd you like that one, you bee? Alright, let's play again. You're done now. Let me go first. What is that? He'll leave. Oh, I'm at max hit points. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It freezes the thing for the next one. Whatever one was done, it freezes the next one. I don't know what it means, but that's what I've observed. This level sucks. Extra move. Psycho bite. What the fuck is this? How did you do that?
I didn't. I'm good, Rob. I'm good.
Dude, that's cheap.
They only gave me one turn.
How do I evolve my guy? It sucks. Dude, you fucked me with the reds. Good move. Why do you call them cherries? They're obviously grapes. You cunt. No way. Yeah, but now I know what to do and I know how to evolve. Play again. That level sucks.
How many in a row? Like three?
No, just one. I beat you the game before that. Alright, you can't count. Prepare for battle. Forest Valley. One less berry to evolve. Oh, dude, that was big time.
Oh wait, I didn't evolve this.
You're at the maximum hit points.
I wasn't evolved.
Oh, it's my turn. I didn't realize. Cycle bite. How much is that? Oh, I don't get another free turn?
Oh, I just explained that.
Why don't you get another free turn? Oh, I didn't know. I didn't get what you were saying. Okay, go. Oh, that's big time. Crazy comeback. It's over. Oh, maybe not. Well, probably. It's over. It's over. Purple. Yeah, you're gonna lose the next one though.
When you're like, oh yeah, I'm the green one.
I didn't know how to use them. Now I do. I'm gonna dominate you. You have an invitation, dog. You have an invitation. Any place with that ice level. Two tiles are electrified. Are you gonna go? Dog, don't do this.
This is what you do every time. I swear to God.
Because I don't know what I'm doing. It's a new strategy, pimp, for sexy beasts. Dude, fuck you. You should. Nobody cares about that. No, they are.
No, what the fuck is that bullshit?
Because I'm sexy. Dog. Dog, do I need to repeat it? Because I'm sexy. Yep. Oh, wow. That was Newfie. Big time, baby.
What? No, what?
Dude, you keep getting so fortunate.
I don't want to hear it.
You suck. Are you fucking serious?
All I need to do is feel the green one, and then stop.
Be my turn.
Where you can't go my green one. There's one green one that's zero.
Nice move. Wow, that one move saved me. Great move. I'm not even gonna fuck around. That was very smart.
Oh, it's goofy as fuck.
Goofy as fuck. I agree. I just fucked myself. Yeah, well, watch me win this one. Watch me win this one, big dog. No, it hasn't. I won like two of them ago. This one I like the most. There isn't any bullshit.
Instant cherries is gold.
Cherries, they're grapes.
I don't think so. I think wait, I think it's a Pac-Man cherry that like exactly. No, what? Yeah, you're right. They look nothing like.
The Pac-Man does have cherries. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
I'm gonna take as long as you take on every.
Dude, I did not take that long.
Took 15 seconds.
Okay, that's not a crazy amount of time. Extra move. Psycho bite.
Are you so jealous?
Are you gonna go?
Oh, what kid?
Fuck. Dude, you stole my shit. And you get that? Dude, fuck you, man. They're not cherries, they're grapes. Fuck. What? I just had 3 in a row, and it didn't give it to me. 4 in a row. This game cheated me. If she don't talk to her, I don't talk to her. Dude, fuck you, man.
Oh, where's that damn? Are you gonna do it or are you gonna play it?
Dude, you keep stealing my shit. Fuck.
Oh, are you serious?
It's over, baby. It's over, baby. Huh? How many in a row did I fucking win? Water tiles get shuffled.
I do like that. It makes it Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Good one.
Why didn't I shuffle the water tile?
Fuck.
Oh, and I have a slot.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. How about you just go? What? Fuck you, dude. And an extra move? That was brilliant. 'Champion'. 2 in a row, baby. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna J-Yor? 2 tiles are electric. What is electrified tile? What does that do? You fuckface.
I thought it was your turn. I'm sorry. Thinking I'm talking.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck. Psycho bite. Dude, you're just getting helped by everything. STFU. They're not cherries, they're grapes. Dude, what the fuck?
There's some my purple one. I gave you that icon.
Dude, what the fuck?
What? Why are you mad?
Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, my finger slipped.
Haven't heard that. Oh, what is this? Yo, that fucking red thing is crazy.
Psycho bite. Fuck. Fuck you, man. This game sucks.
Hotel strategy. Alright, still we're tied right now. Okay.
Oh, big time. Of course.
What do you want me to do? Change the player. Two squad. Oh, what? I was literally but it still gives you a spot anyway.
Fuck. Fuck. Are you fucking serious? This game sucks.
Why don't you level up your old screen?
Extra move?
So give me a green one. Give me a one.
What the absolute fuck?
I hate to do that.
Fuck you.
I hate I wonder what's gonna happen.
You're done.
Because I'm the West Side pimp and I'm the East Side gangster. I'm a East Side gangster and the West Side pimp. Dog, this game is exhausting. It's fun as fuck though. I'm good. I'll play one more, but I have to use the restroom. Is that okay? Oh man, I got a dream snake, son. Oh boy. All right, pimp. Final game.
You're up, pimp. We're waiting on you. Are you just J-Orn? Are you just J-Orn? Are you just J-Orn? Yo, pimp.
Does it take a long time to pee?
Yeah, it does. I had to wash my hands and stuff.
No, because of your giant penile gland, it takes a long
Word, dog. I'm starting, finally.
going down the Amazon.
Hey, look, the thing is different.
Why are they blue? Why are they blueberries now?
Oh, good move, dude. That was baller.
Obvious, literally obvious. That's what I
Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Dude, fuck you, man.
they're on the green one.
Hey, look at the scoreboard. Who's the champion overall? GG Pimp. I could play this game all night. It's very fun. We've got a new game now. I've been trying to. I mean, it's 1:08, so it's still pretty late. Are you proud of the way you played today? Let's go through. Basketball, you won a game in a three-person round. That was good. Bowling, you are still winless. Literati, you're still winless. The word box thing, you're still winless. Match Monsters is an amazing game, and you do okay at it. Go. I think earlier Go you did well. Um, that one with the boxes you did well at. Um, Mini golf you did well at. Archery you won one, I think. Maybe two, but you lost a bunch too. Carom you did okay. Um, Skee ball we did not play. Um, you're doing okay, man. I mean, when are you gonna play the Olympics again? Yep, but we have to. You have to tell me, hey, we're doing the Olympics, because then we'll keep track of the games. All right, big dog. Sweet dreams. Come back tomorrow or tonight. Zoot will be here in a little bit. Peace out, Girl Scout. Good games. GG Pimp. Get good.
This time see my shoe collection. You know, folks love nice shoes. Everybody got their Dogs and their whatever. I like to custom make. What? I got my own sweatshop, nigga. I got these niggas working 15 hours. Can't tell by now. I like to think about things. It's fun. It's fun. You know what I mean? Like I just like totally theoretical.
Look at this move.
And I can't prove any of that. But when I think about evolution, one of the first things that's striking to me is how on earth, well, first of all, consciousness is a big problem. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, but how on earth did we, as the beings that we are, or we could take any being on earth and use it as an example, how do we go through, how many millions, or do some say billions, of years, not generations, but life, yeah. Notice life, how long ago did life first appear on earth? So I think single-cell organisms, it's like, yeah, no, 3 billion years. Now, what I'm about to do here is I'm about to apply some country boy logic here. There goes. It's 3.5 billion years. 3.5 billion years from life to what we are as beings now. Now, look, are you ready for this country boy logic? I love it. How on earth if we go through 3.5 billion years of evolution and being shaped by our environment? And here we are after 3.5 billion years, and we can't stay around for more than about 75 years, and every around us can kill us. Like, if I think about that, again, country boy logic here, if I think a 3.5 billion year long process of an organism being shaped by its environment, I would like to hope it would produce something a little better. Well, I think what we are today, what it's produced is pretty fucking extraordinary in comparison to all the other animals. In humans, nothing is even close. Like, then you have to think of how long humans have been around this long. These Rothschild'S, they believe that somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 500,000 years, based on the fossil evidence, it could go further or back. It can go further back eventually. I probably figure it's like 6 or 7, but there's a timeline. There's a timeline when Homo sapiens existed and when they didn't exist before. And then there's a bunch of different forms of human. There's a bunch of different hominids, there's Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, there's a ton of them. So what we've been able to achieve in this, very, relatively speaking, when you think about 3.5 billion, which is a number that you can't really comprehend, you say it, but I agree, it's too big. It's too big to go around your head. Think about the behavior characteristics that you can breed into your dogs in a short period of time. Now I heartily agree and believe in adaptation. Heartily agree in different forms, and drastically different forms of human. It's just dogs. Just look at dogs. Your dog came from a wolf. Okay? I have 2 dogs. I have a golden retriever and I have a spaniel and soul dog that we just got. And both of them also descended from wolves. And ridiculous. They have 0 killer instincts. But the squirrels, my dog Marshall kills squirrels. And turtles. But he's not a wolf. Now, he's some sort of a new thing that we've created through selection and breeding, and it's forced out of nature. Over time, it's a totally different animal, just like we are. We are a totally different animal than Neanderthal, totally different animal than ancient man. We're just different. We're different, so we go, and especially if you go way back to Australia, Piscine, all these different animals that stuff, different hominids that were very primitive, much more ape-like than us. There's a path. You can see it. It's like there's a lot of mysteries. The big one is the doubling of the human brain over a period of 2 million years. That's a crazy one. One of the things that I always wonder when you're reading, particularly in really old texts, when it gets into the Dead Sea Scrolls, when it gets into the Old Testament, and even stuff that's before that, it's like, what were they trying to remember? Because you got to remember, before this stuff was even written down, it was in world history for about 1,000 years. What was the original story? And that's where I think the truth is. I think there's truth. I don't think these people were making up myths and fairy tales. I think that's a silly way to think about it. I think it's much more likely that some immense events that happened over the course of human history, and
documented with whatever limited ability to express themselves that they have at times. There's something there. It's just the problem I always have with all religions is man, the tongue of man is human beings and our desire to we use hyperbole, we exaggerate, we change times, we change things, we write things that make ourselves look better than we should. History is written by the winners. It's very difficult to know what was the genesis of it, what was the original thing that they were trying to write down. But I think there's truth in the original thing.
But you're headed in the right direction. When you said the problem you always have is with man,
Yes.
man is indeed a problem, my friend.
Yes.
You are headed down the right path, man.
Well, we are the problem, but we're also seeking solutions. People like you, people like me, people that want to be better people. There's a lot of people that are listening to this. People that want a better world, they want a better society, and they recognize that there's certain things that you can do both to change your life and to inspire others. Like there's a reason for those instincts. They're not necessarily even self-serving. A lot of them are community serving. And that's in a way self-serving because the more healthy your community is, the better you'll feel, the better your life will be. There's reward systems that are built into our tribal nature. And there's a lot of good to that. And I think, like I said before, like if you do follow teachings of Jesus Christ, you will have a better life. If you believe it, you will, and you live by it, you will have a better life. But there's that weird jump that you have to make, right? There's the weird jump where you have to abandon this critical thinking and logical mind and accept that there's an extreme value in living this way. And it hasn't been around for all these years by accident. And I really do believe that at the origins, and I just wish we could know. We can hear it. Like that's the frustrating thing about it. This is all really the word of God. Like, hey, come on, give us a refresher course. Maybe we're not bad. We just need to know.
I'll tell you what, John, I should just let you talk about that podcast, man, because you are so good. And just summing stuff up and getting to the root of questions and things, like you talked about that whole that transition from just like living it out to have a better life to all of a sudden like placing your entire hope in this message of the gospel. Like that's that transition that I was talking about that you can't choose. You know what I mean? Like you're summarizing all of this so well, man. It's interesting to me too that the Almighty has these plans for each of us, His sons and daughters, and He leads us each along this path to the ultimate revelation that we are searching for. But every path looks different, and it's so interesting to me to get to hear you speak this way because He led me along this path that involved this spiritual warfare. That was a warrior. Like I understood warfare. I understood encountering an enemy. And that's the story I told you. He kind of led me to this ultimate revelation and to this regeneration along the lines of that. I have to believe that, and I have to hope that He is leading you along this path, specifically the way you're experiencing it, because that's how your mind works, man. Like you're a master. You are intelligent. You understand things. You want things to be somewhat logical and orderly, and like the Shroud of Turin thing, or any of these other artifacts or the Dead Sea Scrolls or something like I can do without knowing about all of it just fine. But according to the way the Almighty made you, maybe you can't do without all that stuff and be just fine because you're different than me. You know what I mean? So I want you, man, to say sounds so weird because we just met. But like, I want you, man, to be confident in the direction that you're going with the questions that you ask and the way that you search. Because it's beautiful, man. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's beautiful. I'm blessed with the time. I'm blessed with the time to talk to things. You know, that is a very big blessing there. Because if you're too busy and your life is too overwhelmed with obligations, and I have a lot of them, but fortunately for me, a lot of my job gives me time to think. You know, a lot of what I do, and a lot of these conversations give me time to think. And talking to different people with different perspectives, different life experiences, and what they're trying to figure out. Because we're all trying to figure out what is the purpose of this, what am I doing here? And some of the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people that I know have no belief system. Some of the most miserable, anxiety-driven people that I know are atheists. And some of the most angry and bitter and attacking and condescending and atheists. And I'm a Christian. Yeah, well, there's a lot of Christians that way too. Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims that way. There's a lot of Buddhists that way. There's a lot of people that are bullshit. And that's, you know, that's with everything. Like you can get a good plumber, you can get a terrible plumber. You know, it's just how human beings vary considerably. There's a philosopher that Martin Luther was in his book, The Bondage of the Will. And this philosopher says, you can make anything out of anything. And he's talking about scripture. And you can take the Holy Scriptures and you can make anything out of it that you want to make out of it. Whether you want to interpret it, yes, sir. You can make anything out of anything. And that's where we have these issues. You know, people love to point out the hypocrisy in the body of Christ, the visible church, Christians, people who proclaim to be Christians, the hypocrisy of Christians. And I would agree with you 100%. There is a lot of hypocrisy, and a lot of what the visible church does is makes what they want to make out of the scriptures in order to control people. I mean, that's like huge, man. Yeah, and these are also the issue of megapastors. Yeah, you know, when you think about Rockstar, you think about someone who's selling out an arena, right? You think about a preacher, you think about like a Joel Osteen type character, unfortunately, because they're more popular than any of the other ones. And so that's it's on the far spectrum, fringe figure. You know, Rolls Royces, private jets, expensive suits, all of it's bogus. None of it makes any sense. None of it seems remotely Christian, right? To amass billions of dollars in enormous plots of land and have huge houses, and you're flying around in $65 million planes. You gotta watch this dude, Jesse Duplantis. Is he coming? Oh no, he's like a mega preacher, but dude, he's gonna watch video on this dude. But obviously off the charts. Oh my god. You know, that's how Kinnison started. One of the greatest comedians, if not the greatest of all time, Sam Kinnison, started out as a tent preacher. Well, you know, when people like to point out the hypocrisy of Christians, like, I get what you're saying, man, like, and how religion is used to control people. In some way, you can make it with some anything. But here's the thing, here's how I would respond to you as a Christian. Yes, you're right, I am a hypocrite. I am a liar. I'm a cheater. Now, I'm not really a thief per se. I don't steal. I covet people, the things that they have, the things of this world. I hate. I do all of those things. That's the point. Like, in that realization of who I am, that revelation is the foundation of my clinging to Christ's throne. I see what you're saying. fire. But when I do those things now, the difference is my response to them. So, like, I told you how wicked I used to be. You know, used to be, if I had an argument with my wife, you know, maybe I was rushing out the door and maybe I yelled at my wife. And I went out and got my truck and went to work. The rest of the day, I would be justifying my yelling at my wife. She deserved to be yelled at. Screw her, man. Like, she's in the wrong. Now, when I do those things, I yell at my wife and walk out the door. It's the same thing that I did before, but I do it now, and I get in my car, and it crushes me, dude. I can't believe I just did the thing that I know I don't want to do, but I did it anyways. It's my response to those things. The most, I think, accurate way or picture to describe this. Remember I told you I woke up the next day and like my desires had changed? The most accurate way I've heard this described is if you had 2 plates of food. You had a plate of the finest food, and then you had a bucket of garbage. You turn a pig loose into the room. The pig is going to go and stick his head in that bucket of garbage and eat that garbage before he eats the food off of that fine plate. Because he likes the smell of garbage. He's attracted to the taste and the smell of that garbage. We have pigs in the house. Like, that's what he would do. He would go eat the garbage before he ate the good stuff. And so, that pig, he's eating that garbage, and there's this good stuff right here next to him. And he's not even ashamed that he's eating that garbage, because he's a pig. If you had the power to snap your fingers and to turn that pig into a man, that man would then lift his head out of that garbage, and he would look around him, and he would be ashamed that he had been eating that garbage. And he would depart from that garbage and go to the finer food. Right? That's what he would do. That's the transition that I tried to describe to you earlier, how it changed overnight. It was like, I no longer desired garbage more than I desired to find things that the Lord has offered to me. My desires changed, right? I see what you're saying. But we still go back. Like, there's a remnant of that pig in us. And every now and then we want to go back and get that garbage, but we're ashamed. We don't want anybody to say ashamed, and it upsets our stomach, and we respond to it differently. And that's kind of the change, and then tying this all back into why are Christians critical? They say they preach all this stuff, but as a preacher or as a teacher, the closer you preach the true, literal word of Scripture in terms of standards, the closer you get to that standard that's portrayed by Scripture, the more of a hypocrite you are going to become. Because you can't meet it. Sometimes what you're saying, though, this is what I was getting at. What you're saying is one of the best examples of the power of being a Christian. What I'm talking about is the general perception of people on the outside that don't maybe hang out mostly in secular circles. Maybe they have a bunch of friends that are atheists. They see religion as this big scam. And because the most popular versions of religion for a long time is televised religion. When you think about people's exposure that aren't religious to religion, what do they hear about scandals? They hear about the pedophilia in the Catholic Church. They hear about money that's being inappropriately spent. So the versions that they get are like, oh, this is just people, because this has always been this a misconception, or at least a narrative that's pushed out, and that's for dull-minded people. It's for dull-minded people that can't make sense of the world. It's too much confusion to them, so they need structure, which is totally in alignment with the whole trend that this cross thing is foolishness. Like, I understand, right? I mean, the fact that you do makes it much more palatable for people to what you were saying makes more sense to people, because, like, okay, he's addressing these feelings that I have too. Yeah, I mean, you read, and I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 2, the Apostle Paul is writing, like, hey, I didn't come to you with these wise words, like, trying to convince you of anything. I simply have preached to you this gospel. And notice that not many of you who are considered wise, like, were able to believe this, because it's literally foolishness, until you're made alive. And it's funny, it was by the Almighty's sovereign, immutable will that He chose the cross as to be the story of redemption for man. It's funny that He chose the cross, and He did it for His own good pleasure. He chose to destroy the wisdom of man by a message that is seemingly foolish. It's so backwards. He chose to destroy man's wisdom, our natural man's wisdom, right? All the great things that man has done and known and discovered. He chose to destroy all of that by this foolish message of the cross. Because man, in his wisdom, did not know God when He came here in the body in the person of Jesus Christ. They actually killed Him. They said, "I want to destroy y'all's natural wisdom with this message of foolishness." Kind of comedic. So if it really did happen, it's the most bizarre way to get a message wrong. It's the most bizarre way that you could ever, like, literally even imagine, man. No, and imagine you trying to pull your experiences with whatever you encountered in those barracks, and people hear of it. It's the problem with unique experiences that are completely outside of the norm. Well, what's more outside of the norm? The resurrection of Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ being actually the Son of God. Like, imagine trying to explain that to people. They're like, what are you talking about? There's this guy, his name's Jesus. Like, shut the fuck up. You're doing a multi-level marketing scheme. Like, what are you talking about? This guy got money from you? Like, what's this guy? He's got fucking your wife? Like, what's going on? No, man. It's not like that. Like, right. But if it really is true, you would be stuck. You'd be stuck with this story. And you can't leave that part out. No, you're commanded to tell the entire story. So you have this conundrum. Right, this is part going to sound crazy, but something I will. It's the most fascinating thing of it, but I always tell people, look all that, look at it, but also know that if you live that way, and if you believe that, and if you follow those teachings, you will have a better life. There's something to it. There's a reason why people have been doing it. There's a reason why true Christians are some of the nicest, most compassionate, friendliest, charitable people you'll ever meet. There's something to it. There's something to it. There's the origin of it all. There's truth in the origin of it all. It's just trying to figure out what it means. And then the translations, even the translations in English that you're reading, the way they communicate is so different than the way we communicate today. So you have to realize, like, the evolution of human discourse over thousands of years, the way we phrase things, the way we describe things, the way we talk about things, is all very different. So you have to get scholars who understand the original way they talked about these things, and why did they say a phrase this way? What is the meaning of it? And it's so good that we have men and women who have dedicated their entire lives to that
You
job.
follow that Wesley
Oh,
Huff?
yeah.
He's fantastic.
Man, I'm so thankful for men like him. R.C. Sproul is one that I love to read. His stuff. He's passed now. Martin Luther, of course, is another one. But I mean, because you think about me, I spend the day reading scripture, 2 hours a day, maybe, sometimes 3. Like I'm never going to become the expert. Right. You just spend an hour a day or 2 hours a day doing anything. You're never going to become the expert. You'll be proficient. Yeah, you'll be able to kind of know your way around it. But the stuff that you're talking about knowing, which is stuff worth knowing, that's the meat that we can consume. Also, when you're talking about the Old Testament and the New Testament, you put the two of them together, you deal with thousands of pages. Yeah, thousands of pages of very confusing scripture. Where some of it you're reading, you have to read it 3 or 4 times, and you just gotta go, okay, what exactly is he trying to say? Because you have to figure out how it fits with the rest of it. Yes. Because you can read it in a way, and you're like, this is contradictory. If scripture is contradictory, it is not from God. Like it cannot, by nature of what we know about the nature of the Almighty, what's revealed in Scripture to us just about His nature, His attributes, right? It's one of my favorite things to study, the attributes of the Almighty, which we cannot even begin to grasp the fullness of. But some of His attributes have been revealed to us, and so if that is His word, it cannot contradict Himself, because that would go against what we know of as who He is. But sometimes it does. Seemingly, and again, this is probably the interpretation of man. And this is where it gets problematic. It is ultimately fascinating that you have something like the Book of Isaiah, where they found an older version that they didn't even know existed. It turns out to be 1,000 years older, and it's very fascinating, right? It is. But before that got written down, they talked about it for a long time. And so few people could write things down, and so few people could read. That's where it gets weird. But I think ultimately, behind it all, they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to tell a fantastic story. And I think ultimately, too, something you could add to that, Joe, is if what I'm saying is correct in terms of what I believe about Scripture, ultimately there has also to be some divine influence over the preservation of those Scriptures. It's the only way, right? It would be the only way for the Scriptures in their original language to be truly the Word, the Almighty, to man, the complete revelation of the Almighty to man. Like, there has to be some divine influence for that to happen, right? But then you go back to the origins of what was that? What was that divine influence? Yeah, what were the experiences? Was it a conquest? Was it a con? How did it? We like to you like to kind of and then here's another thing, man. It all involves faith. It does involve an aspect of faith, like because we look at the letters in the New Testament, who were mostly written by the Apostle Paul, and the only way that we can trust that, okay, this is the literal message from God to us, but it's coming through a man. Like, how does that happen? But we have to believe that, again, the Almighty is influencing man through the power of His Spirit in the man to write the things that the man wrote. It's like that. That's why this belief in the Holy Spirit and the believer actually being possessed with the Spirit of God is so essential. Like, it has to be that way. Or else the Apostle Apostle Paul's writing his opinions, or he's writing based off of his experience. You know, you can take it all the way back. What did Pilate say to Jesus? What is truth? Well, you know, what's like truth? I don't even know that truth can come from man alone, because everything that we have experienced is so influenced by our upbringing, by our perspective, by our memory, by so many factors. That's why I hate seeing these guys, these former military guys attacking each other, man. About he did this, he did that, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. I mean, some guys might flat out be, you know, telling us a fib. You know, I get that, right? You know, that's not good. Man, so many people are recounting experiences that they've had in their life, in their service, and whatever it may be. And like all of that is shaped by their unique perspective and the way that their mind works. And, you know, it's like I can't attack a tombstone. I can't attack a dude for that. You know what I mean? So if we're saying that the Bible is truly the perfect revelation of God to man, then we have to understand that the source of that, all of that, did not come from man. In some way, it was wrong by God through him. If that makes sense, it does make sense. That is the ultimate truth where it all started from. It's just trying to sift through the tongue of man to get to whatever that truth is. And then this thing that will ultimately, I mean, unless some insane technology comes about, we'll never know. We'll never be able to go back in time and figure that out. That's a problem, man. It's an issue. You know, I talked to my buddy about that while I was sitting there with him. You know, as he was passing away, and Scripture describes when you leave your physical body on earth, you know, your spirit basically goes into the presence of the Almighty. But in that state, you're unclothed, and you don't want to be unclothed. And like I'm having all these. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, man, I forgot the original question, but it was pertaining to some conversation I had with him. Well, you were talking with him about this sort of leap of faith that you have to make. Oh yeah, okay, that's what I was talking to him about. I was like, right now, Mr. Don, there is an element of faith in what you believe, like, and that's a problem. Like it's hard to explain that. It's hard. That's a problem. But when you leave here, like you're no longer going to have to live by faith. Like once you get there, you're gonna know you made it. Like it's all. But it goes back to what you were saying. Like we'll never know. There's always going to be an element of faith in what we believe. Like there has to be, as it pertains to things of God. There's always going to be a certain element of faith. That very faith is a gift that the Lord gives to His elect. The ability to believe. Like that is the gift. That element of faith. That's the gift that I treasure more than anything else that I have in my life. But it's still time. Remember I told you I have doubts sometimes? Of course, that's where a skeptical person steps in and says, well, this is ridiculous. It's all based on you have to believe in faith because logically it doesn't make any sense. And so this is the problem with that is that you're making this assumption that the human mind is flawless and that it can perceive truth regardless of learned experiences, regardless of what you know before. You can see truth even if it's a completely unique thing. You can know that doesn't exist. Like there's no way you know. And if it is a puzzle, what greater puzzle than you have to believe something that defies
such belief in the resurrection of a human being. That seems more logical. That seems more plausible. People live, people die, people come back to life. I'll buy that more than the entire universe is smaller than the head of a pin. But through no process that anybody's adequately explained, becomes everything. And maybe it's a continual process that happens over and over and over again.
Well, you like looking at all this stuff. My wife sent me a YouTube video or something the other day. Apparently they saw something with one of these telescopes or something. They look into the cosmos and it's completely like destroyed all their evidence. The theology behind the Big Bang.
Yes, James Webb telescope. Yeah, they're finding. They think that some of what they were interpreting as the initial signals of the Big Bang were not that. Not only that, but the origin of the birth of the universe is far older than they think it was, because they're finding galaxies that are far too large and formed, that are so far away that they would have had to form far quicker than they thought was possible from the moment of the Big Bang time. So this is extended in some people's eyes the birth of the universe to 22 plus billion years old instead of 13.7 whatever it is. So they think it's possibly, but then there's also questions like the Big Bang itself might not be correct. You might be just interpreting the signals of this part of the space, part of the universe we just can't see yet. So we don't have the ability to see further than what the James Webb telescope can do. So as we develop better and better tools, with each iteration, you're going to have a much deeper understanding of the vastness of the universe itself, which may ultimately be infinite. And Roger Penrose thinks that not only was there not just a Big Bang, that there's a continual cycle of these things that happen for eternity. There's never been a beginning. Wrap your mind around that. Because what I think in terms of our own personal biological limitations, we have a birth, we have a death. What was the birth of the universe? Well, why? Why? Because we have this tiny little lifespan of 100 years.
Even when we try to interpret things about Scripture, we think about, we almost always put time constraints. Like, how do you think without the constraints of time, like in your mind? You know what I mean? Freaking wild.
Time gets real weird when we get to the Old Testament. Like, how old was Noah?
Well, yeah, like, what is that? They lived a long time. That kind of goes along with my theory of at the fall of man, that literally marring man's genetic code, and how that has just kind of progressively gotten worse over time.
It's possible, but it's also possible that their interpretation of time is different, because they didn't understand what they considered a year was not what we're talking about. We're talking about completely different. That we have such a limited understanding just of human civilization. I mean, there's new findings constantly that are completely throwing a monkey wrench into the timeline of human history. And some of the biggest ones are happening in Egypt now, where they're finding structures underneath through tomography through the use of satellites. They're finding these structures underneath the pyramids that go down 2 kilometers deep. Very controversial stuff, but they've repeated it over and over again. There's these cylinders, there's coils that seem to be wrapped around these cylinders. They're hundreds of meters deep, and then there's more structures underneath there. Like, well, what is this? Who made this? Like, explaining the pyramids themselves is impossible. They try, they pretend. People are just smarter than you think. Okay, maybe. But also crazy that you've got this fucking thing that's 17 acres in its footprint, 2,300,000 stones. Some of them cut from a quarry 500 miles away, placed hundreds of feet in the ceiling. Some of them are 50 plus tons. They've moved into these positions, cut perfectly. You can even a razor blade in between them, set to perfect north, south, east, and west. And now you find out there's structures underneath them that might go down 2 kilometers. We might have a completely fucked up understanding of human history. It's very likely we do.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation around. I'm sure you had somebody on to talk about this period of human history in Scripture where it talks about some sort of hybrid race, men of renown, special knowledge, and it would seem that something like that, when you look at the example and all of the stuff you just talked about with the pyramids, they were getting special knowledge. There was something from some source. I don't know. So let's just say we can't understand it, man. Well, we don't, unfortunately, because the brain is much of an understanding of what was going on. But what they did accomplish that's still there today just baffles the greatest human minds. What I love about you is you're not afraid to ask these questions, man. And what you're doing here on the show, it's like you're not afraid to dig into anything. Well, you should be afraid of the questions. No one should be. But a lot of people's pride, like people from, I'm kind of asking these questions. I mean, well, people take themselves seriously. I take myself very seriously. And I also am married to my ideas. My ideas are just ideas. And they're not mine. They're just ideas, and I'll entertain those ideas. But if they're wrong, I'll say, I thought that's wrong. I thought this is why I thought that. This is what it turns out it is. And I think if you can do that, you'll have a healthier perspective. Just ask questions. Don't be afraid to sound foolish. Because there's probably a reason why you want to ask that question. And maybe it's a logical answer. It'll make you seem foolish for asking the question. Like, oh, okay, now I get it. Maybe not. And there's a lot of assumptions that people cling to. Boy, we found out a lot about that during COVID. There's a lot of shit that people just believe wholeheartedly that's 100% not true. And you'll yell at people about it, you'll fucking change people's lives, and you'll treat people like plague rats, and it's 100%, you're 100% incorrect. And you've based your entire identity on this information that's 100% incorrect. And then, years later, you're still justifying it because your ego won't allow you to admit that you are incorrect. You had made false assumptions, you had gone down the wrong way of thinking, and here you are, stuck with this undeniable truth that's right in front of your face. You were fucking wrong. You were wrong. You got played. You can't trust the government. You can't trust the pharmaceutical drug companies. You can't trust anybody that's making a profit off of you. There it is right in front of your face. And that's the problem with taking yourself too seriously. That's a problem with being married to your ideas. It's a problem with always wanting to be right and always wanting to sound intelligent. It's so good. Joe, this is so impactful for me to hear you say that because I've shared this with you, of course. I've told a few of my close buddies and friends that I was coming on the show today to have a conversation with you. And it's amazing people's response when you tell them that you're going to come and sit down to the mighty Joe King, the most powerful man on the internet. I've heard you call him. Don't be offended by it. That's okay. This is what people say. I had so many people tell me, now, Chad, when you go sit down with Joe, you better just stick to what you know. And I'm sitting here like, I don't know a whole lot. Like, when you really get down, like what you said, man, like you're not attached to your ideas, and they're not, a lot of times they're not even your ideas. They're just think about things deeply. You ask these questions, and when you live that way, you do come to the realization that, and there's very little that I actually know when we define the word or the idea of knowing something. And even Scripture tells any man that thinks he knows anything hasn't known as he ought to know. In other words, as soon as you think you have the answers to most things, you are totally backwards. You haven't known the ultimate form. I think one of the ultimate forms of knowledge or knowing is realizing that you really don't know much. And just funny that you talked about that. That was some of the advice I received. Well, if you only talk about the things you know, but the problem with that general as someone who's, I guess the big one was Fear Factor. I was the one that got me famous. What was I there? I was on the TV show before that. It was radio. It was a sitcom. Okay. I was on that. Before that, I was a stand-up comedian. And, my trajectory has been very slow, which is good. It's healthier for you. You get it better. Like, you can deal with it. Because the worst thing that ever happens is like a 20-year-old kid becomes super famous. You're just fucked. You're fucked. You're gonna be off the rails. It's just too weird. The world is a totally different place. Everybody knows who you are where you go. Everyone around you needs you. So you have all these talking heads around you that are kissing your ass. Your perception of the world is completely distorted. You never had to truly develop your character. You've got untold wealth. In your teens, like no child stars ever make it out of this normal. It's like something where you mix it wrong. There's not enough waters, not enough sand, whatever it is. The formulation's wrong. You never gotta fix it. You gotta fix it after the fact. It's already worked. And that's tragic. But to get famous slowly, as long as you're always working on your character. And one of the things that will keep you sane when you're going through fame in particular is voluntary adversity. Like, particularly working out. Man, that's good, but I can relate to that. Oh, yeah, I know you're big into ultra running. That kind of voluntary adversity. So I took up jiu-jitsu recently, too, right? I like watching it's fucking tiring, huh? I'm a guy with the kind of dudes that you have is amazing how tired you are from raw. Man. Jiu-jitsu's humiliating. It's humbling. It's it. But there's a lot of power in that humbling. It makes the rest of life so much easier. It really does. Jiu-jitsu is a huge factor in my sanity and my ability to stay sane through everything. Because I'm getting humbled all the time. I'm exhausted all the time. Dudes are strangling me all the time. It's like you just so that kind of conflict was so overwhelming, but yet also positive. And it helped me so much with character development, my understanding of myself, and what I was able to accomplish hard enough. It allows you to navigate through the weird waters of fame so much easier. That's really impactful to hear you say that too, because I think that is and has been my exact same experience. I've been kind of living for the last 5 years now. It's been kind of, but again, it kind of went big there for like within 2 years. The YouTube and stuff blew up to the point that I'm nowhere, obviously, on the level that you experience in your life, but you can't go out in public without somebody noticing. You're at the level where I know you are. And all these comments and all this stuff, you know what I mean? But continuously choosing to do these challenges, like I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it. Like the Yukon race, the Yukon 1000, we didn't finish that. We went 435 miles, and David started having circulation issues all the body because he's paralyzed. Blood doesn't flow very well, and like his leg is usually the size just of his femur, part of his bones. And by the third day, his legs were the same size as my legs. And he started to develop these pressure sores on his butt, which is very, very dangerous for people who are paralyzed just from sitting in that kayak for 18 hours a day. But like, we didn't complete that. But we were out there, like truly in wilderness, like struggling against not only the miles but just the environment. Like, I love to hear all these people talk about Mother Earth. It's like Mother Earth will make you kill you. You're talking the experience, the struggle, it's brutal, man. Like 120, 130-mile days, 18-hour days in this kayak, you're getting 3 hours of sleep and having to cook all your food, dude, and it's all self-contained. But like I come out the other end of that, man, I'm just like so dialed in, dude. And without those experiences, I agree with you 100%, man. I think all men need long-term. I might, yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why people are so filled with anxiety and depression. I think you need to challenge yourself all the time. And I think it needs to be physical. I think it's not just a mental thing. I think it's a physical challenge. I think it's a very important part for maintaining sanity. It is for me, for sure. I have to have something, on the micro level daily. On the macro level, I have to have maybe 2 things, big things a year that I look at and I'm like, I don't know if I can actually finish that. You know what I mean? And then it forces me to train, to learn, to prepare, to plan. That's when you get, if we want to move toward mental toughness and how this kind of keeps you going through life, like that's where all the mental toughness is really built, is through the training process. Like on race day, you shouldn't be getting any more mentally tough on race day, you know what I mean? Yeah, but your brain is just a muscle like any other muscle. In my experience, it's if you stop exercising it, if people want to act like there are people out there, maybe like me or like David Goggins or these people that have become so mentally tough that like we're just good. Like we should be able to show up anywhere, anytime, and perform and just crush everyone. That's not how it works. Like every one of us, we have to prepare and train day in and day out, and go through the process in order to perform. That's a never-ending thing. But people want to believe that you can just become mentally tough and then possess that and perform for the rest of your life. They want to believe that because they don't want to do the work that's required to actually perform at a high level. It's almost like an out, that people want to take or believe. Listen, man, I'm glad you're out there. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you coming in and doing the show. And 307 Project is on YouTube. Are you on anything else? Just 307project.com. If you want to come train with us, I mean, that's my passion in life is not only my faith, but teaching. And everything that we do is we have training exercises, once a month or something. And I'm out there with you, suffering with you. And go check it out if you want to come out and jump. Man, I can't thank you enough for your generosity. There's many times during that conversation that you could have made me look like a fool. And you had a lot of grace on that. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you very much. The Joe Rogan Experience. My day, Joe Rogan Podcast, my night, all day. It's great to see you. It's great to be here. How did you meet Paul Stevens? Introduce me to you. How'd you meet Paul? Yeah. So I was aware of Paul for quite some time. And this past psychedelic science, I was shadowing people and working to help people that went to the conference feel safe, just because they like the nature of the environment that they're in now. So psychedelic science had a lot of Jewish practitioners, Palestinian practitioners, Arab practitioners. So there was a lot of education around sensitive topics happening. I was invited just to be to help prepare what they were. Many protests building up. Science 2023, there was a situation where when Rick Doblin was on stage, a group came in and disrupted his presentation. They weren't allowed on stage to speak. Right? But that's a type of disruption, right? And it should be handled carefully. And Rick handled it like a master. What did he do? He made space for them.
Was that the way to do it?
Well, it depends. There's a time and a place, right? And I think Psychedelic Science 2025, they did a wonderful job hearing all the groups that wanted to be there and allowing them to have space to speak. Why aren't you learning the time when you're at? So I am currently a law enforcement professional at the rank of lieutenant. Out of Massachusetts. I've been in law enforcement. My accent is so that's been about 15 years. I'm also a therapist. I trained psychedelic assisted therapists. And I believe a lot of people are the first law enforcement professional who got a religious exemption at the place for analysis and theology. So how did your journey of being a law enforcement professional to someone who's involved in psychedelic take place? Yeah. I think I'm going to have to go back and short cut for that. So I went to a little high school in Massachusetts. When I graduated there, I was slightly accepted to Northeastern University. So I go into Northeastern University in my 20s, and they asked you to do I think it was what they teach. I was like, what sounds like college, right? I get to know myself, figure things out. Such a and also on the top of any of that, so when I meet my grants wrestling members, I wasn't getting out of it. So I take philosophy, I take religion class, and eventually I take so many of those classes. I graduated with an undergraduate degree in religion and philosophy. And he this particular design is so I'm a seeker. At that time, very important. College was a co-op with that school. So I go to school for 6 months. And my honestly, I was able to get events rather than co-op advisor. I need to be a security guard. Inside Abraham in Boston. And my co-op also have a medieval manuscript. So 5-year program. I'm studying religion and I'm working as a security guard in the 90s. Kind of strange with the round symbol in Boston. So on that are actually described in the biblical text for next decades. So the biblical text is very clear. I started working when it's high testing units and alcohol. But this drawing is a medieval manuscript. My mom is clear that his opinion is that they should be straight. Other authorities from that period, however, left either ambiguous or sided with the rounded arms. The evidence for rounded arms are significant. They're saying hi and smile. Well, high-fiving each other. They're hugging each other. I had that in my head. The Arch of Cephas was a ceremonial arch constructed in the late 1st century under the Emperor Domitian, and it was designed as a type of war propaganda or a typical officer rebels. On the inside of the arch, the bodily that actually present this is a carrying away of spoils. And the menorah is prominent in the here, clearly having round cheese. In conformity with the depiction that we have from Rick Cephas, who is a major historian of that period, what is as significant is the base of the menorah, which does not conform to other descriptions at all, but its efficacy against resistance. So the question is, do we rely on Josephus and representation of the menorah, which is historical to the left, or do we rely on medieval thinkers like Rothschild'S? So I go left. Well, if you look at some of the rest of the first century archaeological evidence, and in particular, I'm going to rely very heavily on research of 67% of people with trace resistance to PTSD had their PTSD launched into sustain their mission. But Professor Levine points to several other examples of gets that I'm a therapist too. And therapists think this is the best way to help become a psychedelic assistant therapist.
Our first two children were looking through the bars and whatsoever. My daughter, who was 2 years old at the time, actually slipped through the bars and went straight into the gym, looking into these
Just working from memory.
walking by.
It was a
You're
real
like, not sure what to do. Trying to get her up, but that's another story. Anyway, she got out. She was okay.
Psychedelic
Okay.
assistant
Anyways,
therapist.
what do we have in psychedelic?
Medicalizing a schedule of one substance. What?
And if you look at this image from
How is this even possible?
number 2 there, there's kind of a stag.
But the story
Below
gets
it,
even
there's
more
a
interesting.
boat. And then
He gives me his
number
card.
4
He
lists
says contact.
5 representations of
What the heck is going on
very
here at this
crude,
point?
obviously, but they
My
all
retired
really
chief.
have
What's going on with these people?
So
And Maps gets me into
say
one of the first
how this connects to the
NPA
neural
assistant therapist training.
it's reasonable to assume that the artist here is
on how to do
smart,
this methodology.
sometimes Jewish symbol,
So you
but
gotta
it's
know
also
what's going
difficult
on,
to say
right?
when exactly this was
When someone's on
described into the wall and whether or not the artist, I use that term, was actually familiar with these shapes.
Maps contacts me and says,
So let's
we
get
might
back
be
to
able to
this
get you to
example.
a federally sanctioned
We also
research
have a
protocol
coin that's like
as a healthy normal.
you're 37
So I'm an
for the
example of
common
healthy
track.
normal.
This is one of the things that the Hashmonai
Where you're
and
going to be
what
able
they
to experience
he had a good look at the
because they think that it's
and this
important for
particular point
therapists
also
to know what
represents
MDMA does.
arms for Nora and gently clear. And finally,
So
there are two other
I
examples.
really,
One,
I go back to my
wall
chief
decoration
message.
has a
Not only
stucco
do
etching
train
that
as
was
a
found
assistant
in
therapist now, because the
Upper
it
City,
matters to me,
right?
right? What are cops doing to themselves?
And it
They're blowing their heads up.
also portrays
Right.
gently
The suicide
clear.
rate in cops is 2 to 3
To wrap
times
this all up,
higher than rates.
don't know for certain.
More cops are
My
dying by
audience
suicide
offers one particular interpretation of Hanukkah menorahs, which has been followed by the Chabad tradition in particular. Others suggest the arms were rounded, and there is some archaeological evidence to suggest that that may be more accurate.
MDMA can help with
I
that.
hope you found this short video
I'd say
entertaining
we're
and
looking at
maybe
it.
a little bit
Suicide.
inspirational as you like your
First responders.
this year. I want to mention that I'm hoping to produce a series of videos on Jewish art and artists over the course of the next
You see,
month.
Joe, you see this, you've had guests on that talk about this. You see what the government allows when we're in that epidemic.
Italy, which is of course
Radical measures. Now, when it
this
comes
is
to
the
compounds, let's
website
get
to
to one.
learn more about the nuclear
What?
and there are several others.
It's
Absolutely fantastic. This
This is
particular
supposed to have no medical use
especially
whatsoever.
about the co-teaching
The
of
most
Rabbi
dangerous and
Edward Wright,
addictive of compounds.
is a medical doctor who is also
May
an
I
expert
say
in
something about that?
medical history, medical
It's a
ethics,
lie.
and many other areas. This particular news
Oh, it's certainly a lie.
and the accredited for those of you who use those
And
credits
I need
for your
everybody
professional life. And
because men and women are
again,
dying
we'll
and
see you in
suffering
this video.
at the level of an epidemic, and we're upholding a lie. I think the problem is politically, it's very difficult to say what you're saying if you or anyone who is running us or anyone who's currently seeking the election, right? Because it carries with this taboo, this narrative that has existed since the 1970s, that these are drugs that are ruining people's lives, and it's going to waste. You're just going to waste away. You're just escaping reality. They're for weak people. They're for losers and addicts. You couldn't have summed up the problem better. Nicely done. It's a public narrative that's out there that unfortunately it's going to take a long time to turn that battleship around. So I think what you're helping with is that I am asking for the politician who can't speak up to help make safety for those of us who either can or want to. I'm asking for their help because I'm active law enforcement, and I gotta tell you, Joe, we're muzzled. We're muzzled. Not only are our mouths shut, but our hearts are put in the cage. Like how so? answers is when a cop does something bad. That's right. Let me paint a picture based on what you just brought up. There's research out there that says the amount of critical incident exposure in the average law enforcement career is truly unbelievable. I've seen 200 murders, suicide, car accidents, BDN crushed. Yeah, 200. Most civilians have 5. Critical incidents send people's lives sideways. So, the first responder's nervous system is a carrier of trauma at a level unimaginable by most people, which is what you just brought into this conversation. And then, so you got the gasoline, right? You got the match. They fly off the handle and everyone acts surprised. How did that officer end up doing that? Because it's a known risk of the job. You know when we die? 5 to 10 years after retirement. That's a dirty little secret. So you strive to get to retirement. You carry the dark underbelly of society. And then you die 5 years after you get out. There's no time to wait. It's an unspoken trauma. It's an unspoken issue that, was really exacerbated during this whole defund push that was going on a few years back. And then you've got the demoralization, and the fact that these people will know shame, but then they all turn into villains. That's right. That's right. Makes it worse. Yeah. I work with some really caring young people, men and women, and the whole defund police was so hurtful. It was so hurtful. It hurt me watching them have to come to work and see them take the 911 calls for service and show up and do their best, following the rules to make sure that that family and that person is okay, and then come back and feel unappreciated and not understood. Not understood. Because we're used to political polls. And, openly by politicians who are still in office. So it's pretty disgusting. And just a short time, a complete lack of awareness of the difficulty of the job. Because if you're around cops, you know cops like it is, it's an insane job that you're asking people, just regular people, to go out and do on a daily basis. That's right. That's right. Don't know what's going to happen. Don't know who you're interacting with. Don't know if it's going to turn into a life-or-death situation. I see people try to paint the job as a normal job. It isn't. And someone's got to do it. Right? Someone's got to do it. Because it's inherently a part of human nature at times for confusion to come through, for misunderstanding that violence can happen. Someone has to show up. It's not a normal job. So, from your first introduction to this idea of psychedelic therapy, how long before you actually experience it, and how long before you actually help other people experience it? Okay, so take us through. So you find out about this and bring it to the department. Yeah, what was that like? Yeah. So it was very interesting. These were all ideas that weren't even on my radar until I met Rick at the Chiefs Police Conference. They get on my radar and they fire me up because this is what I want to do, right? Because of my history, I'm compelled to step in between warring parties and get them to stop. Okay, we can touch upon that if it fits into the conversation. And then MAPS is able to get me into this research protocol, and I'm able to get permission from my chief to experience MDMA. I have a mystical experience. On film. The segment when you can't make this up, when I take the blue pill, Morpheus analogy there. You don't want to listen to the right one. Yeah, the right one's okay, so
there, it's very clear that
it kind of makes sense about who the data was.
Christian origin. They were therefore not protected by the papers.
Is that really what they said?
Those papers are relatively strongly protected Christians. Any pagans or Jewish
They also kind of make sense.
were exempt
How do you
from protection of the church, and therefore would be explored with a lot more scientific research and unfortunately exploited as well.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible. Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost with Visible. You can have one-line wireless with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month for the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So, well, now you know. Switch today. Visible.com/Rob. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. They're also an issue with doing double-blind placebo-controlled studies because it's very clear what I'm taking the drug. That's right. That's right. So here's what I want to ask you about that. I want to ask science about that. Is that a problem with the power and logic of ideas that are about where science is?
Discovery of
What's perception?
they weren't known
Because obviously MDMA has profound impacts on soldiers of PTSD. The studies are very clear. Maps has done an amazing job explaining all that. But the problem is a perception issue. This drug is also used by people who are raves and wind up dying of heat exhaustion. You know, and people die because they hear they die of an overdose, but really they die of fentanyl because they're getting illegally sourced MDMA, which is probably not even really MDMA. A lot of times it's amphetamine, it's kind of fentanyl, there's a lot of other shit, and they wind up dying of overdose. That's right. Look, you bring up something called the challenge of accessing safe supply, you know, right? People need to track their drugs because the illicit supply is standardized. Isn't safe. The real barrier is the fact that it's harmful. That's right. The problem is there is a thing. And so when you have it and you make it illegal for people to access, what happens is outlaws step in. You get criminal organizations who sell it and they don't give a fuck about you. They're innocent. They're used to killing people. They're innocent. They don't mind poisoning you. They don't mind if they're selling you something that's totally not what you're trying to get. That's right. That's right. And you know what I love this? My promotional books studying to become surgeon. Really, yeah. They actually have an entire section on what prohibition of alcohol does. And nobody applies that to other substances. Exactly. It's kind of funny. It's kind of tragic, right? And here's the most important part. Why aren't officers allowed to talk about this? Why aren't working officers allowed to talk about the problems with the war on drugs and how it's being waged? Why? In America? Really? When you say you aren't allowed to, is it because it will hinder your career? I think so. Yeah. I think it's here. I think it's programming. You mentioned programming from the Nixon time until now, right? This is prohibited stuff we can't talk about anymore. Not only can't we talk about it, but we can't think about it because it's the behaviors and those behaviors are risky outcomes your career. Yes. Well, I think we're in a very unique time now where the door is open and not something that has been a narrative before. This narrative is very recent. This narrative, particularly among right-wing people, among conservative people, among disciplined people, hardworking, disciplined people, now they're realizing that this is a tool that's been denied us because of a corrupt government. A corrupt government that was seeking to silence the civil rights movement and the
I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for
which is really crazy. It's fucking crazy.
really
It's
looking
so
forward to
crazy
it.
because
I'm
we
going to
know
be
the
on that
facts
trip.
now.
Fabio,
No one
also
started it.
colleague
No
Rabbi
one's
Dr.
involved.
Edward Weiss,
We
does some
know the
fascinating stuff.
conversations that they
He was
had.
wonderful. I think structurally, he has to get credited for this, and I think that's really great.
It's
So
still
all
the
of the
same.
positions
The
that
corporate
are
narrative is still
so
drug
I hope
takers
you enjoyed the video.
disciplined
Thank you very much.
losers who are trying to escape reality, and I don't want my kids doing drugs. That same shit that you hear over and over and over again. That's right. That's right. It's crazy and extremely tragic. And let me take that narrative thread that you just brought in. Let's go all the way back to the times when the Spanish were colonizing this country. It was actually part of the program to destroy the medicine men and women, and medicine men and medicine women, wisdom keepers, which directly connects, I believe, to the war on drugs. So that's gone on forever, right? I mean, that's the Eleusinian mysteries. The Romans silenced that. As we go to Siberian shaman, the Romans, I mean, they were silenced by the powers that be in those days. It's just always been the case where people that take things that allow them to understand the methods of control that are being inflicted upon them and how to escape that. And then they get a bunch of other people that follow them and they don't want to listen to propaganda anymore. And then people go, hey, this is a real problem. What's the cause of this? Oh, it's these fucking dudes go to illnesses and they figure out life. We gotta stop that. That's right. Yeah, we gotta put a foot on that. And they spread all throughout the world to try to do it. There it is. They went to hide it. Let's bring that thread all the way to the present. I want to see if I can succeed at making this point. And it has now hijacked law enforcement. It has hijacked law enforcement. And it moves law enforcement away from protecting and serving life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and the First Amendment, religious expression, into industry interest profits. Without us even knowing it. I'm not pointing the finger at any one law enforcement professional. I'm challenging people to wake up to what's going on. Because when we kick in doors and arrest black and brown people for having a relationship with a plant like cannabis and charge them, put them in a cage and lock them up, and they weren't doing anything violent, we have to ask them, who is this hurting? And I'm here to tell you, it's hurting them and us, for sure. For sure, because anyone who's a law enforcement officer that's arresting someone for weed, they know that they're not doing anything good. Moral injury. Yeah, it's a moral injury on the person that's actually being forced to enforce those laws. That's right. That's right. Yeah, because you can't feel good about yourself. You're arresting some guy who's got an ounce of weed, he's sitting at home with his wife and chilling. That's crazy, and that went on for decades in this country. Decades. Well, it's still happening. Somewhere around 40 states have recreationalized or medicalized, so we still have work to do. And if you look at the Drug Policy Alliance, a few years back, we can look this up, we're still arresting hundreds of thousands of people, nonviolent marijuana. We're trying to go backwards in Texas. The lieutenant governor is trying to go backwards. He's against the legalization, and so they're trying to ban all THC products. It's completely inappropriate. It's not just inappropriate, it's funded. Okay, right? It's funded by the alcohol law. And they know that they're losing people from drinking alcohol. That's right. The numbers are already showing it. Yeah. They're building up to a collapse. People are going to get off the alcohol. They're not going to be able to rely on the profits to be the same. I agree with you. And then, you know what else? Cannabis is such a threat because it's a medicine that can help with such a broad array of symptoms and challenges. What a threat to pharma. Yeah, it's definitely that. It's one, I know, and it's not just a threat to pharma. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the original reason why it was outlawed. Yeah. Okay, remind me. William Randolph Hearst. So William Randolph Hearst. So if you go back to the 1930s when alcohol prohibition ended, you have a bunch of enforcement officers aren't doing anything anymore. Then you have William Randolph Hearst, and then there's a machine, an invention called the decorticator. And the decorticator allowed them to effectively process hemp fiber. Hemp was always a very difficult plant to process, and when Eli Whitney created the cotton gin, is that what it was? I think that's it. When they created the cotton gin, now cotton took over farming. So cannabis, hemp, the term cannabis, that was what canvas was. So all paintings, the first draft of the Declaration of Independence was made on hemp paper. It's a superior textile. It's a superior paper. It's a commodity. You can take an acre of land that you're using to grow trees on that you process into paper, and it'll take you years and years to regrow the trees in order to have the same amount of paper in that area. With hemp, it's instantaneous almost. It grows very quickly, and within a few months, you have these plants again. You harvest the stalks, you run it through the decorticator. So in 1930 something, cover of Popular Science magazine, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop, because of this invention. So this invention was going to, because hemp makes superior clothes. I have a hemp jujitsu gi that I got from this company called Tensor. It's fucking indestructible. My cotton gis, they rip apart all the time. You too, and then they tear, and you gotta find a new one, or you just show up in class with a fucked up gi, which a lot of people do. Hemp gis are way better. They're just far superior. Hemp paper, you grab it, you pull it, you tear it, you're like, this is crazy. It's so much stronger than regular paper. It's a superior product. So William Randolph Hearst, who didn't just own Hearst Publications, he didn't just own this news empire, he also owned paper mills. So he also owned forests that he was growing trees in. He recognized this threat from this new industry. And so to combat that threat, he starts putting out propaganda pieces. And then they coined the term marijuana. So marijuana was originally a slang term for wild Mexican tobacco. It had nothing to do with cannabis. Cannabis, which had been used for thousands of years, and hemp, which had been used for thousands of years. So then they started printing these stories that blacks and Mexicans were taking this new drug and raping white women. Then you have the Reefer Madness films and all these propaganda films that show young people taking a smoke of marijuana and losing their mind. So people act quickly and they pass laws, not even knowing that they're outlawing hemp, thinking that they're stopping this new drug, because most people are unaware of it. Clearly, this is a time before the internet, very difficult to access information and understand exactly what's going on. So they hoodwink the entire world. So Harry Anslinger, William Randolph Hearst, they all conspired to stop a commodity. And that's what hemp was. It had nothing to do with the psychoactive form of THC. It had everything to do with hemp as a commodity that was threatening to the businesses. Only just because, and to this day, you can make hemp cream. It's a superior building material. It's flame resistant, it's lighter, it's stronger, it lasts longer. You can build houses with it, you can make clothes with it. Hemp oil, hemp seeds. Not only are they good for you, they contain all the amino acids. It's a superior protein source. It's like hemp protein powder is fantastic for you. It's like really good stuff in so many different ways. And they put the kibosh on that in the 1930s. And that, 90 fucking years later, is still this anchor around our necks that we're carrying. It's still in place. And one asshole in the 1930s who didn't want to compete with hemp and had this incredible power because he owned yours. He started this all. That's right. I'm tracking. You ever seen that article? Pull up that article, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. It's wild to watch. Because this machine, this decorticator, before that, it was brutal back-breaking work to take the hemp fiber and break it down because it's such a durable plant. Like if you ever pick up a hemp stalk that was, this is a mammoth tusk, but this is heavy. But if you had a hemp stalk that was this size, it would be incredibly light, like balsa wood, but hard fornicator, and that's this new machine that they invented. And this is what it's all about. It has nothing to do with marijuana was a real problem. We were losing people. No, people have been smoking marijuana and taking marijuana in edible form, and the sadhus and taking hashish. People have been using it for thousands and thousands of years without problems. Can you abuse it? Oh, of course. You can abuse cheeseburgers too. I was just going to say, but I don't think you should shut down Burger King. You should be able to get a fucking cheeseburger if you want. And there's a lot of things that people can abuse. You can abuse every single thing. You can abuse cake. You can abuse everything. Human beings tend to abuse things. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to use it. It's like a hammer. You can build a house with a hammer, or you can hit yourself in the dick if you're fucking crazy. It doesn't mean we should outlaw hammers, right? There's a use for these things. And it requires discipline. And it requires an understanding of what the thing is. But when you turn that thing into a Schedule I substance, when everybody knows that's not true, especially when you have a Schedule I substance that is illegal, when there's things like alcohol that are totally legal, that I support, you should be able to drink. I don't want a bar. I don't care. I don't drink anymore, but I feel like you should be able to drink. I drank for most of my life. Drink if you want to. But it's not good for you, right? Right? It's a depressant. It's a carcinogen. And again, it's also fun, right? It's also fun. It's energy. Nitroglycerin's fun. But the point is, we need freedom. And you need the freedom to be able to explore these things and find out what's right for you and wrong for you. And you need the freedom to be able to run studies and get accurate information in terms of dosages and side effects and what sort of genetic issues that certain people might have that make them more inclined to get into alcohol or addicted to cannabis or whatever their issues, whether it's psychological or biological. We need to have information, and to put a blockade on this in the form of prohibition is stupid. And the fact that we're doing it in 2025 with all the information that we have available today, we have an abundance of information. That's right. Well, look, I think it was, as you said, it was intentionality behind what was done. And when you don't have 50 years of creating an evidence base, you have a weaker argument for decriminalization. And that was intentional. Yes, that was intentional for sure. Right, Joe? You brought this up, right? Highly addicted, no medical use. That's a lie. When you go through the list of Schedule I, we can point out which one is a lie about, which one is actually anti-addictive. You take psilocybin, you have an experience with psilocybin, magic mushrooms, you don't want to drink. We don't provide that. We have to do the study of that, right? Ibogaine, you want to reprieve from your opioid use disorder? Ibogaine, I'll give it to you 3-4 months. Yeah. What's that about? And it's also one experience has an 80% success rate. 80% of people don't go back to opiates. Right? With 2 experiences, it's in the high 90s. So look, those numbers are staggering. Science can't make sense of it. We're in an epidemic. We got to slow down. Watch out for the risks. When you study these things more, I can respect that. But there's harm in not allowing access to. You gotta talk about. Just have to make sense of it in a time where things are prescribed and you get them from a doctor that we absolutely know are addictive and highly damaging and kill people. So make sense of it to me. If there's something, cannabis is the easy word, right? Because it doesn't kill anybody. It literally doesn't kill anybody. The LD50 rate for cannabis is fucking bananas. That's right. It's not even physically possible to consume enough to kill you. Same thing with psilocybin. Yes, right, exactly. There's research that you'd have to eat a mushroom the size of this fucking head. You wouldn't physically be able to consume it. Right. You're not even killing. That's LD50. There would be 50% of the population would die of an overdose from that. That's right. And you wouldn't be able to consume it. Physically, you wouldn't be able to fit it into your body enough to kill it. Yeah. And then on top of that, Joe, we have the federal government giving permission to certain groups of people to access plants, fungi, animal secretions with permission, and not others under a religious context. Right. So, is it dangerous? Is it not? Right. Is it a sacred sacrament? Is it not? Right. Is it that's Brazilian churches that are taking ayahuasca? Right. Yeah. Right. And again, we're talking. I don't want to talk poorly about alcohol. I'm not talking poorly about these people should go get their rights. Right? Yeah. More power That's right. Because you don't make any sense. And here's another part of the problem. A vast majority of the people that are pushing for these laws and want these people to be locked up have not had these experiences themselves. And that's part of the problem. That's a big they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what these experiences are. That's right. But these drugs are going to work with your mind. Are you fucking sure? Because I don't think they are. I don't think you're correct. I think they open your mind up to new possibilities and expand your consciousness in a way that I don't think is available without them. I agree. It isn't available without them. And that's what's intentionally blocked out. So, you know, you're hearing stories about really brilliant tech people, right? You take even if they've had some experiences with these things, but very large number, right? And still do a large number, right? Yeah, so these things that are so dangerous, blocking out certain groups from having access to this is one of my primary things that I try to talk about. I want the audience that's in law enforcement to go, why? Why is this the case? Why do I feel uncomfortable talking about this? Why do I feel uncomfortable saying that this sergeant of my yard has access? Say it. Bring it up top. Go into your power. Because you're scared of losing it. Imagine, for talking about something and lose their career because most people are. That's right. Yeah. That's right. The only way that's going to change is you and I and other people continue to have these public conversations where more people hear it. I guarantee there's people listening to this right now that have never heard this before, never considered this before, and why we want it. Do I have these deep held beliefs that are completely incorrect? And why do I have these beliefs? What are them? Why do I have this in my mind? Because this is what this stuff is. And there's a lot of people out there that are stone cold, sober, disciplined people think that's the only way. This is the way. That's right. That's right. And you know what? Maybe this is the way. That's your way. We're human beings. We're called to create an artistic expression of it. To me, that's what the divine is commanding. That's what the divine is an experience. And for more of us who get to live and be our authentic selves, returning and expressing them outwardly, what the divine gets to experience your difference. Well, the more possibilities there are for creativity, the more possibilities there are for people to rethink their lives, go and get on a better path. There's a lot that people are missing just because you've been hoodwinked and you've been led into this false narrative. That's right. That's also there's a problem with the term drugs. It's just I hear drug, I hear drugged, I hear someone all fucked up and doesn't know what's going on. How are you putting all these things under the same blanket, including nicotine and caffeine and things that people use on a daily basis? These are all drugs, right? And you have cannabis in there, you also have methamphetamine in that category. How do you have cannabis and methamphetamine in the same thing? How do you have psilocybin and heroin in the same group of things? That's this is crazy. Right? How do you have industrial opiates? You're all in that same category. We've been stripped of our power to define what medicine is. Yes. Right? Yeah. Have you heard people say community is medicine? Joy is medicine. Oh, yeah, for sure. Right? Yeah. Well, ask a hardcore Western science model. Is that medicine? Go, well, you gotta show us the evidence. Yeah. Right? There is evidence that like loneliness is like worse than cigarette smoking. That's right. In terms of like how long you live. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Well, we can show that, right? Is community medicine, I say. Yeah. Like, the point I'm trying to make is how do we use the power to define what medicine is for ourselves? Yeah. Right? Joy is medicine. Community is medicine. And there's we're going to turn medicine long term. Maybe it's good for sure. Why define medicine in such a rigid way? Also, why only allow one methodology to create an evidence base for that medicine? This is Paul Stamets. I listened to him talk in Psychedelic Science 2025 where he said we should see the world through two eyes. Western science and indigenous wisdom. Right? They don't have to be attacking
also in our close relationship community, especially in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotypes of Ukrainian reciprocity. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Ukraine. And there was not question of unlikely as this story certainly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the political forces that are praying for the safety of this leader for his family, for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this established uncomfortable and everything. So first of all, there is hard work of the capital. First, for the design of the housing, everything changed. And it changed because the culture was accepting psychedelics. It was a big factor. It was LSD, psilocybin, marijuana, all these different things these people were experimenting with. And then out of that, you get Jimmy Hendrix. You get this wild expression that was radically different than music that appeared before. What is remarkable? They were scared of it. That's right. And they just made a comment about my voice. The way gets to experience it, people have got to hit that. I would agree that Zelensky himself is remarkable for breaking a long piece of history. I would say it's only remarkable and not necessarily mindful leadership. It has, after all, happened several times before. We hijacked our law enforcement forces leadership of this country, taking people to cages. Yeah, right. Members of our own door. That's right. Zelensky's transferred many ways to the force. This is what I want. They are highly educated, very organized, literate, followers of Professor Mathematics and other hearing. I noticed that they were specialized in non-ideological teaching, although they may have been very helpful, very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life. So the experience when they study in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields that gives you less vulnerable. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that's a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as homo-Sovietical, or Soviet espionage. The idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with organized Jewish, certainly not to attend synagogue, because that was during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union. The best way to get yourself on the side of the measures and exposed to all kinds of persecution, it happens at a snail's pace. It happens to and raise their hands quietly, but stay away from anything so many logical or political and so large work. They were Russian speakers. This is also it's just a frustrating thing for a lot of people that know the truth behind this and how many people can help and how many people were being damaged by this unfair, unjust, and immoral and illogical laws. That's right. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker, first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his generation. Actually, one of the things that I witnessed in my own lifetime, and over the course of my own years, that it was exponentially growing. It was really dominated by the Russian language, except for the Western. But now, the is based on the Russian third, and it's remarkable how that changed in 1991. So he also, as he studied English and he studied very well, actually quite but let's not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that he became independent. So he was an adolescent at the time that appropriation was happening. His wife was not Jewish, very typical for right? This culture in America is very high degree of unfortunately things that he made. He went to school and he studied law. Also typical for Jewish kids, the most very a little bit more ideological than really in the example. And then he went to he got involved with a communist group that was called Syria Locale. They were a Moscow or Locale 95. And this
deal with a very small percentage of people who are there's this research on that gravitates called the force distribution, where you respect you want to be some people that continue to gravitate. So when you're continually showing up and helping people worse than you take every position worse than America as well, right? That's a box. That's a dark box. Terrible box. And to require officers to be able to escape them, have objective, it's crazy. Like how through one mechanism, human mind allows you to ignore all the evidence that you see on a daily basis. Your evidence, right? My newsletter has critical incident identified the incident where that had activated nervous system. It actually makes you rely on your bias.
Service to the people, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. This is hilarious.
So we're on the surround.
Great irony of it, and it's hard to imitate art. About 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character was elected to service of the people because Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just amazing. It's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. A brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But those are skills that really serve him well in the current crisis as well. We see, though, that Zelensky himself is not just a character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take him here seriously that he was elected to his position, but he was coming to his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we see in current conflict, the Times of Israel published a brilliant interview with David Horowitz in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called a traditional Jewish thought, Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was released. And then the prime minister embarrassed submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially because the government at the time was stabilizing but had a negative impact on through international trade phenomenal character that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because of the British government of the nation to put together by an organization called the Enforcement Action Partnership. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that organization law enforcement that typically elections years. Now, let us recall that why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is a heated stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. I think it's especially true of children of Holocaust survivors who grew up in the diaspora for two reasons. First of all, because there wasn't just a degree of Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis. And that was, of course, go to the line, which is completely absurd and offensive that Ukrainians would be denazified in countries. But there is definitely a history of this that I explored in other videos and the second reason for this, for the stereotype, is because Jews in the diaspora have been separated geographically from normal day-to-day Jewish Ukrainian life. Think of it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There's been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for long over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukrainians directly against Jews, and there were, of course, such moments of possible 11, 11, 15,
it's like we're dealing with the same issue all these years later. But it's not
all of those years,
so we
however,
have
we only
the
get to about
access to the data
4%
now. It's
of
instantaneous.
the
You put it up on ChatGPT, and like right now,
over the
instantaneously. So there's no excuse for it. But yet, it's still difficult to get these laws changed. It's insanely difficult. It takes so much time to develop a system that we have takes the power, and then it doesn't want to give it back. This is what it's changing. And then you got to fight to give it back. It indicates how much that
leadership
fades our skin because of technology. Technology is the issue.
for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers Abba, which is Aramaic, word that's Abba is actually we don't call that Pater, because that's like a German term, or British we call that Tato, or Tato, which is basically Ukrainian. And we can go on and on. There's so many words, like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens. There is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural conversation. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now. Just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism. There is a place for that, but it's not here. It's not now. Let me just do this small with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted here, I believe, in 2019, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. What does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens? Only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of these states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania, 23%, Romania, 22%. Those are serious issues. Only 18%. But I wonder if the United States would be close to that 5%. That's pretty remarkable. The election of Volodymyr Zelensky is not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of the society as a whole, and I hope that demonstration why that's one thing that's very important to understand
the public perception has changed. It's changed pretty
radically. For much of its history, not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much dangerous. The Western countries like Australia, Croatia, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, whereas the expenditures that was of the country has been more oriented towards Russia. And throughout this long history, Ukrainians kind of vacillated publicly, do they balance more heavily towards the European model for thinking, so do they balance that more information that just made there is reason on it now. That's right. That's right. And this kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking is to find pragmatic expression in the late 19th, especially in Western countries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, well, what are we? What do we believe? Are we right? And we see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were urban, literate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed in the far more agrarian rural populations of Ukraine. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, growing, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Central Narada, the Central Soviet, was trying to translate the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet Council to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that was a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians. Civil war because they were originally first part of the Russian Empire, but it ultimately resulted in much of Ukraine, and not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelensky in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs, they had money printed in Yiddish, they had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukraine with the States were unable to curb back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it did not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for urgent courtesy later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that we really saw expressed in only for a few months the orientation towards the West, Europe, and values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, and now, if we focus it on the Soviet period during the 1920s, a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form, in the 1920s. This era known as Proto-Zastia, a period which was quite frantic at times, kind of like indigenization, allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to smash his own power, so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, Ukrainian, you see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to express themselves in all kinds of like different cultural events. It comes to a fraction also as well in 1930s when Stalin took over. This is the era of the Holodomor, these incredibly tragic famine that artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many millions of Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet War. But if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously Jewish Ukrainian was the darkest period of interaction. But what exactly happened during this time? Again, I would include other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize very effective propaganda, the widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area of the Russian Siberian Plaza, that is those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets until 1939-1941. The Nazis were able to really capitalize on the local anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the rebirth of the Jewish communist conspiracy, which is also false. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews is certainly not true, especially after Stalin closed former Jews struck the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis looked to help on local population, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the Bloodlines, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And during this time, that the so-called Holocaust of Hitler took place, the Nazis primarily firing drugs to destroy the Jewish steadfast the flower of the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews killed in the the third, the Gurkha Poles in Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of 2 days. The Nazis belonged to Rothschild'S have many assassinated and killed upwards of 100,000 people, experimentation, that's unjust, non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time, when you have a minority of the population who are still there, you also have a minority of the population where they were recognized by Yahweh as righteous Gentiles, who are also opposite of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from that. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. Actually, I'll just say one last thing. One of the heroes of this period is remarkable virgin named who was the leader of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the West. He was actually very friendly with the Jewish population. Before the war, he actually last strategically first carried articles for the translation of some of his Hebrew language correspondence written in Ukraine. And during the war, he directed his network of monasteries and others to save 200 Jewish children. He was definitely very pro-Jewish. Yet at the same time, he compared uplifting on the Boston SS division that was headed up on the same called the Galicia division. And like, how is that possible that he put a great blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets that was local government had it. There's a lot more to say that I can't make sure video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. He also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, "Why are you silent? Why are you saying we need your support for the Jews? We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence." But even he could see values in Ukrainians during the Nazi society. So it's complicated. After the war, so in 1903, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identity. It was incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical figures, early historical periods. And this is the era when there was a tremendous amount of dissidents who were arrested and sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It was ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian not for law is formed specifically by that generation. This is because like on a contained an estimated 9 milligrams of cocaine glass. The 60s generation was extremely important. And when this began to fall, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, unusual expression for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus, especially in the Balkan states. And a lot of these regions, the current bloodlines, are beginning to listen to each other and to respond for each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev has called the last nationalism, and this that exploits the reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union was supposed to withstand the growth of this national feeling, and in 1989, it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Spain becomes independent, along with the Balkan states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourished. This is where Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There are tremendous developments seeing, for example, use of a drug which has this remarkable sensitivity. It could be the largest Jewish complex anywhere in the world, more on cultural and business sectors. You heard how some remarkable architecture that's designed for both the seventh Reich and the South Reich called the Torah, which is associated with the ceased to contain a significant amounts of cocaine. I think that was a remarkable place. It's really there is of a truck, or trucks that transport them. Because originally it was
have a cereal done as steroid result in beverage containing 1.21 grains, 78.4 milligrams of caffeine per 8 fluid ounces. The case was decided in favor of Coca-Cola Company at the district court, but subsequently in 1912, the U.S. Pure Food and Drug Act amended, adding caffeine to the list of habit-forming and deleterious substances, which must be listed on a product's label. In 1913, the case was appealed for the Sixth Circuit in Cincinnati, where the ruling was affirmed, but then appealed again in 1916 to the Supreme Court, where the government effectively won as a new trial was ordered. The company then voluntarily reduced the amount of caffeine in its product, and offered to pay the government's legal costs to settle and avoid further litigation. Wow, that was all over 78 times. Yeah, but like, what is a Red Bull? I was going to say, what's in a Monster? So let's find out how much caffeine is in a Monster. One of the things that Monster, I don't know if Monster does it, but some of these companies do it. It's kind of tricky. By the way, I like Monster. I drink them all the time when I didn't use it. The problem is, it'll say like 2 servings. Go split the Monster with your friends. It's like, oh yeah, you have some 86. Yeah. And how many servings are in a can of Monster? Per serving. Does it say it in a can? Like when you get a big old can? Because they have big cans. There's a Monster. I had a friend who was a Mormon. He wasn't allowed to drink coffee. And that motherfucker would pound energy drinks all day. I was like, hey, dude, what are you doing? It's a gray area. 140. A Monster is, oh my God, 140 for 0 sugar. A regular Monster is 160. 160. Mountain Dew Rise has 180. Beyond Raw. That is 250. 5-hour energy shot is 200. Holy shit, man. Those little tiny energy shots, those 5-hour energy drinks, that's 200 milligrams of caffeine. Wow. Bang has 300. Holy shit, man. And Coca-Cola led the battle. When was that? 1911? So those things about caffeine. Yeah. And it's like people always try to control other people for whatever reason, especially when the government has the power to do it. For whatever reason, human beings really enjoy controlling other people. They really do. And once they have power, they really enjoy exercising that power and keeping it in control. Yeah. Back, you gotta resist. Yeah, you do. You gotta resist. But the problem is, like, legalizing these things would cause a big problem. It'd be a big problem. If you just legalize them, there's a lot of people that who would never try an illegal drug who would try a legal drug. You know, if you made heroin, cocaine, fill in the blank, all the different substances, psychedelic and otherwise, if you made them, you're gonna have a bunch of people that are gonna have problems with these things that wouldn't have problems with them normally. So there would be a period of time where it would cause damage. And that would be really problematic for politicians, lawmakers, anybody who enforce these ideas. The blood is on your hands. But this infantilization of human beings, like turning them into babies that need to be controlled by the state, that's the problem. And we're in this problem, and the only way to get out of that problem is to tear the fucking Band-Aid off. And I completely agree. And I don't want to do cocaine. I've never done cocaine in my whole life. I saw, when I was a kid in high school, I saw a bunch of people that had cocaine problems, and I was like, I don't want to do that. Right. Well, listen, you made that decision for yourself. Yeah, right. And look, we were just touching upon examples of people having a relationship with the coca plant without it causing an issue. Yeah, I don't think it's that addictive when you're just chewing the leaves. I think those people do it without much problems. There's also Monte de Coco, which is a tea that they make from the leaves. Yeah, well, look, we're starting to talk about, we're using the word legalization and saying there will be a problem with legalization for a time being. Why don't we talk about decriminalization and regulation? The problem is, even with decriminalization, what's the supply? Where to this next idea that we should probably explore, which is called safe supply. If we should control safe supply. But let me remind our audience, let me bring this back into the conversation. Our police promotional books, we're not talking radical here. Our police promotional books talk about the problem of prohibition and criminalization, unleashing gangsters and dangerous supply of arsenal. That's where the cartels go. Exactly. Look, when we were kids, the cartel weren't an issue. That's right. Do you ever remember Ricky talk with a cold? I'm 48. I grew up in Chelsea, Mass. Almost 50. I grew up in Newton. I didn't ever hear about cartels. That's right. You never heard about Mexican cartels. You never heard about the problem. Now it's like all over the news. It's a big thing. Why is it big? Because they control the drug supply in the United States. Because drugs are illegal. So only outlaws sell drugs. And what happens with value when you make something illegal? It shoots through the roof. That's right. And the most violent come in to replace the less violent. Exactly. You know, just like during Prohibition when the mob took over. That's right. That's how they gained power. That's how they got money. That's right. We're selling alcohol. So what's safe supply or safe use? I would to say that a bar is a safe use. Yeah, where you can get safe supply. Right. Yeah, I know you're getting actual alcohol. That's it. And how are we incorporate treating adults like adults? Yeah. Power of education. And decide who's going to control safe supply. Because right now, the most dangerous people are in control. Yes. I think education, we just has a huge part of it to let people understand, like, hey, everyone knows there's giant problems with alcohol. There's alcoholism, there's liver failure, there's a host of different diseases that come from being an alcoholic. And then there's also operating motor vehicles. When you're drunk driving kills a ton of people every year. And also a bunch of violent acts that get perpetrated by people that are drunk. There's a lot of things wrong with alcohol, but yet we allow alcohol. You know, and alcohol is one of the worst drugs. It's one of the worst drugs for you physically. Yeah, it's one of the only drugs that if you become addicted to it, you can't quit cold turkey. You're fucking done. That's right. Right then and there. Exactly. So working with this logic, Joe, right? Because people sometimes make me out to be out of my mind when I say this stuff. Of course, if the most dangerous, toxic, carcinogenic is available, and the least dangerous, helpful, non-addictive is not available. That's an example. Yeah. Why do I sound wild when I say that? Well, I think the mushroom one is the easiest one because of the fact that it genuinely can kill people. Cocaine is a lot harder stuff. It's also like I don't necessarily think it's good for it, but I know people that took pure cocaine and really enjoyed the experience and didn't get addicted to it. So I can't speak to that. I just think that things that are physically addictive that have been known to ruin your life are things you should probably avoid. And we can teach upon that. Yeah. And we can educate upon that. I mean, look at the wonderful job we've done at kind of put the ratings on nicotine through advertisement and education. Well, cigarette smoking in particular, right? Because the problem isn't really nicotine, which we've found to be, yeah, it's like nicotine actually has health benefits too, which sounds crazy to people. It says neuroprotectant. It actually stops people from getting COVID. So there's a lot of weird stuff with the compound nicotine. Yeah. But then there's the delivery method. And it's not even just like, it's hard to know what's true or what's not true. I'm sure you saw that Russell Crowe movie, The Insider. It's a great movie. But it's about these companies that added chemicals to cigarettes to make them far more addictive. And he was a whistleblower. He was a chemist that was working with this company. Russell Crowe's playing this doctor who was a real guy whose life was because he exposed that these companies had put a bunch of different chemicals into cigarettes that make them highly addictive, much more addictive than just plain regular tobacco smoking. Well, I was told that those scientists were absorbed into the food industry. Yeah, well, that's the problem, is that the companies that were getting sued after it was determined that cigarette smoking does cause cancer, cigarettes are addictive. Once they lost a bunch of money, they went out and bought all the processed food companies, and now they made those more addictive. And so now, like, you can't eat one chip. That's right. That's right. But you can't even try it over there. That's the thing. Again, I think you should be able to eat Doritos. Oh, I know what you're saying. Nothing wrong with it. But they are addictive. Why are they addictive? Because they're chemically designed to be addictive. That's right. Because these food manufacturer companies want you to buy more of them. It's simple. It's like, how do we get people to eat more chips? Make the chips impossible to put down. It's very difficult to put down. And if you want to increase their value through prohibit access after they fix it up. The drug dealers of the country across the board to sell to more people. That's right. Which is so crazy. So imagine they outlawed all processed foods and fucking contraband Twinkies. Right. I think you should be able to buy Reese's. They should be legal. But I wouldn't recommend eating them every day. They're fucking terrible. Exactly. But they taste delicious. I want one every now and again. And that's the environment that we're in. With some things and not others. Right. That's the problem. It's illogical. And there's also this fear aspect to it because if you go against it, you're going to get put into a very bad position where there's people with enormous power and influence that want to silence you. And this is why guys like Rick Donald are so courageous. Because he's spent his entire life trying to do this the right way and doing it above board, by the books, and show through use with police officers and military people and people experiencing PTSD that this has extreme beneficial aspects to it that you should ignore and are good for society. And we should probably expand the use of them in an appropriate way. That's right. I think that his work is leading to one of the first big kinks in the locker of the system. And you speak to the value of the way that he did. You know what I mean? What are the rules that tell me who will operate with it? What kind of data do I have to create? Well, let me get data. How do I access the compound? How are you going to let me? Right? And if we don't know how, we need the rules. Right? And sometimes the rules weren't there. And Rick and Maps had to push. Right? And in our system, how do we battle? What's the appropriate way to unleash violence? It's with lawyers. Right? It's frowned upon to physically. Physically violent. So he had to fight. With the government. And what really makes me nuts, Joe, is the amount of back and forth. Again, I heard that they did with the FDA, with the regulators. They were doing the design of the process, and everything was being talked about, right? And that's why it's interesting that the result was too good. I mean, just from the ones I hold in my heart. So what kind of pressure do you think they're under to not allow these things? Because that's the question. Like, what is it? Is it public social pressure? Because if they do pass this, then they'll be scrutinized, and people that are ignorant and that have bought into the narrative will then look at them as like, you're part of the problem. You're contributing to the deterioration of society, allowing this use of MDMA to push forward, and by minimizing the risks of it, by talking about the benefits of it, you're essentially allowing people to think that it's a lot safer than it really is. Look, I think that's a component where we're talking about public perception and that changing, that pressure, things changing as well. I think this is a paradigm changing thing that the entire system, including pharma and all these people that are on these boards, these decision makers, power owners, right, are trying to make sense of it. And I'll explain. We have an identified disorder challenge. We have a medicine that masks that symptom. This is going to allow people to truly heal. When you truly heal, you don't have to keep taking the medicine. You might have to come back to it periodically. Sure, let's call it a flare-up. Let's call it a touch-up. But when you're not taking your pill every day, every other day, that's going to be a big hit to people's power. Right, especially when you deal with things like there's a giant business in keeping people, I don't want to say happy, but not depressed. Right? There's a giant industry in people that are on SSRIs, antidepressant, anti-anxiety exercise medication when it's been proven that exercise is far more effective than SSRIs are. Far more medically proven, statistically proven that SSRIs are not as effective as regular exercise. Well, let me throw something in there. Is that a medicine? Right. Yeah, whole exercise stuff. Right. So there's an organization, it's called Exercise as Medical Medicine. When even mainstream medical doctor prescribe exercise to somebody, you can't do it. You should. They should be able to. Yeah, they really should. But profits no problem. Right? But do it on you. Do it on your own. Join the gym yourself. And you don't have the people aren't going to know because they're scared. Well, they don't want to the other quarter who do know might not approach it correctly. Right. Or attend themselves. Yeah, you need trainers, right? Yeah. And so quickly, it just think here. So back to your question. This is going to be a paradigm shift thing. I believe that psychedelic assisted talk therapy is going to allow talk therapy to live up to its promise as a talking hero. I believe the psychedelics are going to be able to cure or push into remission a lot of these unshakable challenges. That's going to be a big hit to the SSRIs. That's going to be a big hit to certain medicines. You know what else I think it's going to do? I think it's going to move people from agnosticism or atheism towards religion, spirituality, and also from religion, which is wild ritual, right? Wild. Yeah. Wild. Have you ever heard of John Marco Leroy's book, The Sacred Mushroom of the Cross? No. It's a book that he wrote after he was one of the people that was he was contracted to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was like a 14-year job where they were deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was the only one on the committee that was against it. He was an ordained minister, but through his studying of theology, he started becoming agnostic because he recognized that there's just too many religions, too many parallels. So, like, what's the real religion? So, what a real origin rather than so he wrote this book after 14 years where he, I'm sort of paraphrasing, but he thought that the entire Christian religion was based on the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals. And this was what it was all about. And I believe the book, because I've said this before, I need to know the truth. Was the book bought out by the Catholic Church? I think it was bought out by the Catholic Church, and they stopped production of it. And then he released a new book called Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth, and that one was available. But then, since then, they've republished both of them. But the big one was The Sacred Mushroom of the Cross, because that was the one that was kind of very difficult to get. And I have a couple copies of it, but they're original copies that I had bought it. Okay. And it's a fascinating book. It's a fascinating book because he translates where he breaks down the word Christ to an ancient Sumerian word, which was a mushroom covered in God's semen. And this is what he's saying, is that they thought that this was God, his semen on the earth, which is caused all life to rise from willing life, willing water, and then plants, of course, need water. And then after rainfall, they would find these mushrooms. Those mushrooms grow incredibly quickly, and they would consume these mushrooms and have these religious experiences. And this was a hugely controversial book, of course. And to really be able to know if he's right or wrong, you would have to have a deep understanding of each languages, Bible, and so many different things. Well, you know what that brings up, Joe? This sacredness of sexuality. One, I don't know why that religious treated that. And the other is what about every Sunday? Imagine transmuting bread and wine into flesh and blood of God. Right? This isn't a concept. This is accepted. This is like a million followers strong, right? Type of base experience. I wish that I got over here. Just because we identify as human beings, do we really know what's happening? Or is that manipulation and science trying to dumb down mystery and magic? Well, it's all mystery. Right? We become accustomed to the mystery, so it seems normal. But, you know, if you didn't exist on Earth, and Earth was a drug to a quick experience like on Earth, like this is crazy. It absolutely is. Being a human being, interacting with people, looking at things through your eyes, hearing things through your ears, touching and feeling, smelling and using all your senses, and navigating through this bizarre experience of life. Very weird. And what about that image of the Ouroboros, right? The snake dragon itself. I mean, let's talk about sacred sexuality and the fact that every living thing is in a system. And birth itself continues in all directions. How do you wrap your mind around that? I got a big sense of that when I reinforced Costa Rica for the first time. Every touch that I handled on the bridge felt like it was moving. Because like every drop of everything is alive. Everything is competing, going along with it, helping, supporting, or eating one another. Let's face it, it's like what is happening. Everything is alive. And I had that type of experience with psychedelics in a religious context. Psilocybin, I felt like I dropped into the collective conscience, and I got to see the partition section. That was my psychic space, where all my complexes and traumas were pulsing energetically into one another, and how that energy was spilling over on my family and community. That was the access that was given to me through psilocybin. And those energetic forces are pushing me around right now as we speak, which makes you think like if you're an ancient person and you have this experience, of course you think you're God. Yeah. I agree. And look, we're all ancient persons right now at the shore of time, and I believe that. Yeah. Well, we are ancient. You know, we go 5,000 years from now, how they're going to look at us. Like these dorks. Was illegal fighting and arguing about. I can't wait till war is technology that we all laugh about. God, isn't that a crazy thing that if you ask the person, is it possible in your lifetime for war to not exist? Most people would like it. There's no way. Which is insane. It's so insane because in small groups, it's clearly easy. Like if it was just you, me, and Jamie, and we were the only people on Earth, it'd be super easy to not go to war with each other. That's right. We just communicate. But then you deal with different languages and control resources, and then you have people that are leaders that have control over giant groups of people, and then use propaganda and manipulate them into thinking the only way is we have to go over there and kill these people. Exactly. That's the only way to fight for your freedom. And Joe, you know, when there's research out there that shows that for a period of time, our species ended up having something like 5,000 less on Earth. It's out there, right? There's a few moments in history, right? The Toba volcano. And how did we survive that? Did we eat each other or hurt each other? We probably killed each other. Yeah, right? Well, there's probably some people who had to, That's right. Well, this is also the point of the language sport. And fertility rituals are important because people didn't really survive much. It's very difficult. Just labor, just childbirth, kill a lot of women, kill a lot of babies, infections, kill a lot of people, break your leg, you're dead. There's a lot of things that cause people to die, so it's very important to have as many children as possible because most of them weren't going to live. That's right. And you might have a woman, you might not make it. The process itself. And what an important process. For all species well-being. They have the most critical of all processes. That's been reduced to a thing now that's like trivialized. Trivialized more, and it's still taboo. It's kind of crazy. There's people out there that love people and don't want to have children. Why would you want a child in this world? Why would you want books and medicine and shit? And I still say, people gave birth, they didn't know what unborn was. They hadn't figured out what wars yet. It's like we were constantly in this process of evolving and changing and growing. It just gets stifled by so many different aspects of civilization, so many different aspects of control and propaganda and manipulation. fear about others. I mean, look at what's happening with our life expectancy. Like you said, goodness, people alive, and living to be 90 years old. And hopefully, if you live to 80 or 90 years old, you can watch it. Hopefully you get more of an understanding of like what you've done wrong, like why would I live my life this foolish way? Like what can I do to correct that? What can I do to make more positive impact on people around me, live my life in a more harmonious way? But some people they're 80 years old, they just watch Fox News and they hate right the basics that went from my head to somebody turning the TV off. Maybe picking up a book. And then, there's a choice point there. Where you sometimes it's hard because there's things in the psyche that when you're focusing on traumas and external factors. But if you start focusing on gratitude, if you start focusing on the beauty, if you start focusing on the benefits of science, the benefits of operating in community with other humans, that thing that we said, I mean, how many people in Manhattan, every day waking up, they go to work, they go home, and there's a handful of problems. That's not how it's presented. It's miraculous if you think about it. It is. Right. The amount of negative interactions that people have are incredibly small. Yeah. I mean, the sheer number of humans. That's right. That's right. We concentrate on is the fear. We concentrate on the dangers. And the media sweeps it on. Someone who doesn't have a house. Someone who has an addiction problem. Someone's violent, someone's violent, someone's criminal, someone's stealing. That's all you hear. I heard a statistic that the military knows about 2% of people who are sociopathic or psychopathic. They don't have that same conscience that we automatically assume as right? And it seems to me that we're so fear-based that we build our college that people have access to concerns with that. Build a mainstream culture, the laws that operate out of a concern for the 2% rather than someone who should be the 98%. That you that is the problem with the algorithm. That's the problem with social media, and that's the problem with this addiction to devices that you're constantly being inundated with the negative. You're constantly interacting with the worst aspects of life. You're not appreciating the good that's around you all the time. That's right. Yeah, and the algorithm, the gentleman you brought up so eloquently, it takes you down the path that you believe towards. And I know intentionally started to things outside of my comfort zone and follow figures and presenters not within my bubble. And that's what starts happening. Oh yeah, you certainly can do that if you curate the good feed. You can ignore the negative. There's a lot of great stuff. One of the great things about social media is just the access to new and fascinating information. You're constantly, if you do follow the right people and do go down the right roads, you'll be constantly inundated with fascinating information. That's right. New discoveries, the James Webb Telescope, new things that people are learning about quantum physics and all these different fascinating things that can enrich your mind and expand your understanding of the world we live in instead of dwelling on all the negative aspects of human civilization. Right. And that kind of speaks to the fact that we're lucky to be able to have access to social media in that way. There's Asians that don't have that type of access by design. Right. So the power of art is right. Not criminalization and prohibition. Right. They see the jump I'm trying to make there. And the jump also is what you're talking about before with education. And I think we need education too with people in social media use. People need to be kind of coached to understand how to use it correctly. Right. I know I've been trying to express to as many people as I can, especially people in the public eye, don't read comments. You gotta stop doing that. Just don't read things about you. Don't read negative things about you. It's bad for you. Yeah. It's bad for you, and also you're dealing with the percentage of people numerous aspects of society, but the most troubled human beings, the people that are thinking in the most ridiculous way, they're constantly focusing on negative aspects of either human beings or society in general, and they're feeding off of it. And that's their focus all day long, and they spend most of their time arguing people online. Like, you want to get involved in that? Like, that's what we live in, what is merely a beautiful world. Nicely said, yeah, and I think you're pointing at something that's important to keep in mind is be careful about what you let in. Yes. Right? Yeah. I think that's a universal principle, but it's eloquently shared in Buddhism, where they say guard your dharma gates, right? Your eyes, your mind, right? Your senses. What are you taking in? Yes. There's other philosophies that say thoughts are things, be careful what you think. Yeah. And I've come to notice, let's call it the CBT triangle, cognitive behavioral therapy, or theory triangle, right? Thoughts lead to emotions, lead to actions, right? Because of psychedelic work, I'm able to see how a thought actually is a portal that allows a certain energetic flow into you, and that affects you, and that can manifest in reality out of you. As a therapist, how have you incorporated this in everyday life? Okay, your patients. Two things come to mind when you ask that question. It's made me more empathetic because I've had direct access, direct experience of some of these theories you read about, or have a teacher as the expert tell you about. I've had direct access to. The second is I'm able to share with people when they come to me pulled towards experiencing these things. Ideas around harm reduction, where to go, right? There's legal states, there's less legal states. I can talk to them about the substances, right? I'm not prescribing, but if you come to talk to me, I can listen. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Yeah. And I know from direct experience some things. Right. Right. I'm also able to fight off fear, and I can go into these territories with people. Therapists need to know that themselves. You don't want to step outside of what your comfortable lanes that you're comfortable being in, right? If you're not comfortable being in a certain lane, you might go get training experience, be an ethical practitioner before you talk about something, right? And I've gone through that experience. It's never ending. I'm not done. I'm just like my process of awakening, and I can share from that reference point. As a therapist, that's how I think I can help you. I'm more empathetic. You come in and want to talk to me about a particular substance, and I have a little bit of a lived experience, knowledge base I can share with you. And legally, I'm allowed to talk harm reduction. Yeah, right? I can't prescribe. I'm not going to tell you to do something illegal. But if you want to talk to me about it, I know a thing or two. Just a thing or two. I think one of the best arguments against decriminalization is what happened with Portland. Okay, so, they went down this path. It was Portland, right? It wasn't Seattle. They went down this path of pure legalization. Everything. Yeah, decriminalized. Yeah, and it went sideways. And I think it was probably because the culture that had already been firmly established in that place condoned open-air drug markets, people that were addicted to fentanyl and opiates out on the street, methamphetamines out on the street, using them constantly, no education, and then they just sort of opened the doors for everything, and then people went there specifically because they could do these things and be out on the streets and also be subsidized. Yeah. So let me break some things up a little bit. So, I believe in decriminalization, but there's a right and a not so right way to do something, right? And I'm going to use examples of laws we already have on the book. This might not be a popular statement, but it's my truth. If you say you're going to decriminalize, you could look at the way we handle alcohol. We don't allow public drunkenness. We don't have to allow it. A lot of places say you can't walk around and be inebriated and open a bottle drinking. Even the most liberal places, right? A cop can come up, they can protective custody you into a cage, or they can help you get home, right? chemicals everywhere and sinking garbage everywhere.
Well, we can agree that we don't want that. And in many places, like there's local ordinances against that, there's state level laws against that, and we can all lay out this.
So they're not doing anything about that.
Well, that's the thing we can analyze.
Yeah.
Why wasn't the funding in place to ensure that public areas with public access follow some rules? Why? What happened? I think that can be figured out.
Yeah.
Right? So we realize that if we say full-scale decriminalization, anything goes, it doesn't work. I would have told you right from the beginning, well, that's kind of freaky. Why are we going that far? Why don't we have any funding to help people and tell them, no, you can't take a shit over there? Right. You have to take a shit over here. We can all agree we don't want human feces over here. Right? That's not a shot against that person. Figure out what's going on. Why are they moving over there and not getting the porta potty over here? Or how about have a location where those people can go that isn't a prison? Right? Where we have wraparound services, where we have maybe access to what they need, maybe access to what they're addicted to. Right? Now we're starting to talk about safe supply of care and medical intervention.
Yeah, no one's ever done that successfully, right? Like, has any state ever incorporated some sort of successful program where they gave people safe supply and then counseling and got like a percentage of them off drugs and healthy?
So I heard that cannabis is part of medical access, medical grade heroin for certain people. And
wanted to help with overdose crisis. And public safety connected with public health, we created what I call the police, the public health network. Right? Picture this. A cop showing up to your house because they know what's going on in your house. You call 911 and told us without us even coercing you and saying, Joe, what's going on? What do you need? What do you need to be well? We don't want you to die. Talk to us. We're not going to use it against you. I'm actually not going to run you because I'm playing this new law. I'm not going to run you. I don't want to use those outstanding warrants. I'm not here to snoop around, find something that I'm going to be able to charge you with. I'm here to see you want you to not die and not have my detective show up and put you in cage. That started in Bedford over 10 years ago. It's called Clear Community Law Enforcement Assisted Recovery. Well, that's cool. You could expand something like that. I think we have room to expand it across the whole country. We are repositories. Our repositories of information on suffering. You know what we're doing with that? If it's not traditional enforcement-based policing to make cases for court, that's not right. So, that's the way it's approached. That's the way these problems are approached. And that they need to do solutions that are better and that enforce the sense of community and help law enforcement officers ingratiate themselves into the people and part of the community. Instead of just being a person who comes to work. There it is. You know what that is? That's community policing. We call it recovery-oriented community policing. Right? Now let me plug something else in that make it this sophisticated important point that people got to keep in mind. This isn't an attack on traditional enforcement type of policing. If you are sensitive to human nature, well, there's no violation type that means somebody to show up and take a person out of their house in cuffs, put them in a jail cell, take them away. Unfortunately, the dark side is a part of human nature. That type of policing done right keeps us from and it's the only type of policing this is something important, especially and people that expect our officers to show up with my hand out, the handheld hands, and know what's going on. We want we don't want you to die. We don't want you to cage. I think it is fundamentally law enforcement's role to do that. This and that.
The city was conquered many times over the millennia, and it received
Tell me how good it is. Social media, where you are. I appreciate this. Well, I can look at my name, so I'm going to check it. I'm not going to spell his last name because then I can G-R-I-A-N. I'm out of Massachusetts. Lieutenant Police Department. Joe Bucks. I am here of my own beliefs, sharing positives of my community, my department. The safety I found there is really so not to talk on behalf of police mass. I just got people to do that, but they can find me online. They can get a hold of me at my work email. I share my personal email and you can send me emails. How they get your email. It's just my last name at gmail.com. GRIAN at gmail.com. Okay, good luck with the alright. Give me some time to get back to you. Well, thanks, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, your perspective, the fact you're willing to express it what you do. You're willing to come out and say like this. It means a lot. I just want to say something back to you. This was a really special moment for me. I'm not only a has helped me stay well, be well, be happy. And I wanted to get that message.
That's awesome. Shout out to them. All right. Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Jewish state, basically corresponds with more or less real economy. And on the right, you see
It's awesome. It's a really nice feedback. Yes. Yeah. It's just a consistent thing. You have to do it every day. We're talking about decompressing back legs, lower back pain. Another thing you do without a machine is just bend your knees, just slightly around your arms like this, and relax your back, and you'll pop your back down.
I know how to pop upper back. It's where when you get some grab you, it's grab you, and hold you, and then you can hear it crack. I don't know how, I just kind of, it's kind of right. Like that, the lower back is, when I play football, I play contact football, and we used to go to physicals, and to get a physical, and it was just a gigantic room, and you go from doctor to doctor, so everybody can do it at one time. And I remember I laid down and grabbed my leg, and he was trying to get range of motion, and he got it like 3/4 of the way up, and it stopped. And he said, "You're going to have lower back pain when you're older." And that's exactly what it did.
What you predicted. There's a lot of ways to avoid it. People just accept it. But what you're telling me right there, with not being able to get your leg up, that's a hamstring issue. So one thing, hamstrings and quads and glutes, all the tightness in those areas will absolutely affect your back. Because anytime you have restricted range of motion and you're really tight, everything else is tight too. Because everything is like kind of pulled down, and you have to figure out a way to lengthen that shit out. There's a lot of different stretches you can do, but you definitely should be doing it. Nobody likes to stretch. It sucks. Everybody hates it. But if you don't do it, you're going to go to a doctor and they're going to want to cut you open. Yeah. Don't do that because there's other ways around that. If you're listening to this, you got a bulging disc in your back, there's ways around that, folks. There's decompression, there's stem cells. There's a thing that I did a long time ago in California called, what is that shit called? Regenikine is it's like rich plasma, but it's a more sophisticated version of it. It first started pioneered in Germany, you just have to go to Germany to get it. Now you get it in America. But
Stop over Turkey for the hair.
you don't know what it's America now. What is the name of the place? Life Cycle Medicine in Santa Monica? What's the name of the place? I never remember. My brain has way too much extra information that my hard drive is so full. Lifespan medicine in Santa Monica is where I had it done. It was amazing. Like my neck was fucked up for like almost a year. And I was going to chiropractors for all complete through it's all nonsense. And then I finally went to this guy, Dr. Ben Rabbi, there, and he said, "Bulging disc in your neck, we got an MRI. It's like, this is what we can do, spinal decompression, and we'll use Regenikine. It's a very potent anti-inflammatory. It'll relax all the muscles around that area, and slowly go back and go back."
So when you using like for several treatments,
The Regenikine, no. I think it was one treatment. I did go back again to get another treatment, but that's just because I do jujitsu. And jujitsu, you just always get your head right on. I went back to get like mid-back. I figured they want more of my neck too, but it was more like maintenance. The big issue had been resolved. And then I started strengthening. Because I never really did anything to strengthen my lower back, my neck, any of those things while I was training jiu-jitsu in the beginning. I just worked out normal stuff. I lifted weights.
like I was like deadlifting, and I don't know if you did these things, but deadlifting and squatting without, I squat lightweight without a belt, doesn't that automatically strengthen your lower back? I thought it automatically would.
I was a little bit.
Yeah, because we're not the focus exercises that we have just
Right. And those are just lower back. And squats are really for your legs. But it does your lower back, but also it gets compressed because you carry weight in your shoulders. But I do belt squats, which I really like. So what belt squats are
cartoon that was created by Louis Simmons from West Side Marvel. And it's a strap that goes around you, and it goes to a cable that goes in between your legs, and the weight is pulling down from your hips. Right? So it's not your shoulders compressing your spine, which is great if you have a back issue. Yeah. So you can squat a lot of weight, but all of it is like resting on your hips.
Wow, that's awesome. I can definitely feel the difference in my strength when I squat and when I don't. I'm a guy who needs to lift weights. I wrestled with guys and played football with guys who were naturally just shredded and did not need. It was annoying to them to lift weights, but they didn't benefit them, but they were just very muscle bound and they kind of didn't need it. I need to lift weights.
Well, everybody needs it if you're competing against elite guys.
Yeah, obviously.
But I mean, at a certain level, they're doing it, and you have great genetics and they have great genetics. They're doing strength and conditioning, and you're not. Right? They're going to win.
Yeah.
Or at least they're going to have at least some kind of advantage.
But I tell everybody, like, my age, 52, it's like, you do a circuit, do a 40-minute weight circuit, 3 sets of just go, you gotta do it. It can affect your, I'm not an expert on this or anything, but it can affect your testosterone. I can feel.
Yeah, lifting weights definitely affects testosterone. Here's another way to boost your testosterone: cold plunge before you lift weights. That's a big one. Or if you don't have that, cold shower in winter. It's great. You do that before you lift weights, before any kind of training, actually. Because there's been some negative press lately on cold plunges and hypertrophy, but it's all about doing it right after lifting weights, which is, you're never supposed to do that anyway. You're not supposed to. The whole idea about lifting weights is you're breaking your tissue down. The inflammation helps you, right? As your body heals, and then it gets stronger. And you don't want to kill the inflammation right after work.
And the cold is killing the inflammation.
Exactly.
So I do that. We just moved into a building, gym in the building. And that's great. Yeah, we just bought a condo in New York, right? Time for socialism.
Nice, right? Time for having to take over.
All of us have to share.
Yeah, you have to share. You have to have immigrants move into your apartment.
I mean, I just 20 years living with roommates, and I just finally got married and bought a place.
This is the first time you've had your own place?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, well, no, not the first time I had my own place. We rented for 4 years. But this is the first time I bought something.
Okay.
So I bought property.
That's good. Fine things. I go back and forth.
Really?
It's like,
I just was told the first
problems.
Yeah.
Depends on where you are. New York City to me seems like a fucking time bomb. There's a whole bunch of crazy people with a bunch of wacky ideas, and they're getting voted in.
Yeah.
Good luck with all that, and your options are them or the guy from fucking Guardian Angel.
Sleeveless. Yeah, what if he comes to the office and he goes, everybody wears berets now.
Let's see if the berets have the beret. Yeah, the things he's saying make sense. Like a lot of the stuff he says makes sense. If he didn't have the beret, I'd be like, maybe I'll take it a little more seriously.
You're not really into dating.
It's your cigarette holder. No, I love it.
Yeah, I love the berets. You know what happens, right? Isn't that the whole thing? I came after the whole initiative, but I do like the idea. I do like the idea of someone out there to protect the public other than cops.
Yes, he's been doing this forever. I remember I guess it was the 90s, I was in New York City, and I was in traffic with my girlfriend at the time. She was sitting next to me, and we're looking at this Guardian Angel guy. I go, why do you have to wear that hat? Like, what is with the hat? Like, why do they make you wear that fucking hat? And her and I just laughed, and the guy looks at me and goes, fuck. Like, with a real angry face. Hey, that's not serving and protecting, sir. You don't think that hat is funny. The fuck you. If I say no fuck you, and I get out and I want to fight, yes, come on. This is so stupid. You're not helping. This is not good.
I would hate to live still better than that.
Yeah. Probably you're not going. Imagine anybody that really does that fight, they're gonna put that fucking hat on. What am I doing?
But if those guys, like, I think that what they did is if there was a disturbance or something, or somebody's acting nuts on the subway, they would just surround the person.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Those guys live good.
Yeah.
Or fucking sandwich.
Or a tiger in his apartment.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, that was a big thing for a while. Guys having just wildlife.
Yeah, there's tigers and crocodiles.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a thing with Cars where there was like a fake crime, and he was saving someone, but it wasn't real? Didn't something like that happen? Like, I 3 off-duty transit police officers have been kidnapped. So they explain at the time, some jail time, right? It should be, right? I mean, if you're saying off-duty transit police officers, are you accusing police officers of a crime? So what you're doing is not just lying, but you're also putting the police officers in jeopardy because you're falsely claiming that these guys are outlaws. You claim that time stunts were intended to underscore the dangers of the subway. It's like, there's no dangers of the subway. It's just let the natural stuff play out. It's literally ridden the subway 3 times in my fucking life. Keep that up, dude. And I'm very aware of the dangers of the fucking subway. When the Guardian Angels first came patrolling streets and subways in New York City was experiencing some of the highest crime rates. I feel the incidents we staged led to some improvements, he said. Jesse saw that? Yeah, is that for Jesse? That's Jesse Smollett. For Jesse. That guy's telling a story. Even the guys, when they flipped, he's telling a story. Is that an actor? Is that an actor? Bro, he showed up. And I kind of like that. And had the news still around his neck. Doesn't have a feeling that actors writing the scripts. You know what I mean? Like, we were heard when she was on trial. Like, kind of similar. Where when you let actors write the script, you're like, whoa, hold up. What happened now? Come on. Netflix had Jesse Smollett documentary with new evidence. Alleged hate crime hoax might be a true story. Ain't everybody on this real hoax? I just Googled his name. Whoever his PR team is. Yeah, license you guys. It should be at least a documentary. Now this is before I go on. Usually I don't want to take the time to get into this. They're good because, like, if you don't want to commit to a full story, a wrong way to deal with it, just I think really. Tell me he cares his lower back. Well, he plays golf, so he must have a good lower back. You know? But yeah, it's swinging, which I watched out Gilmore too last night. It's fucking hilarious. I like it. I just watched it. I love it. I love those movies. Because you know exactly what you're going to get. They're always fun. Like, the critics hate them, but that just, it's more information. The critics suck. I love him too. They're great. He's great. He's great. And what I love about him is he doesn't care. And he just keeps moving with what he wants to do. With his people. His group of people that he loves. That are creative. He just keeps going. Yeah. I think he's very funny. Anyway, he's very funny. I saw his stand up a lot of exploits. And Rothschild'S that killed. It was really fun. I hadn't seen him for I hadn't seen him since we did Zoom came together, which was like had to be years ago. Somewhere around then. So he's got the same people that he always works with. He's got the same directors he always works with. He's always worked with Spade and Schneider and all the guys he knows. So it's like real fun on the set. Everybody's friendly. Same as Kevin James. Kevin James rocks the exact same way on his set. Everybody's friendly. Everybody's having fun. There's no weird fucking bullshit or actors. Everybody's pals, pals. They're right for each other. So they're all sitting around like when we're doing table reads, everyone's laughing, cracking jokes. Good times. Good times. That's like the best stuff. It's the best stuff. It's loose, playful, fun, and everybody can be creative. Exactly. The enemy of comedy is tension. Always. Like the tension you have between like coworkers. Like this is like Phil Hartman told me this about like the most stressful thing that he ever did in his life because there was so much tension because everybody behind the scenes was backstabbing everybody. Broomer says the same thing. I've never heard Broomer talk which is kind of torturous. It's a torturous thing if you're always working on it, and it's like it's never done. It's always like you're in the mix. You're like, I don't know. It's like I get it. You love. That's what you love to do. That's great. It's like you have to teach yourself that that's what you love to do, right? Instead of like, God, I can't wait till this hour's ready. Like right now, I really only have like 40 minutes, maybe a 45, maybe like 45 minutes, which is like a year for my special. But once you carry it down, it's sloppy. It's some shit now that like needs some work. But now you have like, even if you're gonna go back and make corrections on it, you have the scaffolding for it, which is very important. Scaffolding is like that kind of hard stuff. Not the new stuff won't come in. It might still come in, but you have the scaffolding for it now. That's exactly how I describe it. I'm so glad you said it that way. It's like the whole joke structure is like scaffolding, and it's like you have your premise, the thing you think is ridiculous, and then that's your scaffolding, and then it's all your perspective on it. Right? You know who's the best at that? Richard Jimmy. I was just thinking about him this morning too. I was just thinking about him in terms of a comic that I don't know if you knew him or not, but like I watched him as a kid, and he blew me away with how good he was. He was so good. And I talked to my dad in New York. He's like, he was the guy. He was the guy. He was really the guy. 1980s. He was the guy. I apologize for me telling the story before people, but he worked at Eastside Comedy Club, and he was there for the weekend, and I went there on Sunday, and this dude Pete, who was the MC, was depressed, quite depressed. He goes, because Richard Jennings did a totally different hour, both shows Friday and both shows Saturday, never repeated a show in fucking murder, and he was not going to quit comedy. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, people like that frustrated. Yeah. So watching it as a kid, I was like, this is what we're Italians. So we're watching it. He's funny no matter what. Yeah. But just especially from being an Italian fan, when I'm watching him, I'm like, this is the funniest thing. He was so good. Yeah. He was so good. And you had to see him live. It's one of those things. Like you see, he's got some great specials. A steaming pile of meat. Yeah, great. Platypus, man, that's great. His first one was The Boy from the City. That's great too. It's great when he has that Jaws story. Yes. It's so bored. And watching Jaws hits you in the face with how stupid it is. It's such a great thing. And it's so punched up all the way through. And I absolutely love that. He was the best. What I was getting at is the maximizing the scaffolding. He would take a bit and he would find every possible angle. And right when you thought he was done, he would get funnier. He would go deeper and funnier and more ridiculous and callbacks. And he was so good, but he fucking hated the fact that he wasn't Jim Carrey. He hated the fact that he wasn't a movie star. We all need to take our health seriously. Let's face it. While the average modern diet might include some fruits and veggies, it also comes with its fair share of fries and barbecue. That means probably isn't giving your body everything it needs. This new generation of AG1 can help fill the nutrient gaps your diet might miss. I think it's a simple way to support your overall health. It's an easy morning routine that sets you up to feel ready, energized, and equipped to take on the day. You still need to eat, right? You still need to exercise. It's not a miracle, but it's a foundational habit that's quick and easy to maintain. Mix in some cold water, and off you go. I've worked on AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. Their next-gen formula is backed by solid research, rigorous testing, and 4 gold standard clinical trials. Subscribe today to their newest clinically backed formula, AG1 Next Gen. You'll also get a bunch of other free stuff like a bottle of D3, K2, and 5 of the upgraded travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. You wanted to be a sitcom star, so he did a show on UPN, Platypus Man, same as a special, they called it that. And then UPN was like, it was a new network, and nobody was watching. It was one of those things, just like, if you have a show there, it's like, yeah, I do have a show on NBC, right? So, and the network's not getting you guys. Exactly. But it was okay, it lasted a little bit, and then he did The Mask with Jim Carrey, he did some other stuff, but he was good at that, he's a good actor. He's a good actor, but he didn't have the classic good looks that would, nothing he would Rodney, he didn't have it either, right? Or Joe Rogan didn't have it either. But it's like, he wanted to be a movie star, and he was bummed out that he was on the road all the time. And I would, every time I would do radio, there was always like the guy that would drive in, like, this most miserable fucking ever. And they Boston. Oh my God. Boston. Yeah.
was like, yes, he's my heart. No, he's the best. It's got to be an opposite. The funniest guy, like, it's got to be an opposite. Exactly. There's a shame, anger, and frustration, but it led him to be a fucking genius. And no one talks about him anymore. I don't feel like anyone talks about him. I try to carry the torch. I really do. Because he affected me a lot when I was a kid. I remember I used to one time I was an open micer and I found myself. I physically got sick. I was like, oh no, I sounded exactly like him on stage. Like I was copying him. I was like, oh no, don't do that. But it's just because I loved him so much. I was such a fan. But as soon as that happens, it's gotta because I gotta stop listening to this guy. I gotta get away from him. I gotta stop listening to him. Yeah, exactly. But it was just I just wanted to be him. I admired him so much. I wanted to be like him. But that's such a great thing with the scaffolding, and it's like punched up all the way through, and then just walking up there and knowing it's like I'm about to let this loose on this crowd, and it's like watching them react to it. It's like they're doubled over, and you just keep coming at. It's like when if you're fighting somebody like a boxer, like Pacquiao, in his prime, where he turn you, he hit you 3 times, turn you, hit you 3 times, turn you, and then hit you 3 more, and you're like, I can't move. Like there's no defense to this. So that's what like that is like. It's like just keep coming with punches, and it's unreal. I love a big chunk like that. Like one of my favorite bits of the last few years. Brian Simpson has this bit about the song "Wet Ass Pussy," but it goes all the way back to Queen Elizabeth. It's like this amazing long bit. I don't want to ruin it, but the end of it is fucking. He wraps it up with a bow. It's his closer. It's so good. I would like leave the green room when I feel he was gonna close just so I can watch the Wet Ass Pussy. I would ask him to do it, please. I go, please do the Wet Ass Pussy. Because it was such a. It's like a poly. But Brian's a real writer. Brian sits on there and writes. It's one of the things that I always try to tell young guys. So like, I know you like to write on stage. I know you write when you're with your friends. I know you come up with great premises. You work on stage, but that extra step of sitting down and writing is fucking critical. It's big. It's big because you can get stuff there that you wouldn't get, right? And it's got to be a routine. Yeah. It's like get up, do whatever you do, stretch, and then that's what I do now is like stretch and then delay coffee. That's another big thing I'm trying is to delay coffee because the gym is in the building. Get a workout first, right out of bed, and then come back up, cold shower, and then get a cup of coffee, and then do that cold shower first. Do that cold shower right away. Yeah, you want to eat coffee. And then do a workout, go right into it. And then a hot shower after. Sure. Yeah, I just want to have sauna after the workout. That's what I usually do. That's great. Yeah, that's the nice thing. Steam room when I was at the gym. Steam room's okay, but the problem with steam room is you really can't get it as hot because dry air won't like scald your skin like wet air will poach you. If you do 195 degrees wet, you're gonna get burned. It's gonna literally poach you looking back. But you can do 195 dry in a sauna. And that's why I don't know much about the infrared saunas. I don't think there's the same amount of data on them. It's definitely better than doing nothing. But I think that the real sauna, we have a loose sauna back here. That motherfucker will go up to 210, 215 if you want to. Wow. And that dry sauna is where all the research from Finland comes out. They did over 20 years. They found that if you do the sauna 4 times a week for 20 minutes at 175 degrees, it's a 40% decrease in all-cause mortality. Didn't they do that? Was this time in Italy? There was a study of Italians who were doing sauna, and it was something similar. It's all similar because it's all great for reduction of inflammation, increase of red blood cells. It has like a mild EPO effect on your endurance. There were things that I've done, like every time I've been injured where I couldn't do cardio, I just did sauna every day, and then I go back to cardio, and it was not that much of a drop off. Not like it used to be. Like it used to be, like, if I got hurt, I couldn't hit the bag, I couldn't do cardio for a while, and then I would go back to do it. I'm like, oh god, I'm so out of shape. So that drop off doesn't happen as much, not nearly as much if you do sauna every day. And all the Eastern Bloc, Dan Gable told me that was something that he learned in his wrestling days. That all the Eastern Bloc guys were all doing sauna after training, and it's essentially like static cardio. So like I wear a boot strap, and I'll go in the sauna after training, and I'll look at my app, and I'm at 145 beats per minute, just sitting there. Because I'll go straight from working out. So I'll do rounds in the back, and then heart rate elevated, go right into
it's like static cardio. That's really something. It's really good for you. And then a stretch in there, which is the best. That is great. Stretch. I used to do big run. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I used to do it. I want to go back into it now that I'm heading for a gym. That's what you should do. That's what you want to do that. I want to go back to boxing. I used to do boxing. A bunch of comics went to boxing in New York. We went to class together. A little bit to the body, but nothing. You know, we just took us through the training. And I mean, I wrestled a little bit in college, and I gotta say, the training was very. That's why I liked it. It was very, very tough. Yeah, that's very hard. Boxing. Yeah, I mean, but you know, a lot of the boxing training for civilians isn't. This guy, his name is Steve Frank. He put us through it, and it's he was like, after an hour, you're like, oh my god. It's like you gotta get used to it. You can't come around to it because you gotta get used to it. Because if you don't get used to it, then it shoots your whole day. You're exhausted for the rest of the day. Like, I can't do it next month. I get, you know, you can't do any of this shit. That's like I always avoid doing big days. A lot of days I do stand up. I've done it before. I've done like days I try to go on stage that night. I'm always like struggling. Like it's just too hard. It's too much of a burden on your entire system. Right? You know, squats, lunges, pulling sling, all that shit. Yeah. At the end of it, it feels good. Like this suffering is it's like a Goggins thing where it's like this suffering. Like put yourself in an uncomfortable situation every day. Then when you come out of it, it just feels so good. I try to tell that to everybody. I'm like, I know it sucks, but please do it. It'll make the rest of your life suck less. It really will. And you don't have to do what I do. You can just, just put a weed vest on and walk right in the water. You don't have to do that. It's not that hard. You just have to do something. Just do something that sucks. Yeah. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 body weight squats every day. Do that. Not that hard. Yeah. Do it in sets of, if you can't do 20, do it in sets of 10. Just do 10 sets of 10 push-ups, build up to it, start. Tell yourself you're going to do 20 today, 20 this week, next week you do 25, and then before you know it, you're doing 100, right? Just do that. Yeah, just do fucking something. Yeah, and you feel so good after. And that's the time I try to time it with when I'm writing, because like you want to feel that energy while you're writing. Yeah. I do my best writing. I do my best writing when I want to sleep. That's another secret, where it's like the guys who write after the set. Yes. Yeah. That's a secret. Where it's like I'm done. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna de-escalate now and go to sleep. Especially on the road, you're doing an hour, 2 shows. You're doing an hour, 2 shows, and then you come back. You're like, all right, I traveled all day. I want to de-escalate. Go sleep. It's like, trick yourself a little bit. Let me just look at these notes. Yeah. Let me just look at the notes that I have on the set that I just did. It sucked. That's the crazy thing about it. It doesn't suck to do. It's not like hate. It's not like painful. But you avoid it. You avoid it. You avoid it because you're like, now I did it. I'm done. I want to go to sleep. It's like, just check in on it. Just check in on the action in 20 minutes. You might yield one of your best punchlines. It's just like every now and then, like the universe will reward you if you put in that work. Yeah. You sit down and put in that work. And I think that's with fucking everything in the world. Everything. I was watching this video today on Usyk's training on Alexander Usyk. It was just, did you see that fight? Yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. He's one of the best of all time. One of the absolute best heavyweights ever lived. The thing that was remarkable about the agree. The thing that's remarkable about that fight is Dubois came out the first round and was aggressive. And I'm like, oh right, Dubois is coming, dude. And he like missed an opportunity. And I'm not gonna lose it. And Usyk felt that. He said between them, he felt it. He's like, okay, I can't let this guy get confidence. Yeah. So he stepped in the center of the ring and just started countering him and not giving up any more ground. Yeah, and cutting these angles. Like he just downloads what you're doing and starts adding in feints. And Joshua said that he trained when he fought at the last round. He had never been more tired in his life. He just couldn't believe how tired he was. He's constantly feinting and moving. So I watched his training routine today. Jesus Christ, man. No wonder he's in the championship. He would swim sometimes for 5 hours a day. 5 hours of just laps in the pool. He starts his day at 4:30 in the morning. So 4:30 in the morning, gets up, eats breakfast, and has his first training at 5. At 5, it's all conditioning. It's all like running, rowing, biking, takes a break, eats again, takes a little nap, back in the gym again, like 2 hours, and then sparring, boxing, doing all that workout. Then eats, takes a break, relaxes this a little bit. Evening session is boxing. And evening session, he's sparring. He's hitting mitts. He's hitting the bag. Gets up in the morning, he does it all over again. And it's all like this. That's the reverse way of business. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's the machine that Louis Simmons created that is fucking phenomenal for your lower back in deep downswing and strengthens it on the upswing. And Louis, who was a genius, was one of the only guys we ever traveled to do a podcast with. Oh, really? Yeah, it's like, I gotta get this guy on film. He's like a legitimate strength genius. And he developed that machine because he had a bulging disc. And they were like, oh, you gotta get your disc fused because he's a powerlifter, right? Complete psychopath on steroids his whole life. He was an amazing person. And he was like, that doesn't make any sense. If compression is what the problem was, decompression fixed it. And he devised a machine to actively decompress on the downswing, so strengthening all the tissue around that, and then decompressing it on the downswing. Wow, that makes it. He must have had did he have some kind of an engineering background? He must have. There he is. There's Louis. Fucking man. To create that thing. Such a fun guy to talk to. Just such a fucking psychopath. An intelligent psychopath. Look at his back. Oh my god. Swords and irons and shit. Just a fun dude. But genius when it came to strength and conditioning. I mean, so many guys like MMA fighters went and trained with him. Matt Brown did a lot of training with him, and then used a lot of his stuff with Matt sells equipment with him too. There's a lot of stuff that they worked on with Louis. But it's like and he'd have all these guys who were like these world champion lifters. These guys are fucking gorillas, man. Big shit. But Louis was the man. This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Financial freedom, when you get down to it, is not worrying about money. But with prices these days, that's easier said than done. However, when you take control of your finances, when you know what's coming in and what's going out, when you properly manage and stay on top of your budget, that's when you can really start working towards your goals. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. And that's the key to financial freedom. If you've got something you'd like to save more, Rocket Money can analyze your accounts to find the best time each month to put extra money aside. And Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. The app automatically scans your bills to find opportunities to save and goes to work to get you better deals. Discover financial freedom, cancel your unwanted subscriptions, and reach your goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. Rocketmoney.com/JRE. And so that machine he devised just specifically for that. But Using's training, a lot of it is like ladder board, the ground ladder, where you're doing the steps. It's like constant shuffling back and forth, spinning. There's all these punches with medicine balls. It's like when you watch him train, it makes sense because he's training specifically to move differently than everybody else does. It's all these constant movements and switches and angles and strength. And, he's a legit heavyweight now. He's 227 for the Dubois fight. And, this is coming from a guy who was the cruiserweight champion. So he's a small heavyweight, but the best heavyweights were small, except for Foreman and a couple other guys like Tyson was small. Ali was not big. He's exactly the same size as Ali when Ali was in his prime. Holyfield was not big. Exactly. He unified that cruiserweight division. Like he didn't get any gifts. Nope. He went around and then moved up and then unified. I mean, it's just what was that? How many weeks is that training camp? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it has to be 3 months plus. I mean, I would imagine the most difficult opponent for him is Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury is 6'9". He is an incredible boxer. He's one of the best boxers of all time, and regardless of any division, just skillful. Tyson Fury is a skillful boxer. He's slick and intelligent, and people talk about what's next for Usyk. Should it be Joseph Parker? Yeah, that'd be a great fight. Joseph Parker You know, those fights were close. They were close. I mean, Usyk almost stopped him in the first fight. And I think it was the 9th round. He could have. And he pulled back when the referee was like knocked him. We could have caught him 1 or 2 more times. And that would have probably been it. That would have been a wrap. But other than that, like, no one has given Usyk the problem that Tyson Fury's given him. And I think you give Tyson one more shot at it, where, I mean, he's training now, and he's posting up a lot of stuff about his times, like he's doing a lot of endurance work now, so he's gearing up a fight before. He's gonna have another fight, but he's worked now right into the fucking, come on, man, this guy's a veteran, he's been doing it forever, right into the Fury, right into the fire, rather. See, I want to see Joshua. Oh, that's an all England. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I'd love to see that. That would sound like Wembley. They're talking about doing it. They were supposed to fight many times a long time ago. You know, they were supposed to fight, but they thought they were on a, you know, the money was never right or something, but now with like Turkey on the Sheik in the mix. Well, it was, if they decided to do Parker versus Usyk, which is a great fight, I think that would be the fight they would have on England. That would be amazing. Tyson and Joshua. But they're talking right now about doing Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. I know I saw that. Jake Paul apparently wants that fight. And he I think it was 99% to 1, where Joshua gets 99% of the money and he gets 1%. See, that's true. I believe I read that online. That might be just some shenanigans. But look, regardless of what you think about Jake Paul, like, I think Jake Paul's a great athlete. He's a great athlete. I don't know if you ever love placement states in Ohio in wrestling. Like, you know, it may seem like nothing, you know, on a national level, but you're placing in states in Ohio. They're both great athletes. Both of them are great athletes. People think they're jokes because they were famous when they were kids. That doesn't mean anything. Like Mario Lopez, people look at Mario Lopez like Mario Lopez is like saved by the bell. No, Mario Lopez can box. Like, he does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's a very good wrestler. I don't know if you've ever seen that guy that does, I'll give you $1,000 if you take me down. Have you ever seen that guy? I love that guy. He's from my high school in Ohio. What is his name? I don't know. It's something Greek, but like, he's a guy who, he was like Ohio State champ, and maybe a runner-up his senior year, and then he went to Cleveland State. And it was just a guy who was like, I don't think he did any college really, but the way he wrestles, I can see by the way he wrestles, and it's a good video series. It's just like very smooth. Very smooth. He's very, very talented. Oh, super talented. The point is, Mario Lopez wrestled him and gave him a fucking great scrap match. A bunch of great roles. A bunch. Like, Mario Lopez, legit, like really legit. And you could say, well, push, I'll fucking smack him. That dude will fucking you up, man. Legit. You can say all that until you get into what the that's shout out to Georgia. He's a bad motherfucker. Because that guy wrestles dudes way bigger than him. So check out this Mario Lopez. So, by the way, Mario Lopez is in his 50s. I didn't see this one. He's in his 50s. Now watch this. Scoot a little so you can see some of this. Scoot it. Here we go. Mario can fucking wrestle. Like, legit wrestle and scramble and avoid takedowns. I got him there. Yeah. Mario shoots in on a single. Had some good scramble. And again, in his fucking 50s, man. He's also competing in jiu-jitsu. I know he's won jiu-jitsu matches. Like, these are good fucking scrambles, man. Legit. Yeah, I love it. I love watching this series, dude. Oh, yeah. No, the dude's good. And he's done it with some national champions. He always does an interview beforehand. It's like, what discipline are you from? For how many years? And then he's like, what are you from 1 to 10? 10 being, you're going to take me down. What do you think that the odds are that you take me down? A lot of them say 10. A lot of them say 10, dude. Some of them are really big guys, you know what I mean? It just goes to show you. It's like, yeah, that guy's so tough. It's a technician. Well, that's the whole thing about grappling. It's technique. It's everything. It's everything. It's jiu-jitsu and judo and everything. It's just about technique. This is great old judo clip. This guy, I mean, I want to say he was in the 70s at the time. And it's a black and white film of all his younger black belts rolling and like doing standing, I don't know what they call it, standing judo practice. And he's like effortlessly avoiding these takedowns with balance and technique. It doesn't ever look like he's like exploding, really using a lot of force. It just flips these guys in the ground. It's gorgeous to watch. It's just like, my goodness. Because you know, you look at that guy like, there's no, that guy's not a brute. was a big, giant 200-pound muscle, fucking super athlete. He's just technique, just making it loose, and it's very loose. Yeah. It's like Jamie. It's like old trains with younger students, and it's old. It's like black and white. There's a lot of rumors that it says 99 was accepted on this side, but I can't find like where he said just like on Instagram. Maybe he doesn't care about the money, but Jake Paul probably doesn't care about the money. But there's plenty of money, and if he won, oh my god, if he beat Anthony Joshua, good lord. Good lord. I mean, that's a big. Anthony Joshua, the Olympic gold medalist, 4 heavyweight champion of the world. What did Francis Ngannou? Like, good lord. Yes. Do you want that smoke? Yeah, I just think it's all about the promotion or whatever. I have no idea what the actual motivation is for that fight's not competitive. Well, it's a dangerous fight. Because Joshua's going to try to make an example out of this for sure. And will. Joshua's one of the biggest one-punch KO'ers ever. Yes. I mean, he's a one-punch fucking night-night guy. Yeah. You know, he's a great boxer, you know, very skillful. Yeah. But I got to fight we all thought it's like I got to Fury. It's like, wow, this guy's in the mix now. He's in the mix. Let's see what happens. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's what happened. The difference is Fury, I think, underestimated. Yeah. I think Fury took him super light. I thought he was going to box his face off. And that power that Francis has is legendary. You know, Francis is like a character from a comic book. You know, he lived in Cameroon and he worked in the sand mines when he was a boy. It's like the Conan origin story, right? Like digging sand as a boy, just fucking shit. Well, like I usually don't get paid. Here's the guy. Check out this old dude. And I think this dude, look at this shit, bro. I think this dude might have been 90 at the time. I'm not kidding. I don't know how old he is. How old does it say he is, James? He's old as shit. Well, however old he is, he's at least 7, 8, and he looks to me like he's older than that. Look how he's effortless. That's so, like, so relaxed. Right. Just the size of the guy that's trying to throw him, who's a judo black belt, who's towering over. Yeah. Look at this. Bro, effortless. Effortless takedown. But it's, look at this guy. Like, this guy hitting that hip throw and not getting any movement off that old dude at all. Right. And it's tiny. Tiny guy. And everything he does is just super relaxed. He just knows where to be, where he can't throw. Look, steps in the right position. He's not doing. He just anticipates your movements and meets you there. It's like, judo, what do you want? Look at that. And I mean, he just threw a dude that's twice his size. He throws him like effortless. It's kind of amazing. It is. And you know, you would think it's bullshit unless you've trained with the other guy. And then you go, wow, this is nuts, man. It's just perfect, like, execution of that kind of technique, right? You know, it's unreal. And we see it in wrestling too. It's like you see guys who they chain moves together, and as the guys trying to do that, they're countering with this, and then next thing you know, they're on their back and you're down. Like, my God, such an underappreciated thing, wrestling. You know, in terms of like the way we appreciate sport too. I mean, I wrestled, but I was never that. I was never like could get that fluid, right? You know, I mean, that fluid. That's really top notch. It doesn't matter what program you come from. It's like you can see it. You can see this guy Georgie, like he has it. It's like a flow. Like he'll shoot for something, and that doesn't. He'll see what that leg, and he'll adjust on the fly. It's like improv. Is amazing. Yeah, it's a really underappreciated sport in terms of like the way the public perceives sports. Everybody loves basketball, everybody loves baseball. We love all these sports, and no one appreciates wrestling, so it never had a professional outlet for whatever dumb reason other than MMA, where it dominates. If you look at MMA, like if you look at all the disciplines of all the champions of all time, I think wrestling has a significant lead. I think there's more athletes that came from wrestling that became world champions than any of the disciplines. Well, before everybody started cross training, I think our training was the model. I might be wrong, but like our training, like wrestling practice was very hard. When I was in like 8th grade, I was like, this is unbelievably harder than anything I've ever experienced. So I think everybody cross trains now, everybody kind of trains like that, but we were the first where it's like you get in, it's like you warm up, and it's just military, like, you know, it's execution. You have to be in practice, you're just wiped out at the end of practice, and then you have to cut weight after that. So it's mental strength. Yeah. On top of that, that's a giant factor of wrestling. And one of the things about wrestlers is they revel in the fact that they suffer more than anybody else. Yes, they like take it as a badge of courage. Right. It's like a badge of honor that they'll display. Like Mike over there, he fucking suffers more than anybody. Mike's a psycho. He's up at 3 o'clock in the morning, raw eggs. You know, those are the guys. Yeah, everyone was scared of. But very few people have said wrestling is fun. Like basketball is fun. No one who's wrestled seriously is like, oh, it's fun. It's like it's not fun. Like the training is not fun. It's painful. It's only fun if the guy you're wrestling sucks. Yeah, train a lot. that moment, I know winning is great, but you know, the actual process of going to wrestling. Yeah, but it's one of the best character developers. Right? Absolutely. You know, the guys that I meet that are former wrestlers, competitive wrestlers, they're just a different kind of human being. Yeah. It's like military guys, like guys who've been through like Navy SEAL training, or it's a different kind of human. Yeah. Like you're dealing with a guy who can get through some shit that the average person is gonna hold up on. And if you can learn how to do that and overcome that desire to quit when you're a kid, it's so valuable. It's so valuable for the rest of your life. Absolutely, and it helps if you're not very good. Yeah, right. You're also really going to defense and have to work for everything. It's like because you're coming up, across all kinds of adversity. It's nothing that you can figure out. And you know, I can speak from experience. It's embarrassing to get pinned in a gym full of people. Like losing a basketball game. You know, football. I love the camaraderie of football. Losing a football game, having your shoulder blades pinned down in front of everybody in a gymnasium is against your humiliating. It's humiliating. And the reality about fighting is if a guy can hold you down, beat you up. That's just how it works. This guy who's my same weight can pretty much do whatever he wants to do. So take that home with you. When you go, when I wrestled, I remember the difference between like regular guys that would wrestle like in meets, in Massachusetts and wrestle against Newton and go to travel. There was that, and then getting in there with like state champions, like, oh, well, this is like, and then you hear these guys go to camps every summer. It's 24/7, 365. They're always wrestling, right? There's no like wrestling season. Like, oh, I never catch up. It's so funny because when you're in with a guy who's really good, you're mentally preparing yourself. It's like, I just gotta take it to him. I just gotta take it to him. I just gotta go out there and be aggressive and take it to him. And then he's moving so fast that you're like, I can't keep up with this guy. Yeah, you have no chance. And most people have no idea how else they were against wrestling. There's a horrible street fight video that I watched the other day where this guy, if they square off in the street, this guy takes a swing at this guy, and this guy shoots in with a double, hoists this dude up into the air and power slams him on his head on the concrete, and then punches him in the face a couple times where he's completely unconscious. Then his buddies jump on him, and it's a fucking. Thank God for that. Yeah, well, my buddy's pulling him off. I don't know. And even that alone, man, you get a real powerful wrestler slams you in your head. I mean, you might not live. I don't know what happened to that guy. I looked at that, like, that guy could be dead. Guys die all the time from getting knocked out. Street fight. Yeah, hitting their head. Yeah, that's how they die. Yeah. That's another video of what happened afterwards. Did you see that video from, there's a Cleveland Jazz Festival? Cincinnati Jazz Festival where this couple got jumped and this guy got beaten down and kicked, and then the girl was trying to separate it, and this guy punches the girl and KOs her, and she falls and bangs her head on the ground, and she's out cold, her eyes open. It's fucking horrifying. It's horrible to watch. And people are screaming and cheering, kick his ass, and unfortunately it's a bunch of black people jumping two white people, so it's even more problematic. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, the worst aspects of human nature. Right. Fucking desire to beat people up. I don't know what the reason was. I don't know what happened. Right. Those things are hard to watch. You have to watch like cute pet videos after that in order to get yourself back. Like a dog that prevents a cat. I mean, this man punched a woman right in the face and knocked her unconscious, and she bangs her head off the ground. Her eyes are wide open. It's fucking horrible. That kind of shit can affect you for the rest of your life. Sure, you might not have like traumatic brain injuries like that. There's people that never come back from those. Right? That's nuts. It's nuts. That's nuts. You can't go out. Yeah, you can't. Especially if it's a one-on-one fight. It's like I don't like that whole shit talking back and forth. It's like fuck you. It's like let's just do it. And then,
one-on-one fights just get you killed. People don't play by rules. It's dumb. It's almost always unnecessary. Just most people, it's just their ego gets involved. They think they're a fucking
right.
and the amount of people that get in street fights that have no training, to me, is the craziest. I've watched so many videos where guys don't know what they're doing at all.
Right. They're just, you're right. The ego gets involved in it. They're in an argument, and that transitions over into physical. But I think half the guys maybe don't think it's going to go into the physical. They're just like fluid and shit talking. Yeah,
you gotta don't do that.
And sometimes it doesn't, and that's good, or whatever. But like, I mean, when it does, and you're not ready for it, it's
the worst thing in the world. I was watching. There's a comic, I don't know his name, but he was a real angry dude who was yelling at people, and he got in this like yelling altercation with this fucking guy, and I told him, like, hey, do you even know how to fight? He's like, no. Yeah, like, have you ever been in a fight? He's like, no. I don't want to fight. Calling this guy out to fight is crazy. Like, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna do it with some guy one day. He's gonna go, oh, this is gonna be fun. This guy, right? Oh, I finally get a chance to beat the shit out of some boxer or something. So just beat your fun out of things. You don't do that. You want your jaw wired shut for 6 hours.
especially with the health insurance companies these days. You never know what they're going to cover and what they're going to be.
You see that announcement thing?
How crazy is it? It's not so good.
Guy needs a double lung transplant.
How can that happen? How can that happen in our society? Exactly. What's going on?
Let's profit over fucking humanity.
How is it allowed to legally? How are they legally? I don't know the ins and outs of it, but like legally allowed to be like, no, we're not. It's just like the idea of a pre-existing condition was nuts to me.
What kind of pre-existing condition? I mean, he's got health insurance. He gets sick. Like, what are you talking about? He got pneumonia. He's got holes in his fucking lungs. Right? He needs a double lung transplant. You say, no, you have to die. Meanwhile, he gets a lung transplant. I think actually Jake Paul donated.
Yeah,
and some other folks did too. Which is great because Jake Paul actually fought in the past in a boxing match that should have taken place. Jake flatlined.
oh, did he really? That's pretty super tough.
Yeah, he's very tough. He's not a boxer. He's never been known for having good hands. He's an amazing wrestler.
Yes.
Jake's stepped up and paid a big chunk of his medical. That's awesome. So he's training now. Again, he's posting videos. He weighs 135 pounds right now. And he's got this giant scar across his chest. His arms are like sticks. And he's now on the mic working out again. And he's trying to put weight back on.
They're just trying to rehab.
He's trying to get his body back.
Yeah, but I saw that. I didn't watch the whole videos, but his face looks really great.
Yeah, he lost like 35 pounds. And he was there for months. Just lying with him. That's just
He's a super tough. He was a super, super tough wrestler.
Oh, dude, the Bellator days, if you go back and watch him in the Bellator days, he would just dominate guys. They would have no clue as to what he was doing. He would take some of the best fighters in the world, and as soon as he got on the floor, they were fucked.
And that guy was known to have a motor. He would never get tired. He wrestled in Missouri, I think. My friend Greg Warren wasn't all there. He's a great comic. Greg. I know Greg. Yeah, you know Greg. I remember Greg. But he's an unbelievable dude. And, I wrestled and everything. Greg was an All-American.
Yeah, he was a real legit wrestler.
Yeah, and he knows Aspen. And I met him at Nationals 1 year.
I've always wanted Aspen to fight the UFC long before he did. And unfortunately, I think he did sort of the prime of his career in Bellator, and no one got a chance to see it, right? Because that was when he was at his best. When he was fighting guys like Douglas Lima, who's another guy who people forgot because he was fighting so much in Bellator. He fought the best welterweights ever. He's one of the only guys that now got MVP. Wow, Douglas Lima's a fucking beast, man. And Ben Askren got a hold of him and just ragdoll.
No kidding.
Yeah, Korshkov, another guy, killer, fucking nasty spinning back kick. He was nasty striker. Ragdoll. Ben got a hold of him. He was just throwing those guys around. They just gave him nuggies. They couldn't do shit. There was nothing they could do to him.
It's really true. Yeah, they couldn't get him. I can't emphasize that. A guy who never gets tired.
Yeah.
I always had to pace out, think about how much energy is this? You kind of have to subconsciously go, how much energy is this gonna take? And I gotta conserve my energy so unorthodox as well, right? So efficient. So
Efficient with the energy is a big thing.
oh, it's huge. Yeah, I mean, if a guy doesn't have to be tense all the time, you know. But it's like this video that I watched from Lucid was very eye-opening. It was like a horse. He would do 15 rounds of 3.5 minutes with a 20-second rest. So he's preparing himself for a 12-round fight. He would do 15, but he would do 3.5 minute rounds, and he would do 20 seconds rest instead of 1 minute. And if he touched his back to the ropes at any point in time, he would have another round.
That's nuts.
That's great. That's really great.
I love that. It's like Lomachenko. I didn't see the Sikor, but I saw how Lomachenko trained.
Same train.
Yeah, the same kind. That was father.
Yeah,
Lomachenko trains. Yes, exactly. And it's bananas, like the coordination. He quit boxing as a young kid to learn Russian dance.
Oh, that's fun as well.
It's so crazy. It's insane. I would really like to have seen him fight Shakur. And these guys taking Shakur are great. But they were calling him out, and it was after. I think Lomachenko was fighting Haney, and he was like a kind of dirty looking Moses. And then that was, he wrapped on that.
I felt like he got robbed.
I thought so too.
I thought he was. That was a bummer to me because this is kind of a great comeback story. The guy fights for Ukraine, or comes back, gets back into shape, fights again.
And Haney's great, but he was much bigger. Loma was he just looked very small. He looked like he was fighting at 35. But these guys are cutting down from God knows where. Haney's fighting at 47 now. So it's, you could just see their builds. They look different.
Yeah, it's different times.
Like Shakur, I'm saying Shakur looks about the same size as Loma.
Also, super skillful.
Yeah, I was happy
His last fight, best Billy Shell since Floyd Mayweather. His fucking defense was incredible.
Yeah, defense, and he stayed in there. He was fighting the guy from Old Boy. I can't remember his name, who he fought, but it was just a good fight. Really pressuring him. And Shakur stayed in the bottom.
Yeah.
He stayed in the bottom.
He said he's not going to fight Hunter. He's not a Hunter. But he said after that fight, I'm like, he said it took too many shots.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he wanted to like put on a show and show everybody he's not just a runner. He can stand in the bar. So I'm doing this. I'll box the shit out of these movies.
Yeah. I mean,
Which is
Shakur
what
knows that guy.
he's elite. He's elite. And just one of the best as far as skill.
What do you think of Crawford Canelo?
Do you?
See, I don't. I don't look. I think it's Crawford's last fight, so I'm happy he's gonna cash out. I'm rooting for him. But I would like to see him stay at 54 and fight Jordan Ortiz.
I'd like to see that too. But the big money is Canelo. And why not do it? I mean, what a ballsy move. You go 47 to 54, and you go up 60. You go right up to 68. That's crazy. Because he's really not even at 54. He's taking the fight at 54. It took much longer because it was a big fight. He wins another world title.
And he won that fight. People are like trying to describe it. He fought, first of all, Terrence fought great. Matromas is great. That's why he was good and fucking differently. He fought every other guy. Yeah, he did fight dangerous. Yeah, he's dangerous. And Matromas is a great athlete. Anybody who does a backflip in the ring, like that guy, he's a great athlete. And he is like these Eastern bloc fighters always have like 7-0. And it looks like nothing. It's like, yeah, he has 400 amateur fights.
Like Archer Federer. He's got like 300 amateur fights. So Lomachenko, they have hundreds of amateur fights. By the time he gets to the professional ranks, like, yeah, this isn't a regular 1-0 kind of thing. These are guys that just, they can do stuff that you can't even imagine being able to do.
They're unreal. So, yeah, that's why
Listen, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great fight. You're dealing with two all-time greats. Crawford's one of the best switch hitters. I think since Marvin Hagler. And one of the most skillful boxers alive. And then you have Canelo, who probably isn't the same guy as he was just like a few years ago. But still, one of the greatest of all time. Still has brutal knockout power. You know, I mean, if you go back to like some of his, like more impressive fights from a few years ago, like the Amir Khan KO, like the Cujo Saunders KO, like those KO, he's probably not that guy anymore, but he's still young enough that he's still pretty close to his prime and one of the best of all time.
I'd like to see him fight Benavidez.
Oh yeah,
And I think that WBC should force that fight. I know
like Patrick Mahomes on his into a football season isn't automatically in the playoffs. Right? He's got to play every game, and if he loses, if he has to go on the road in the playoffs, it's like the WBC should have forced Canelo to fight David Benavidez. It's not fair that David Benavidez has to go to 75 now, and he has to wait to see the winner of the Benavidez Pitbull fight.
Yeah. Well, that was the fight. The fight, I mean, for Mexican bragging rights, too. You know?
Yeah, what a great fight. And in no way do I think that Canelo was afraid of him or anything. He's just trying to maneuver his career with the least risk
And the most money.
and the most money.
I think he said he wanted to fight him, but he wanted like $200 million or something crazy like that.
I mean, but it's your mandatory defense at 68. It's your mandatory. How do you choose? I know you're the face of boxing, but how do you choose? The WBC got to force that, man.
Yeah, but maybe the Saudis will go about that money eventually. Like maybe he beats Crawford, and then I say, listen, like Turkey al Sheikh decides, what does this say? They offered Canelo $70 million to fight me. That's before pay-per-view. They offered me a flat fee of $5 million. I said yes. Never heard back. Whoa, that's crazy. But you know, maybe for him, $70 million is not the number he wanted. Maybe he thinks the Saudis give him 200.
They might. Look, if he beats Crawford,
That might be the move.
but it speaks to how boxing is organized.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? It's like not organized. It wants to be respected as a sport, but it's not organized that way.
Well, there's so many sanctioning bodies. You know,
Yeah, I say clean them out.
yeah.
Clean out the sanctioning bodies.
It's hard to title because if someone's offering someone a world title fight, they can make so much more money as a world champion. You know, like you win the WBO, let's say, like Canelo vacates some titles and the guy picks it up, he's still a WBO champion or a WBC champion or WBA or IBF. But that's the problem. Is there's so many world champions. Whereas in MMA, like you can be a Bellator world champion, but everybody knows you're not really the world champion unless you're the UFC world champion in terms of public perception. There's guys I think that were Bellator champions who could have won in the UFC at that same weight class, and there's guys that did, like Eddie Alvarez came over from Bellator, he was world champion, and he won the world title in the UFC. Guys did it, but the reality is most people think of a world champion as a UFC champion. But in boxing, the WBA champion is not exactly the same way as the WBC champion. It depends on who it is. You know what I mean? Like if like Tyson it was Mike Tyson in the early days, and he had the WBC belt, and you had the WBA belt, you weren't the champion. Mike Tyson was the champion. Everybody knew it. But other than those kind of examples, you know, where there's one guy that's just the ultimate in that weight class, yeah, a world championship is worth a lot of money. So it's hard for guys to say no and just say, look, I'm only going to fight for the Ring Magazine belt. That's what the Saudis offer. And they're going to make everybody fight everybody. It's like the most amount of money. Because I think that's what they're kind of angling towards.
Structuring it differently.
Yeah.
Because that's what needs, I mean, in my opinion, that's what needs to happen. Is that's structured differently, and there needs to be like, the fights need to be forced, and you know what, you have to let go of the draw a little bit. Like, well, this fight is not gonna, it doesn't matter if it draws or not. We need this fight to happen so that we can get the best champion.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So we need the real champion here. So it doesn't matter if it's not technically a good matchup. Right? It has to be forced.
It means something to be the number one contender. It means something. But then, if you do that, you never get fights like Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou. Right? You only get those fights, those fun fights, if someone's like, okay, let's just try this.
Right, but I think that's what they're like prop fights. I don't know if I call them that, like what Floyd is doing now. He's like, he kind of deserves to do that. Like he's like outside, he's retired, and he's like, I'm putting on these fights, and he can get paid for him. Yeah, you know what I mean. But that's outside of what we consider real competition.
Yeah, well, this is different because Floyd's 50. Right? This is a different thing.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about
And what Jake is doing too, what Jake Paul is doing too, it's like I challenge this guy, and it's like that's fine, and that's fun, right? But is that the highest level of picking on better people? And the Anthony Joshua thing is crazy to me too. But it's like he fought better beef. It's like
yeah, better call him a fight. That was fun to watch. Because you can't run from better people. He's terrifying.
he's terrifying.
He's too.
Technically sound.
Yeah.
These guys are all working because of their amateur career.
Yeah, except Wilson's 38, which is also crazy. He's in his prime, 38. But I think a big part of that speaks to his discipline. He stays in such insane shape.
Who's that? Who's
And he doesn't let
style. And it's funny because I ask these guys about who's your favorite boxer. He's like, I really don't watch it. It's my job. It's my job. It's my job. I come, I do my job. I go home to my family. Crazy. You don't watch boxing. You don't watch boxing. That's one of the best ever. You know, who's the kid who's the Denver Nuggets guy? He's another guy who says after they won the NBA championship, Jokic is another guy who he won the NBA championship. He's like, nah, it's fun. It's fun. We celebrate and I go home with my family now. I don't think about basketball. He doesn't even get emotional when he wins, but his horse won and he still broke down crying. Mostly celebrates that his horse wins a race. So his horse won a race and he just fucking cried. He's like, this is the greatest thing of all time. I'm so happy. So happy. So if you want what they have in the stand, there's a video of him at the end of it. But that's not a video. That's not the same video. But so when his horse did win, he was like crying, so happy. Wow. He wins. It's like something he's been working for his whole life. He's like, maybe that's the secret to success. He stays zen about it. Well, they look at it like it's a job. They prepare mentally, and these guys are very mentally tough. Yeah. And they prepare for it like a job, and then they go and do the job, and they're like, this isn't my life. It kind of dials back some of the ego on it, which I like. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm this guy. It's like, no, I'm doing this, and then when I retire, I'll just be a guy. Yeah. No one thinks about that in America. Everybody's like, no, I'm gonna go to, I get it. You know, it's like, I'm gonna go to the next thing. Maybe I get it. You know, parlay this into something else, or a vitamin water. Yeah. I can have a cologne. You know what I mean? It's like they're trying to parlay it into something else to make more money. Yeah. But I don't know, man. These guys, they have the eye of the tiger. Oh yeah. You know what I mean? We played a few times on this podcast, Serbian basketball. When I played basketball in Serbia and how the crowd is, you're like, oh my god, this is like you're stepping into a fucking gang war. Yeah. The crowds are so electric. They're so into it, like aggressively into it. Yeah. You're like, dude, these people from that part of the world are hard people. And when they're coming over here, they're dominating in MMA, dominating in boxing. That's a tough part of the world. Yeah. Wrecked by war for hundreds of years. What is this, Jim? Is this the Serbian? They're starting fires. What are they doing? Oh, God. Outside the fans, they were inside doing fireworks. They have outside basketball games? That's pretty wild, too. Wow. It's like, look at this fucking crowd, dude. It's just nuts how hyped up they are. Wow. It's a different world. So funny. The Eagles fans are really tough. It's like, I don't know how about these guys. Yeah. You've seen that game that they play? I think it's called Calcio Storco. Calcio Storco. It's like a combination of rugby and MMA. And they do it in Italy, and they do it in a couple other places. They do it in Croatia. Oh, I think I did see that. So yeah, it's like a rugby, right? But it's fighting. So they get together as teams, and they've got a ball. I don't know what the fucking deal is with the ball, but they beat the fucking piss out of these guys. Just look like animals. Like animals. Like that guy. He's rubbing his hands together. I can't wait to fucking brain somebody. And so these guys stand outside each other, and they're having gang fights. Like, this is the beginning of the end. There's a ball involved. I don't understand the need for this ball. But look, while that ball's moving around, these guys in the middle are just beating the shit out of each other. They're wrestling, they're fucking shooting takedowns, body slamming each other's elbows to the face on the ground. It's nuts. It's the craziest fucking game. Like, this is back when people needed something to do in between war. You know? They needed something to stay sharp. And so they developed a game to make their fucking war ability hold tight while they, ramp up their team. Around some robots like jesters. It's ridiculous. It's probably how cool people dress back when they do this. But it's interesting, I wonder if they're scoring for the individual fights that they're having. What do you say, Jay? Or nothing to score with? Yeah. There's no point. There's no point. Who's got the ball? What's happening? These guys are just beating each other. This guy's grabbing a hold of the fence there. You're allowed to hold the fence. It's like almost no rules. What's it about? With the fighter, they're going to where's the goal? Yeah. They care about what they want to punch you in the face. I mean, it's getting, well, it's 3-2. It's taken down out of nowhere. He's nowhere near the ball. This guy's bouncing up, beating his ass. The guy runs across the ball. With the stupid shorts. They're wearing tights and shit like that. The clothes they wear are ridiculous. The guy got something stuck to his back like a needle. Look at his back. Oh, yeah. He's got like a piercing, looks like a fucking, well, like a pin. There's no one stopping the fight either, so this must be part of it. Yeah, he's got like a safety pin through his back. Yeah. Maybe that is something. It seems like you just kind of grab that. Crazy ass sport, man. These guys are mount topping each other while the game's going on. The guys having the guys inside control. This game. All contact stop. Yeah. But this guy's running and the other guy just mounts him and just starts beating his ass. Fucking for sure entertaining. It's violent. Violence is it. Look, all these guys in the middle, they're not even stopping this guy from running because they're too busy mounting people. It gets through. That guy's scoring. Oh, you did casual. Not asking. But that's the point. It's like most people from that part of the world, they've been involved in some wild shit for a long time. That's Europe. That's Europe. Is it Europe? Well, that is in Florence, I believe. That's Italy. But I know, like I said, that they do it in Croatia as well. Same sport. It's just hard people out there in the world. We're all arguing over pronouns. We're arguing with each other on that's really funny. It's like arguing with each other on Twitter, and those guys are doing that. That's what Twitter would look like if it was visible. Sort of. You are guys crying. Are you on the Twitter? Do you now? I used to off of it, but I used to write jokes on it. And now it's like just it's not going to benefit you to write jokes on it anymore. Now it's confrontation is what the algorithm loves. So unless you're trying to, at least the way I view it, it's like unless you're trying to take somebody down or have an argument, that spurs the algorithm. So I don't want to do any of that. Yeah, it's nonsense. I'm focused on front-facing Instagram videos now. Front-facing. You're talking to your phone. That's what people love now. Is that what you're doing? Oh yeah, I've been doing to promote my shows. There you go. Well, the Osborne death is crazy, right, guys? Prince of Darkness. One of those things. Yeah, get comments on stuff. Comment. It's kind of like what Twitter was, but I don't know. It's always changing, and you hear that this is what is getting views and consulting. I get it, but I mean, I'm glad I'm doing it. Yeah, well, I put stand-up clips. Stand-up clips is really the bread and butter. Well, that's the big thing. A great stand-up clip push you right into headline, and if you're a beginning comic like you before you're ready, this guy's they start out, they've been doing comedy for 3 years, they got a good 10 minutes. They put that 10 minutes online, and boom, they take off. Now you have to write a whole hour right outside of that 10 minutes, and you have to headline like it's just a rush jump. You kind of get it through, but you have to figure out how to fill that space. Everybody has different challenges, so the guys who do that, they're doing clubs, and now they got to figure out how to get people their money's worth in those clubs. You have to construct a real hour. You have to construct an hour, or like say you got famous off crowd work or something. It's like that's mostly what you're doing in crowd work. That's different. That you can do. That's pretty easy. Not easy, but you can fill time. Whereas like if you're the hardest for me, I think not for me, I don't do it, but the hardest in my opinion is non sequitur guys. You know, guys like Steve Wright, like that kind of thing. One absurd non sequitur into another. There's no like through line. Right. It's all just like things that are totally unrelated. Here's another thing I noticed. It's so hard to read an hour now. Oh my god. Like I think Stephen Wright was Mitch Hedberg. It's a very similar style. Non sequiturs. Fantastic. Amazing. But and time consuming to find out. Oh my god. You have to write if you're doing that. Well, those clips do well. If you put work into the clip, the trick of it is developing the material fast enough in order to put it out. Yeah. It's like you're not coming up with that every day. I don't know if the general public realizes that. You're almost better off online loosely talking about a subject and putting that up rather than really sitting in the pocket and developing it the way I tried a different technique. Like, you know, just journal. Don't worry about the jokes. Just journal every day. So you're journaling every day. It's like now you have a lot of premises, but none of it's developed. So you can't journal every day. And when you have like a week of journaling, it's like, you have to go back through the journal and you have to see what's, you have to pull it out and then develop these ideas.
When you say journaling, so you sit down and write, you write about your life, or you write about, okay.
Write about your life, or like you write about a topic that you're interested in. That's gnawing at you. But there's so many funny or potentially funny things that happen to you every day. And if you would just journal, you bring it to life. And you, but if you don't journal, it's things just slip away. But if you journal, it's like, oh, that was funny. Just getting on a plane now is hilarious. You know, there's so many different things, and you interact with so many different, just these small interactions with people, and it's you know, something that could go south. You know, it could go south. It could be okay. It could play here. This just gets me every time. It happens almost every time I travel. I think I'm drawing it to me. It's like there's a natural progression of how the plane boards. It's like people from the seats, they just get off the plane according to where your seat is. You're getting off first and you're closer to the entrance of the plane. That's the way it's designed to go. And there's always somebody who runs, gets their bag and runs to the front of the plane. What are you doing? We all want to get off. Don't you look at every plane? We all want to get off. What are you doing?
I know people get mad at it. There was a video recently where a lady did that. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it turns into a great clip. Somebody videos it, and it's an altercation, and it turns into a viral.
How about that lady that said that, like, someone on the plane wasn't real?
Oh, yeah.
Shifting.
Yes.
I bet she's a lot of fun. I bet that lady's a lot of fun.
I bet she's great. She's really fun at parties. It's like, imaginary person, and they're like, there was no imaginary person. I'm having a bad day.
Just an imaginary person, but yelling out of a plane that's in the sky. Was that already in the sky? But she get kicked off the plane was on the ground.
I think it was in the sky.
Was it in the sky?
I think it was.
Fighting the radio that says that someone's not real. And you go, okay, what is it that's going on? Either she's nuts or I'm normal. Right? Because if she's right, you know, and like you look back, like, hey, what's going on with that guy's skin? It's like, separating. It's like John Carpenter's a thing. Like, turns out she was right. He wasn't real. He was morphing into something else. The odds of that are very small. But in movies, it's very high. So it's like guitar, you gotta take the very songs. She might be right. But if she was right, we can find out. There's no communication on plane. The plane just goes in the middle of the ocean. There's a fucking person who turns into an insect. Or a chest burster. Right now. Fuck. Why have to be me? And then nobody believes it.
No one believes it.
Yeah, then it becomes a conspiracy theory that people like autistic people obsess about on the internet. They know what happened.
But that's the thing I follow up with what actually happened to her. What's her life like now?
She's on a podcast with Thomas Prager. She's popping up. Like, she was on Facebook doing stuff there for a while. But she's doing something with Conor. Yeah, that's why I brought her up. He posted her. Yeah, she's doing good.
Maybe she could do something with a home too, or girl. You know what I mean? Maybe they could. That's her career. It's kind of.
Maybe they can both go to Gaza. They can figure it out.
Some put her best people on it.
She's going to the end of the appearance. You know, appearance. She does appearances. Yeah.
She complained about somebody disappearing, and now she's doing appearance.
She probably sells better than Jonas.
Travis like that shit. She's described as a marketing executive too, so
That was fake, but crazy plane lady. After she had a meltdown on flight 2023, what did she say she saw? As I was reading through it, they did do a follow-up here where is that her down there? Oh, she's hot. Why is she not? Why is she looking?
that always helps, Joe.
That always helps. Look at the initial photo of her. Start at the top. How does that become? Scroll down. How did it do that? What happened? Now it's like a different person. Scroll down though. Lost some weight. Tighten everything up. Just making the best out of it.
Okay, so what did she say? She's in the spotlight. She's remaining in the spotlight since appearing on podcasts, YouTube shows, and giving tours of her sleepy Texas home. Oh, she's Texas crazy. Even that's far from crazy. So what was she saying? Okay, I'm gonna fly with y'all again. I just want to know what happens to this flight here. I'm not crazy. All's crazy. Yeah, do not let that flight leave. This flight's not going to make it to Orlando. It's not going to. Looking out the windows at this quarter, Goma says there's a lot of people on that flight. Like, so she really believes that there's something on that flight. Maybe she took an animal. Maybe someone slipped her a Mickey. Like, what did she say she saw? I know that she was smart enough for a while to get to tell you, I'll tell you this next podcast. That motherfucker's not real, she said. And she's 38, so it's all like a MILF kind of crazy. I imagine if you're the guy she's saying that you're not real. He's right there, bro. Just chill. You're not real. You're trying to watch a YouTube video with your phone. This fucking crazy bitch is screaming at you. That's a great story. That's what I'm talking about journaling. If you sit next to her, she flips out. So you're not real. That would be if you could tell the audience that you were the guy that was on the flight, but that motherfucker's not related. What she said, which is the plane was not blown. Why? I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off. That motherfucker back there is not real. You can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to. Like, what? Who's not real? Who's the guy? I let him be a motherfucker. Look at her out there talking with the cops. Look at her. She's getting out. She's pointing at her. I don't think she got arrested. I think she calmly explained to the cops that someone wasn't real. Oh, that's so funny. What was the guy, though? The lawyer of the guy. That's the guy we should be interviewing. Like, she's just trying to. She appears more lucid at this point, but remains combative with officers. One says to her, I can tell you're having a bad day. We're not trying to make it any worse, to which she responds, my dad's a cop. Fuck you, dude. She got into the control check. There's something happened there. That's very funny. I want to know what the guy is. Yeah. She could have been saying, motherfucker, not as a person. I don't know. Back to play not real. Yeah, no, they're not real. Yeah, like how she learned, I might never fly again. It's threatening, but it might not be your choice. It's like, which one plane? You said someone's on a somebody that actually makes some sense where it's like someone stole a ride or so she thought the plane was going to crash because someone stole a ride. It doesn't make any sense. She's saying the plane is going to go down, they're going to live, they're going to die because someone stole a ride. That makes sense. She's kooky. She's fun. Yeah, that's why I find her fun. Yeah. Probably gets on tables at bars. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's probably one of them. Well, she's like, that's all. Oh, she's the girl in the comedy club. It's my birthday. She'd be the best in the row. You'd be so happy. It's really something. It's reflective of our society. Is that she laid that into some level of thing. I'm sure she has a podcast. I'm sure she has all kinds of it's her character. Conor McGregor's Instagram all the time. So they go, yeah, I'm to a girl. She made it all the way to a pump and dump pump to a coin. You know that Metzger talk about it? I saw him last night. He's such a lunatic. I love that dude. He's so funny. He's just so nuts. But he is this like oh, that would be a rip-off. He was connecting Taylor Swift and Epstein last night. Taylor Swift? You don't think that there's something involved with those concerts that make you have amnesia? I'm like, Kurt, I don't know. Kurt, I'm serious. No, serious. Yeah, he's connected here. And then Tommy Poe, we don't even tell lights, amnesia. This is crazy. He brought it up. I said, no, Kurt, I never. I said, Kurt, I never heard of that. And he goes, no, it's real. And then he brought it up on his phone. And sure enough, it was Transient global amnesia. Taylor Swift fans review a post-concert forgetfulness. Maybe the plain girl wasn't wrong. But here's my take on this. She is in this rare air right now, like the Beatles, like Elvis in his prime, where it's an emotional experience being in her presence in Taylor Swift. Those fans are diehards. She sells out stadiums and multiple shows in stadiums, right? I think it's probably so emotional for them when they're standing in front of her and she's singing that afterwards they're so spent and racked. They're probably like, what happened? It's probably like such a
The Beatles had that effect on Elvis. Women would see them crying and shaking.
they think Michael Jackson in his prime. People would faint if they saw him live. Faint.
That's interesting.
That's way more like
What about the lights? What about the lights causing seizures?
guarantee you I go to that fucking concert and I come out with perfect memory. Okay. Not that I don't like Taylor Swift, but I like some of her songs. I really do. One of her songs is on Nobody No Friends, pretty funny song. It's on our Spotify playlist. But I wouldn't watch it. I mean, she'd be fine. I'd be fine. It's what a great show. She's really talented. I wouldn't go without it. What happened? But I'll tell you what, I did see the Rolling Stones when they were at Coda, and I felt like I was on a drug. Like I didn't feel like it was real. Like when they went out onto that stage, Mick Jagger's on that stage, I can't believe he's real. Like I was standing there with my friend Bobby, who owns the racetrack, and I was going, I don't feel like I'm really here. This feels like a drug. This feels crazy. Like I'm watching Mick Jagger and Keith Richards live. It's like there's like 100,000 people. It's a huge fucking crowd. I was like, this is nuts, man. This feels fake. So I'm probably not a big giant Rolling Stones fan, but I'm probably not as big a Rolling Stones fan as the Swifties are, right? Like they're her god, or she's their god, rather. Like you go to see that,
That'd be enough of a thing to warrant an article on the internet. I mean, that's gross. Somebody almost started a study on her. Of course they did. All of them want.
I want to know what they do. Are they a gender studies professor? Please, what kind of scholarship did you go to get that position? You have to have a certain heritage that's profitable. What are you doing?
But yeah, I didn't think it was a thing either. Kurt is like, Kurt's a great guy. He's so funny and he's great. But it's like 5 minutes into the conversation, I'm like, Kurt, I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what it is. It's a CIA plan. Everybody is like, you've been put there by the Rockefellers. I'm so glad he and I are friends, and we've been friends for so long that he doesn't think I'm some sort of a plan. That'd be a real problem.
That would be something.
Kurt leans in on you. Oh, you don't think? Oh, you don't think? Oh, you don't think? You don't know? You don't know about the thing that happened at 73? You don't know the Kissinger thing? The Kissinger thing? You don't know?
It's I don't know any of this.
I can't. I tell him sometimes before I go on stage. I'm like, I have 5 minutes. I can't do this. In my head with what you said, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Is he right? Is he Googling shit if this is true?
Hey, Kurt, I love you, but not right now. I can't do it.
He'll fucking corner you, dude. He'll corner you. And he looms on me. He's a big cougar.
It's 6'5". Fucking cougar. It's 6'5". And then he went on stage and destroyed last night. Destroyed in the funniest way. It's like completely original. He's trying to do a special.
He's going to do a special and film it. That's great. I'm very excited about that. My God, I got a great crew down here. It's really fun.
I was there last night, man. It was awesome.
How many days are you talking?
I'm out. Yeah,
You're out outside. Nice.
I'm gonna come back and try to do some more podcasts. Yeah,
There's a lot here now. A lot of people here now. Trussell's here now.
but I've headlined the club several times, and I love it every time. other said. Like I basically said, I don't have an absolute fixed position on anything. Tell me what you think. Right. And so a lot of the stuff, like the lights inside the green room, when the light goes on, that's fantastic. For each room, so you know it's got the light, the time that someone's on stage, both from the stage and from the green room, all that. Like I think the lights were Tony's idea. I think the time might have been Simpson's idea. So it's all like everybody had their own say in what we do. Like, he told me to lower the ceiling in the little room, and in the big room I did that. He told me to make the stage smaller in the little room, I did that. Like I did whatever anybody said. Like Louis, like I need more sound deadening. You should put carpet down. Forget about the bounce that you get from the loudness of the echo. It does make it louder, but it also makes it a little hard to hear what you're saying. Like you're right. And so we did everything everybody wanted. Every suggestion, any sticks and low ceilings are key. It's everything. Low ceilings and everything. It's what you're saying. It's like you're like a softer spoken guy, and you're following somebody who's like a yeller. Oh yeah, you have to adjust the sound, but it's still it's like the crispness matters. That's good to hear. And it's a wild dial the right volume, and the lighting. So the lighting was like sometimes the audience be lit up a little bit too much. Like you gotta darken that. It took a little while, but once we got there, man, it's been pretty smooth for like when we're going on, it'll be our third year in March. That's awesome. Crazy. It seems just happened. And the big room is great. It's great to have my bath, and I just popped in the small room last night, and that's really great. It's one of those rooms that you don't need to work out. Like you really have the freedom to sit there and like play with and work out the material, and that's really what you need. You need an experimental place where you can fail a little bit, where you can fuck around. Yeah. And that little room is like the chamber of truth. Because like if you got some bullshit in your act, you have 100 people against it. Seems obvious. It's like chill. But that's like the old Boston Comedy Club in New York. Oh yeah. Exactly. So it's like it's the Boston. It looks like a log cabin in the patio. And then there's like during the winter time when I first got there in 2004. It's like after 4 people, 5 people, comes back, it's like you had that. Oh, yeah. And Belly Room story, believe it or not, yes. It's so good for that. Belly Room, I think, is really only supposed to have like 70 people in it. A lot of times way over that, right? Especially for roast battle. Like, they do roast battle sometimes in the kitchen. They were checking the ceiling fire to support all those folks because the people would jump around and you would like hear well inside of this cave then. Because that fucking building is so old. Yeah. I mean, that building, our building's the mothership, but at least it's been like rebuilt. That building at the store, that was Zero's nightclub in the 1950s. Right? What was Heroes? And then it was the comedy store from the 70s. So, like, nobody's Chinese. Certainly good. It's gonna fucking turn my attention. Because at one point in time, the back wall behind it was in danger because the hill was collapsing. And so they had to reinforce with like steel rebar, giant beams and shit. It's funny because if something did happen, everybody would think it was a prank. Especially if oh, this is gone some kind of way to now this ceiling. So in 1940, Zero's became a popular night spot. The nightclub closed in 1960, was rated as a rock club in 65 after the name changes in the comedy store in 72. Wow. Club Seville? Was that what it was before Club Seville? So it was Club Seville in 1935. It opened New Year's Eve 1935 and featured a crystal dance floor with a subsurface fish. So the fish eye the dance floor, fountains and colored lights in its crystal marine room. The building was remodeled in January 1940. Zero's was opened. Wow. Crazy. That's not wow. That place. And no renovations have been done since. No Bugsy Siegel. It was Bugsy Siegel's joint now. That's awesome. We got whack on that place. That's why a lot of people do it. It's haunted. It's got a weird energy to it. Yeah. That place has the weirdest history. Yeah, the weirdest energy. That's awesome. It's got history. Yeah, massive history. You feel it in the walls, right? I believe that. It sounds like Zero, Jimi Hendrix. Oh my God, 65 Zero's reopened as the
1965, it counts in the period reproducing the sleeve notes to the pre-flight sessions boxes that describe a church-like atmosphere with interpretive dancing. The club also served to those during the recording of 1965 Dick Dale album, rock album Dick Dale and his Kill Tones.
Its boss.
Kaleidoscope in 68, and then it was called Its Boss in 69, and known as the Patch. Oh, in 69 it was known as Patch 2. It's the store from 72. Wow, till present.
Yeah, because comedy was done in like jazz clubs and stuff. Poetry readings.
You know what the oldest comedy club in the country is?
Now,
The Ice House.
I never realized the Ice House in Pasadena.
Yeah, the Ice House in Pasadena was very clear. It was like the oldest running club. So it was like I think it was a music club at first, and then it was started an actual ice house back when people didn't have freezers. You'd get a giant chunk of ice from Alaska or some shit. They put it in, insulated giant steel boxes and transport it to cities. And you would be able to go to there and buy ice for your ice box. You put it, in an insulated box in your home, and that's how you keep your milk cold. But literally, that's what an ice house was. So then it became, I think it was a rock club for a little while, and then it became a comedy club. Early in the story. When did the Ice House first start doing comedy? I think it's the longest running stand-up comedy club in the world. I'm pretty sure they were like early 70s, late 60s. They started doing stand-up there.
All of that.
But they revolved now.
Protection under
No, even my last special, I just working out as a developer, and I did a special in San Antonio. I was very fucking traveling. I'm done. Oldest, 1960. Wow. 1960. The beginning it wasn't. Yeah. I think in the beginning it was something else. I think it was in the Rock Club. But I think that was only for a few years. So maybe like 62 as well as 60 to 78, the Ice House was a whole music. Oh, so 78. Okay, so it's not the oldest comedy club. And then many comedians also appeared in the club in 1978. The original owners were bought out by a trio of investors led by Bob Fisher. Shout out to Bob, my homie, who changed the format of the club to stand-up comedy. So Bob was comedy. So in 78, he changed it to flat comedy.
So it was kind of like a hodgepodge in like 72. It was a mix like musical performers and comedians.
Well, before they remodeled, it was the greatest club. It was so good that you couldn't use it. Like if you wanted to do an audition tape, people wouldn't accept audition tapes at the Ice House because everybody killed there.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's how good it was. That's how good the environment was. It was that good.
So you would go there and kill, and then you go to other clubs.
People go down, oh, that's a nice house. There's two keys there. Oh, wow. That's how good it was. Isn't that nuts? That's nuts. Why would you fix that? Why would you change that at all? If you have that formula where it's so good that people don't allow you to use tapes from there, why would you shoot every special there? I would never touch it. I would keep it exactly the same way it is forever. And if I bought that place, I would find the old blueprints. I'd be like, we're tearing down all shit and bringing it right. I want to find where the floor is. Do you have the whole floor anywhere? Did you ever save the whole floor?
It has to be something about the people, though.
I'll
Going there too.
Yeah, Pasadena's like more relaxed. LA, it's everybody thinks they're famous. Everybody's like, oh, I should be able to, a lot of industry assholes who don't care about people on stage, arms crossed, and everybody's an influencer now. So it's like, yeah, it's even worse. But even back then, everybody wanted things. Whereas Pasadena is just regular people. It's like a road game. So it's fun. Yeah, they're relaxed. Pasadena was like the place where the producers would live. Like the stars would all live in the Hollywood Hills, and the producers would all move out to Pasadena and have like normal lives in the early days of Hollywood. So this beautiful houses.
And that's where you would want to do well, I would imagine, back in the day when there was industry and they cared. If someone was down there, they wanted to go in front of the crowd that was big and they lived there, so they would come out and see you crush, and they would be like, this guy should have a show.
Yeah, but I don't think they went to those clubs. No, I think it was like more the people that lived there. I don't think it was ever an industry thing, which is why it was so good, because it was fun. It was just comedy. You know what I mean?
all that shit. She stopped all that shit. She wanted me to do this stuff. Like, she forced it. She's like, you can't just develop a 10-minute set, do the same goddamn set over and over again, hoping that's going to lead you to a show.
Plus, that's torture anyway. It's torture for the comic to do that anyway, and not try anything else. Just to go up and do the same thing.
That's crazy. They all did it. A lot of guys did it because that was the thing back then. It's like, if you could pull that off, and you could get a sitcom, you could be Tim Allen, you know, you could be Roseanne, you could be, if you just had something that could package and sell, man, you like that Willy Wonka golden ticket. Yeah. Now you're in the Hollywood Hills, right? Driving a Mercedes.
Yeah, there's a financial motivation to it, but like it's nice to have rooms that you can go and experiment, and you don't feel any of that pressure. And then when you get it tight, then you do your job, and then people can look at that.
Yeah. Well, that's the great thing about the Austin scene right now. Is just on our street alone, there's 5 full-time comic clubs
On the street, really.
and within 5 minutes, a 5-minute walk of my club, there's 5 clubs. First of all, there's really good ones like the Creek in the Cave's great, right? That's just up the street, a block away. And then you have the Sunset Room, which is like 5 doors down, great room. And then you have Vulcan, great room, a couple doors down. And the Arena Room is a small room I haven't been to, but that's got a long history to it. There's a bunch of other ones too that I don't even know about.
I was like happy to see the Creek out here. It's great for Rebecca.
They had a great room too. It's a perfect little room. It's really tight seating, great stage.
Now what's going on 6th Street after like late night burger? Every time I work a club, I come out after, everybody's so cool, professional, and you need to watch that, or no, I'm good. And then I'll just stand out there and I'll just watch it happen.
Oh yeah.
I'll watch it happen. How is this happening? How is this legal? Like the cops are just standing, they're not in SWAT gear, but they're all standing in a line on either end of the street, and it's just the bars are blaring music, and I just take video of it on my phone, and I just take it just because I can't believe what's happening and what's the business model behind that. Because people, it's like it slowly descends, and then you see people get it, and then they're being taken away, and then they go back, and then they're just sitting there waiting for the next crazy thing to kick off. So I guess it's just the bars making money or wanting to make money.
Yeah. Until Young Drunk there, it was all dangerous. There was no good spot to go to. Yeah, and that's why we're in the dirt area on 6th Street. If you go to, I guess it's what's the nice area? Is that East or West, Jamie? West. West is really nice. You get out to West 6, great restaurants. It's real nice. It gets very safe. Right? We're in the area where it's super sketchy.
Yeah, other cities are doing that too. It was like in Baltimore, working at the Port Comedy Club, which is a very cool club. And in that area too, it looks like there's just mayhem happening in a designated area. And I'm wondering what the mentality of the city government is there. And it just looks nuts. But it looks like somebody's letting it happen in this contained area. I might cop that right now. They are letting it happen.
That's why 6th Street is closed off to traffic. They're letting people walk around. And they're all hammered, right? So they're letting people walk around truck, and there's taco trucks everywhere. It's fun. It's fun. If you're young, it's fun. Yeah, maybe. You just don't want to hear pop, pop, pop. You don't want to hear guns break up. Because it's happened a few times down there. So there's a bunch of, very shady people who go down there as well. Because it's a fun place to be seen. A bunch of people go down there, and it's all kinds of walks of life, right? Everyone's hammered. And I'm sure there's a lot of drug use.
Yeah.
A lot of maniacs.
It just seems very volatile.
It's also an exciting place to have comic club because all the chaos of the street, right? By the time you get through the door, we're inside now. And it's fun. And we obviously have a very tight security system.
Yes. Because of that.
Oh yeah,
right. So you don't want that bleeding into the club.
Look at this. What's going on here?
One of the lively fights happens there.
People are fighting.
You can go up there and you want.
We don't need to see this. You just gotta slap this guy.
We're gonna fight. But before that, chaos in the streets.
Yeah, chaos and shitty pizza. Look at this, people fighting, brawling. Yeah, a lot of drugs, a lot of psychos. The girl can fly.
come uptown. Those people next door, there's a mechanical bolt right there. Fucking crazy. It might stretch it out. You can get hurt bad too. Can you? From a bolt? Oh yeah. People get KO'd. They break arms. Yeah. You gotta make sure you fall on it funny. Fucking elbow snap sideways. Yeah. No good. Don't do it. How old are you? 52. Get the fuck out of here. You're not running a bolt. Listen to me. I'm in my 50s too. I'm almost 60. Don't run a bolt. Like just as a bucket list thing. That's on your bucket list. Get your bucket list. Mechanical bolt or ride a mechanical bolt. Ride a fucking real bolt. You really want to ride a bolt? Go ride a real bolt. If you live, you're like, I did. If you have a limp for the rest of your life, you know, that was tough. Yeah, that's if you're lucky. If you don't get a horn up your asshole. Definitely that happens. I've seen a lot of those. Really? Oh, yeah. That's not Madison one. I have an embarrassing copay. You see the Matador one? Got one through the chin. He gets it through the chin, and the horn is coming out of his mouth. Yeah, he gets the horn through the bottom of his jaw, and it goes through here and out his mouth. The horn is popping out. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck that. Look at that. Oh, no, sorry. I'll say that. Yeah, show me that one. I want to see that one. I want to see you fly. Mexican OT doing it. Oh no, Mexican OT, what are you doing? Yeah, watch what he does. This is insane. Okay. Let the rodeo cowboy stand on his back. We're going to release the bull here. 1, 2, 3. We'll go. Okay. What can I have? No, why did that? You let it go right over his back. Oh, don't do that. Because it didn't have to go over your back. He's still fucking with it. And he's fucking with it. He's out of his mind. He's out of his mind. Oh my god, he's out of his mind. What was he on? Oh my god. God, drugs me to think now. He's not like the most spry of foot fellow. Talented rap now. You know, Mexican OT now. He's bad motherfucker. He's bad motherfucker. Apparently. You know, he's crazy. But his rap's awesome. It's great. But he was a guest on the podcast before. He's been with you a few times now. Yeah, here's so this one guy, that guy he's running with them. That's different. That guy got it through the calf. He's fucked for life. But there's a video, there's a photo of that guy. There's a guy got it through the mouth. Just Google Matador takes hoof through or takes. Yeah, that guy, the far left. Look at that. Look at that one. That's a dead man. But he's dead. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Through the bottom of his jaw. Through his mouth. Did he die? Still insisted. Killing boys. Oh, multiple guys died? It's happened to multiple guys? Oh, jeez. Wizard. Oh, first guy. Pierced in throat and tongue. I would say pierced. That's going to be a good shot through his face. I don't know if that's pierced. Oh, God. Gourd is a good word. Only used with suffering infection. That's it. He has to have a lisp or something. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Right in the ribs. Fuck, dude. Oh, that's a fun story. No, that guy probably don't have a story. That's probably a dead guy. There's a lot of those guys dying. I mean, these things are so powerful, man. It's such a, and he'd already stabbed it a bunch of times, too. By the time they get out there, that's the other dirty thing about the bullfighting thing. They stab that thing with spears multiple times before it ever even gets out to him. One-eyed Matador has been injured by a bull some 40 times. Once again, gored by one animal. So guys trying to Yes.
Allow me to say thank
You have a vision. He's the Matador version of Tim Tell. Just on the grind. Yeah, guys on the grind. Please and screws. Just a becoming person. Fake knees. Fucking hip replacement. He's probably fucked up, man. If you went 40 times, what are the odds? What are the odds you can dance? 40 times. You can't pick them off. That's health insurance. Europe must be different because I think it's some covered. I wonder. Yeah, well, imagine you're a Matador. Your insurance is a Matador. I
about nonprofits is that there's a bunch of people that work for nonprofits and get hefty salaries.
Right, they're operating this under this umbrella.
$100 million fire aid costs was never on the fire victims. It became a slush fund for Steve Ballmer, Wallace Brandenburg, and Irving Hazel's friends with handouts to music awards, the NAACP, a nonprofit for nonprofits, and even a charity tied to Israel.
First up there.
This is the thing, it's like they can just distribute the money to nonprofits.
I want to say thank you so much.
I'm wondering where $1 million for
expressing so much enthusiasm
to
for these classes.
money directed to 188 different nonprofits. This is nuts.
We just need someone to talk to.
This is the
If no
problem
one will listen to us,
with
we feel
nonprofits.
So why don't you all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy?
Help. You hear about it, you're going to get a benefit from the wildfires. You join in. Once money gets raised, you hope for the best. You're like, oh, that money was so it's really a lot worse than that. Yeah, a lot worse than that. Because a lot of them, unfortunately, are actual businesses, and their business is running charity, and that's how they pay all these people. And some of the money goes to the charity that wouldn't be it's not efficient. A large percentage of it goes to operating costs and salaries and executives. I mean,
With the safety of operating as a nonprofit,
it's weird. It's a weird that real charity and real philanthropy is being lost people that people want to donate money to help people. It's awesome. But then when you find out that you get real cynical, you find out the operating costs, you find out how much of the money actually goes to the actual issue versus goes to these executives. You're like, oh, fuck, man. It's a bummer. It really is a bummer because it takes people's generosity.
Because they're like, oh, this money's not even going to this cause. There's going to be
Grossness over it. And there's a lot of, LA homelessness things crazy. People are getting prosecuted. Millions of dollars missing. A bunch of inappropriately allocated funds out of this and that. And there's all these allegations. Like, you have a lot of debt in the homeless problem, but you spend $20-something billion, right? The whole thing is finance.
I mean, there's got to be some push for mental health. Mental facilities. Yeah, the whole thing is mental health. That's really, it's just acted out on the streets now. There's no mental health facilities for anybody to get better.
Multiple addicts and mentally ill people, mentally ill addicts. And unless you address it at the root level, like you have to get everybody on Ibogaine. Send all these people down to Costa Rica or Mexico, get them on Ibogaine, take them through intensive counseling, reintroduce them into society, get them jobs. This ain't as easy as like you give some person who has a liberal arts degree $500,000 a year salary to run this non-profit and pay homeless people, and then it turns out they don't do any work at all. And one of the things that they had, there was this homeless shelter that they put that only 30% of the people that went through, like 35 people, escaped homelessness after they left there. The other ones went right back. So it's completely ineffective.
But it's such a multi-tiered problem. You know what I mean? It's like they have mental health issues, there's medication involved in that. It's like you have to take your medication. First of all, you have to have the medication, and you have to take it on some kind of regimen to feel that. And then you have to have be housed somewhere, you have to be disciplined. You get up and bathe yourself and take a shower and let the meds work. I mean, there's a time frame where you have to let the meds work.
And it's also how much you do on. It's too many people. And it was too many people way before this problem. We were filming Fear Factor downtown, like the early 2000s. I remember I was driving one night. I drove by Skid Row. Skid Row was a place where they would take all the vagrants, all the problem people from Hollywood and everywhere else, and they would just relocate to Skid Row. And they started doing this a long time ago. And it was in that documentary about that hotel, Jamie. Was that hotel called again? That one hotel where that lady wound up staying. It turned out she had an episode where she wasn't taking her medication and jumped in the water.
Oh, I think I did see that.
Yeah. I forget the name of the hotel, but it's a famous hotel that's on the Cecil Hotel. It used to be a beautiful hotel, now it's chaos. And it's all vagrants, homeless people, and the whole area is just completely fucked because they didn't build people down there.
But what was the thing about the hotel was it like half a hotel and half for homeless housing? Well, they never had residential and half hotel.
They do that with some places for sure. They have had some places. One of that hotel that's in the doors album cover. What was that place that burnt down recently? Burnt down like a couple of years ago. It's in it's on one of the doors albums. And homeless people started finding that place parking throughout. It's on video. Yeah, the Morrison Hotel. But that's like a famous old hotel. And these fucking homeless people live on fire. But there's a bunch of those places that are completely abandoned down there that we used to film in. Like, we used to film in the place where RFK got shot. We filmed in the actual area where he got murdered.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's, I wonder why that there's these encampments in LA but not in New York.
Well, LA tolerates it. They tolerate it. They really don't do anything to clean up Skid Row. Skid Row is been that way for a while.
So you're saying they have the money to do like money is being allocated to their regulation?
Well, the best example of that is when Xi Jinping came to San Francisco and put food in the streets. And Gavin Newsom famously said that when visitors come to your house for cleanup, like, okay, how about keep your house clean?
How about have this all the time?
Yeah, we need to remove the shit from the inside of your living room. How about shit in your living room? How about people shit in your living room don't invite them back? How about that? How about figuring a way to not have shit in your living room? Like, they cleaned it up for Xi Jinping and a bunch of other foreign leaders during that time. And then it went right back to where they put fences up and everything around the streets where people couldn't just camp out anymore. They pulled all the tents, cleaned the street, closed everything down, made it nice, and they just went right back.
I guess they just moved them to a different part of the city. They didn't like actually take them and give them out.
They turned them into dog food as well.
No. There are 100,000 plus people who are interested in doing this.
What could you do? You have to go home and go right back to where they were. They go back to where the drugs are, camp out.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're not convicted of anything, so you can't hold them against them. Well, they can help shit on the street. Yeah, they can track all the shit in San Francisco. Have you ever seen that now? It's not. I never seen it now in San Francisco.
It used to be awesome. It used to be one of my favorite places. It's so fun. San Francisco was great. I used to,
it's funny that that's how they solve the problem. They solve the problem with the shit happening. It's not actually cleaning up the shit or like trying to solve the actual problem. It's like, let's get it happen. It helps you avoid it.
it's not that. It's someone made it just to show how much of a problem it is. It's not like avoid the shit, because the shit's everywhere. You like the app, it's bananas. There's like the shit everywhere. Like the entire area is filled with human shit. Like every time someone sees human shit, you document it on the app. And if this rap app invites San Francisco residents to report on city streets, fun. Real fun.
It's a good way of life.
You gotta know the tone of the truth. Is this real shit? Or is this rubber shit? I need to know. Honestly, shit is out there. Yeah, and San Francisco's a room. And it used to be awesome. I used to they used to have this little, it's not a little club in San Francisco. Cops. Cops used to be a tiny club, a little club. And one of the things about cops, I remember Jenny used to love that club. And you talked about it, I heard about it before I ever worked there. People came to try cops. But it was like real small, like maybe 140 people, maybe 150 if you joined. They were jammed in tight. It was awesome. Tight little stage, real low ceiling. It was great. It was the best. I really loved it. It was a great place to perform. They were smart, but they were like, California people, but it wasn't LA, so they weren't like showbiz people. I think San Francisco people generally were like a little smarter, a little more well-read, and it became fucking wreck. And now that's where it's at right now. But
It's expensive, I heard. Not as expensive as New York.
I hear the AI people are trying to clear it out. And then, like, there's a lot of AI startups there now. They have a vested interest in trying to improve the city, trying to bring it back to where it was. People with a little bit more of a libertarian bent. People that are,
I mean, where's that going to go? AI, I almost can't wrap my head around it.
well,
AI and no one can stop them. But the teachers are just grading the papers with AI. So it's just taking pictures of their feet.
Let me tell you right up front, this is somewhat different video than most of the ones that I've
Nothing's getting done anymore. AI is just taking it over.
Have you seen the numbers on OnlyFans?
because it's actually a product placement.
Girls,
Bear with me, we'll have some Jewish history, and I think some interesting Jewish history.
10% of them have OnlyFans.
I got this really nice email.
10% of women, 10%
Flexus
of girls under
and they
a certain age
standing wet. Said to me, hey,
And then on top of that, the number of guys, it's like 50% of American males subscribe to OnlyFans.
I was really happy
That's
to
pretty crazy.
first of all,
I'm very surprised.
my daughter and son-in-law do a lot of work at home. They
The
both have
numbers are
standing
150
desks,
million.
and I have long
They have
covered
150 million
I'll share it with more
subscribers.
about why I covered it later on in the video. And secondly, because now I can officially say I am a Jew. So I actually signed with them. So we're just contract and I will talk about this desk.
We're just like,
Now, I do get lots of offers to sell this or sell that. And typically, they're either spam, crazy things, or products that I have no interest in whatsoever. But I can't invest in something that I'm really keen on. So, now, on top of myself, though, how am I going to talk about expanding the channel devoted to Jewish history? Well, my son-in-law, the owner of his Rothschild'S desk, said,
Of your pussy divorce. Shall we get a look at it real quick? Look at your little
I'm
brown starfish.
that I have to have and I believe
the
that
AI scams are really
Jewish. What I'm talking about right now is ironic.
so it's like we have your daughter, we have the
Those
voice
of
of your
you
daughter,
who
and they have the
spent time and she was I'm sure you have seen
you can't tell. You're like, oh my god.
Yiddish word stress was literally scattered.
There's people that
And
are
it is
communicating
a
with AI. AI is
mixture
driving
of
them
yeshiva
towards
anywhere where you have traditional Jewish
it's like
studies.
helping
Here's
you
a look at
at least
my
different
standard
AI
from
models of
the
different
base
ways of
of
dealing with
downstairs
the
where
fact
I
that
do
you're
a lot of my studying.
some of them
It's a really basic thing. It's kind of like a sort of a
I don't know if it's
and
their programs
it allows you
or
to
if
set
they
up
just
time
actually
really
go
live
in the
there.
directions
It's a
that
very
that's
efficient
where you
way
want to go.
of actually
So they
working
go
with
there with you.
text.
Wow. Because like if you
This
get
is
real
especially important
conspiratorial
because in
with
Jewish
ChatGPT, you get conspiratorial
Jews
with
are
it.
known as, in Arabic,
Wow, especially some if you like use the prompts correctly,
that
and you
we
start
have
like,
long
you
been
know, like let's
associated
just
with
say
long
that
hours
this was
of
true. If that was true, why would you think this would be going on? Do you think possibly because of this? And I go, yeah, that's an irrational
There
assumption.
is a lot of
In fact, there's a lot
suggestions
of
and
history
messages,
that
clearly
leads
within text, that suggest that students
this is
will
the problem.
typically sit on the ground while a lecturer would provide information, a rabbi, and that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But what about the guy actually working with a physical document? Either an old manuscript scroll, maybe a manuscript turned into a codex, which is like a book, but with handwritten pages. I mean, it's hard to like hold these things when you're sitting down, and especially when you jot some things down to the side or something. So it's quite likely that sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text and like whereas we see from the 14th century example of many copyists, some kind of like manual thing that was set on a table. See that there's a second one that's kind of like sitting in front, kind of like a second that allows you to literally replace the copyists, the scribe, and actually writers out like that. And this is great for like writing and larger text and so on. I'll come back to when we talk about this downstairs. But what about for individual studies where you just focus on trying to learn? That's where it spends your practice. Let me demonstrate here what it looks like. I want to give thanks to Professor Kent for taking pictures of the guys I heard this morning. Here's me standing at my finger, and you'll see obviously it's great for standing and learning a text or for prayer as well. And in fact, it's not impossible with this kind of lecture rate and then either adapted by the Jews from a church lectern that looks something like this, or this one here, but both of them I'm going to tell you they would not do the job the way the Jew did, because it's obviously intended for plain understanding where the speaker has much more flexibility than a standard podium. I'll show you why. Here, you can see the older with the lectern, and this is sort of like changing the posture, changing your blood flow and stuff like that, and close And then not only do you change the height of the structure, it's like a structure thought about electricity, and you can also, with that sort of curve thing, loosen it up and change the angle, which I like to use in sometimes flat on top or holding the heavy building on top or something, but then the access thought in place. Why would you want to change that? Why would I want to change that? Specifically because I read this book with my wife, who actually on audio who long road trips. So when people say fascinating information about why abandoned death is good for health, specifically for weight loss. Because when you stand, you actually burn a lot more calories than when you're sitting. Right? You're sitting sedentary for 8 hours. Right? So let's have a look at these anti-death. It's basically like you can see it's a flat desk, and you put all kinds of stuff on it. It has phenomenal weight bearing capacity. I think they actually sit on the desk and test it, but I will tell you that I have that. It can't really hold my weight, possibly 2 of me, or at least 2 of me. It goes up and down with a touch of a bump. I was up here on the walnut crossing today, and I moved over and down. Wow, look at that. That's great. The culture speaks to that. It's going in a dangerous place. I can't tell you how convenient it is to be able to do this on video. It is quiet. It is really super stable. It's another thing. And we're also, just because it stands out, it's just the algorithm. Because you want to look at it like another. All of these landing, and they really should be. That's a real issue in social media. Like, we're crazy. I kind of wonder what the ChatGPT psychosis is all about. I love my standard, which is pretty basic. I love my new accusation, I think, is that it led this one guy down the path of psychosis. But chances are, I'm sure it can't be what you described. You're saying stuff, it's feeding you other facts, you're building on those other facts, we'll do everything in this way, which is also wrong, and then you're building on that, and then it's suggesting something else, and then you're building on that, and you can very easily go what you're right. I mean, if it makes you fall in love, yeah, every man's best friend. But it's a dog. What's the physical aspect of that? It's like a long vagina, right? I guess. No more. It's actually a robot. I was at the domain yesterday. They had domains like this. I'm just delighted to have this. And they had this little Tesla robot walking around the couch. You ever seen it? I think it's going to make my work life a lot more healthy and pleasurable. I look forward to using this a lot more. Please be sure to check the links in the description box and use code YTE730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 cents. Thank you very much for watching. I don't know. We get it to bring us cigars. I can bring us cigars and Rabbi the robot. The next week he'll want to smoke one with you. Yeah. The next week he wants to come on the show. That's the one I saw. Exactly. That's really funny. Yeah, so he just walked around. And he waits at lights and walks across the street all day. I don't know what I've done. Hello, most of how you members of the Rothschild'S. So divided. Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe there's somebody that was a schedule here. But it seemed pretty autonomous. I think a lot of people are just doing it like this. And just doing it. You can see his face. That's his account. So it's people just filming it on the street. I think that's Epstein. And it will be moderated by Rabbi operated by unseen and would be a wireless control that the robot belongs to remains a mystery. Interesting. Also unclear why it's artificial intelligence. I have a privilege of offering some limiting remarks to this event, and I really appreciate all that. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic solution. Thank you very much for watching. Please share those for more information and to it's very weird to just look at a driverless car, just a car with no one in it, driving around, camera spinning around all over it. It's like it's a weird glimpse of the future. I don't know if I like it. I don't like it at all. I was staying at a hotel, and there was this robot going up and down the parking lot, I guess trying to determine if someone wasn't supposed to be parking there, because it was like giving parking tickets. The robot.
It was like a robot. It was, you ever go to a restaurant where a robot delivers your drinks? No, really? Yeah, the robot will come over and deliver a fucking Diet Coke to you. Just pulls up, it shows you the order, and you just take it off the robot. It's like a tray, and then it goes over the other tables and stops and people are there and moves around and stuff. Yeah, before that, I was the worst waiter in the history. I was the worst waiter in the history of the world. I could never get into a relaxed place. So it was always too intense. Do you need anything? Or it's just like, once I was completely in the weeds, I was stressed. Where you all the way in Florida, also had old people, and they were like taking their time. And it was like a package deal where they would get an appetizer, a salad, and a dinner, a dessert, a coffee, and all of it was included. It was like 15 people. I could never keep track of it in my head. Like the wait staff at Commons, I really got to hand it to them. They're quiet and they have it all figured out and organized. It's like I could never, it would just be jumbled and I'd be sweating and bringing stuff out haphazardly. And a good wait staff is certainly a skill. Like to be a good waiter or waitress is a good bartender. It's a skill. When to interact, when you can. Don't be annoying. Don't tell people to eat things. Point out and choose to eat this. I hate that. Don't do that. Don't tell me how to eat this. You fucking idiot. It's a steak. Stop. I never got to that level. I'll tell you to slice it and tomato chop it. It's steak. Yeah, get out of here, actor. Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're practicing. Yeah, you're practicing. He's doing a monologue about steak. That's how they do it. So what are you going to do when the Congress events full force in New York City? I'll be honest, I don't know how that looks. Yeah, I don't know how it looks. I don't know where the rubber meets the road there. Can it really? I mean, don't you think that ultimately that guy is going to be saying a lot of things, but just like presidents do, they say a lot of things until they get in the office and they realize how stuff actually works and then they make concessions. You're going to have to. Because he wants to jack up taxes on everything, jack up taxes on businesses, and it's the only thing is like, yeah, jack up on taxes on like big chains. They're taking over, but don't jack it up on if you do that, jack it up on small and pop businesses. Well, that's what makes New York, New York. Yes, they've lost a lot of value, right? Yeah, but even if you do that, why are you doing it to them? And why? Is everything running efficiently first? Is your money being allocated to like efficient organizations? Is it going to do good, or do you have a lot of waste and fraud? So if you have a lot of waste and fraud, you want more money. That sounds a lot like when you're dealing with such a massive bureaucracy, you really have to go in there and figure out how to cut it and allocate the money the right way. I don't know where it breaks down, but it probably leads to another Giuliani type there. It probably goes completely sideways. I hope not, because it's ugly, and there's like just massive crime on the subways and gangs kind of. I don't think it'll get to that, because I think we're past that. We're just a little bit more. It's like a level of crime where it's just like there's no cops around and the gangs are running the streets and it's like dangerous to take the subway and all that stuff. Well, friends I know in New York and cops that I've talked to from New York, they've said that there was a big increase when they started letting like basically anybody who wanted to come across the border, and they were getting to New York. And New York is a sanctuary city, so we're having problems like elevated number of assaults, crimes in Times Square, right? Not just Times Square, so a lot of just in New York City in general. They're getting a lot. And if you allow crime, people find out they're getting away with crime, they're going to do it. If you catch bail, that kind of shit, whatever. Like there was some guy that assaulted cops who was back on the street the next day, giving $2 to the camera. I mean, that's crazy. Illegal immigrant, all those nuts. That's crazy. And so what's the response to that? Well, now you have this insane policy where they're going to Home Depot and rounding people up. It's kind of scary. People that are American citizens who've been here a long time, and people, and it is scary, but it's like a response to, it's a massive influx. It's an overcorrection, right? And it's also like we have a great data. 40,000 people a day that are deported. You have a bunch of people that are totally innocent are getting caught up. Right? They have a lot of people that are green cards, a lot of people that are supposed to be over here. supposed to be a place where someone's allowed to express themselves and have non-violence. It's the rights of the doubt, and they're not calling for violence. They're getting challenged, and that's supposed to be how it happens. You get challenged, smart people have better arguments, more your arguments to have right discourse. It's supposed to be a place for discourse. It's supposed to be. Deporting people because you don't want to criticize it, but that gets kind of shifty. I understand that, but it's like, we had all these people come in, and now it's a response. You're right, it is, I think maybe an over-response to it, but it is a response. It's not just happening out of nowhere. Right. No, it's not happening out of nowhere. And also, they realized once they shut down that border, that could have totally been done a long time ago. Yes. And have them violent or, you know what, go on the front foot and have a positive, streamlined pathway to citizenship. Yeah. Like if you would have just come up with that instead of letting the people through the border, you've just been like, hey, we're going to streamline the pathway to citizenship here. We're going to vet these people. We're going to move it along more efficiently. Like, who's not going to be agree with that? But at least it's like a proactive way to get things done instead of what happened. But here's the dirty secret. The dirty secret is there's certain companies that want people over here illegally because they can use them for cheap labor. And they don't have to give them benefits. They don't have to give them health insurance. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to pay taxes. That's the dirty secret. That's the reality. There's a bunch of businesses that rely on illegal workers. And that's the only way that business works. Right? And they want that. And there was a lot of talk about we don't have enough people here. We don't have people who have children. We need immigrants. But the reality is, and Tim Dillon talked about this first. I first heard from him, and then Jamie Vance told the same thing. And someone actually told him that at a party. That was what they were upset about. That they were losing access to cheap labor. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sure it's being funded. It's being encouraged on both sides. So it's not all the left. Everybody thinks the left wing. See, the right is just quietly, they're just doing stuff very quietly, in my opinion. Stuff like that. And I understand you're trying to run a business and you want cheaper labor, but that's the wrong way to do it. And they're secretly behind it, I think. The problem is they've been getting away with it for so long that it becomes a part of their standard operating procedure, right? Like if it was never a thing, if you could never get away with it, it was a real problem, right? Then you have to pay people a living wage, right? And then you have to pay people credit as well, which all yes. For everyone. I think, like everybody says, like, oh, we should make it easier for people to come to America. Okay, that's a good argument. Also, we should make other places better. Like, if we weren't sending factories down to Mexico where people working for 15 cents a day, what if those people were making, like, a real living wage down there? Right? Because if you're going to have an American company and you're going to open up a factory somewhere, it's your responsibility to elevate those people's lifestyle. Like, and make it like an American lifestyle. Like, if you want to that makes it not worth it, right? Makes a business out of it. Yes, exactly. You should be subject to American rules. Because if you're an American company, you can't do that in America. If you can't have somebody working for $15 an hour in America or 15 cents an hour in America, why are you able to do that in El Salvador? Why are you able to do that in Vietnam? Like, shouldn't you, if you're going to operate a company overseas, be subject to the laws of where your company's established? Yeah. But you should always stop all that shit. Yeah. But the chaos are happening throughout, I'm sure. That's what Ross Perot talks about in Bates way back in the 90s. Like, that giant sucking sound you're going to hear is all the money going down south. And that's what happened. It all went across the border. Or at least tax them for taking their business outside of the country. It's got to come with the map because they killed the cities. They killed Detroit. They killed it. Detroit died. It was the third richest city in the world at one point. And they just moved everything overseas. They killed that city just for profit. And for profit for them, that cost who knows how many people's lives. Who knows how many people turned to drug addiction, crime, and chaos. How many people lost homes, people's lives were destroyed. And some people made more money, yeah, but like, it's not the right thing to do. Even if you're making money, it's the wrong thing to do. Especially when at one time Detroit was the third richest city. Like you can see right there, inside of one lifetime, it became a disaster in one lifetime, which is crazy. It's crazy that was allowed, just so some people can profit. Like, look what you fucked up, right? That's kind of un-American. It's very un-American. And these people are people sticking their chests out saying they're most American. And they're people to just make profit. Suffering, they'll do it. They'll do it. And they're looking at their bottom line. It should be illegal, but make a profit, but make it within the rules. And then have the rule and enforce the rules. But as soon as you have lobbyists and corporations dumping money into that Citizens United case where it's like we can just money is speech. When you just dump money, it's like that has to stop. All the other problems will clear up from that. It's all stemming from that. So it's like just dumping money into the government, and then the politicians looking at us and being like, well, they have a seat at the table, but they don't control what we do. It's like, are you really saying that to us with a straight face? Obviously, they control what you're doing, and they're telling you what to do, and then your job is to sell it to us. So it's like, it needs to be, I don't know if we don't say European, what do the Europeans do, where it's like, there's a state amount of money for each campaign. There's a state stipend given to each campaign. It can't be just corporations. At least a limit. Like, they're just dumping endless amounts of money. I don't know. It's like Congress is bought and paid for. It's like they're gridlocked because they're just bought and paid for. And it's also they want you to feel that sense of despair, like there's no fixing it. They want you to feel that it's never going to get fixed. So just resolve yourself to the fact that it's on the system. Right now, that's what most of us have done. Most of us just kind of go, fuck it, what are you going to do? And then you move on your life, right? And then you try to navigate the best way possible. And behind the scenes, they're just fucking you left and right. Are you ready to testify in the Luigi Mangione trial? Yes or no? That was a Gen Z crime. He 3D printed the gun. Did he really? Yeah, he 3D printed the gun. I want a smart kid. Did he really? Yeah, 3D printed a gun. No shit. That's why I like Jim. Or on cheap ammo. You see the slide lock? You know, like on the back of the shoot him a second time. Yeah, he shot him and the gun jammed. You know, and fix it. So he had some experience in shooting people or shooting things. It's like, right. What a nutty kid. But he has like old like videos of him. It's like, what a well-spoken, he seems like an intelligent, well-spoken, graduated at the top of his class guy. And for him to do that, I heard a story. I don't know if this is true. I heard on the internet that he had something went wrong. And he had lower back pain. Yes, he did. He didn't have access to your machine. He had lower back pain. It was killing him. He didn't know what to do about it. He went to several doctors. Something else happened in there? In an operation. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But he was not getting, the insurance company was not cooperating with him. Obviously, he was actively in pain. Yeah. But I also thought he was kind of kooky. Like something went wrong with him too. Did he have did someone say that he took acid? Was that a rumor? I think it did. Like my rumors. Hawaii was in Hawaii for a while by himself. So he had a break other than that. Psychologically, there's some psychological troubles, which would also lead someone to become an assassin, and then also flirt with her own Starbucks. That's what got him. Pussy. So he got small. God, he took his mask down and smiled at her, and that's what got him. Yeah, and showed that handsome mug. And then he shot the guy, which is terrible and wrong. There's two sides to it, you know? Yeah. Where it's like everybody's like, well, these companies are terrible, and this guy did what he naturally should have done. And other people, murder is wrong. It's like, no, two things can be true at one time. First degree murder is wrong, which is what this was. And these companies don't exist in the form that they're in right now. They should be able to do what they're doing. If you're doing that to Ben Nash right in front of everybody's face, right? They're doing it in front of our face. It's like, I checked what my company was worth on the New York marketplace. My company's worth $28 billion. $28 billion with a B. Did they give you a hard time about certain things? I'm paying a crazy amount of money, and I have a $4,000 deductible. So my insurance is basically like if I get hit by a bus. Look at this. It says Mangione discussed getting Lyme disease at age 13 and wrote that he'd been experiencing brain fog since high school. He also sought advice online regarding irritable bowel syndrome and visual snow. While studying at the University of Pennsylvania, Mangione wrote in a post online that he considered dropping out due to worsening health issues, but decided against it, writing, "Staying in college has at least let me maintain some semblance of normality." He suffered from spondylolisthesis, expressed concerns to others about the pain, reporting underwent spinal fusion surgery in July of 2023. Wrote on social media the surgery went well, although stated that United Healthcare did not insure him. After his arrest, several news outlets analyzed Mangioni's social media to gather information about his social, political, and religious views. His Twitter account posted about topics such as religion, history, ethics, and politics. It found him to be fascinated by AI, decision theory, pro-technology, and anti-smartphones, secular and scientific in his outlook. Skeptical outlook towards Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Multiple sources have multiple sources have reported all the Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and others, labeling him as politically uncategorized and anti-system.
I wonder why he targeted that guy, because he said he wasn't covered by United Healthcare, so that guy was a specific guy, the president of the company.
That's nuts.
I wonder why he targeted him.
It's also nuts that we know so much about him and we don't know anything about the guy who tried to kill Trump.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know he was on the JV rifle team.
Was he?
Yeah, he was on the JV.
Is it him and JV rifle team?
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
Maybe he was part of it. That's right. Yeah, sure. He's a fucking sniper.
He's
Did that work?
yeah, he was on the that stood out to me that he was on the junior varsity of the rifle team.
We know more about the couple that got busted at the Coldplay concert than we do.
I thought everybody who went to a Coldplay concert was gay.
And if three guys went to a Coldplay concert, they didn't like get some pussy from their coworkers.
Can you ask, like, why did that guy have to step down? That's his company. I understand you shouldn't cheat on your wife and it's wrong and it's bad, but like, he's like, there, he has to step down.
Well, he was a CEO.
That's his company.
Did he own it, or he just worked there as a CEO? I don't know. You know, it's bad. It's the HR lead.
Yeah,
Which is also bad.
that's tired.
Paltrow. What happened? Oh, yeah, they hired Gwyneth Paltrow to do an ad for them. Yeah, they fired him. Which is hilarious because she used to be married to the lead singer of Coldplay. Yeah. Like, oh, brilliant move, by the way, on their part. The company's part. What was the company? What did they do?
Yeah, what did an astronomer do? That's interesting.
That's a weird name for a company.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to do with astronomy? Did you hear about that fucking object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles?
Yeah, that might solve all the problems.
Some intergalactic object that's heard. This guy Avi Loeb, he's a professor at Harvard that believes it might be an alien probe.
Wow.
And he was talking about the odds of this thing being in the trajectory that it is, entering into our solar system in a direct path with Earth. The odds are extremely low. And at the place where it's doing it, it's when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's coming from behind the sun. And so it makes it difficult to detect if this object is in a direct line to come to Earth in 2027.
Do they have a trajectory where it's going to land?
I don't think they totally know that yet. They've been trying to calculate whether or not it hit Earth or come near Earth or pass by Earth or what it lands.
Why do they think it's an alien satellite or whatever?
Well, this guy Avi Loeb, this professor discussing, he also had analysis of another object that passed by Earth a few years back that they named, and they said that this thing had a very bizarre metallic sort of look to it that he did not think, based on the shape of it and the way it was traveling, that it was natural. So he thought that could have been some sort of an alien craft as well. I don't know. It's too fun.
But as it gets closer, we can probably decipher.
Scientists give chilling update on mysterious interstellar object racing to our solar system as they warn it's even bigger than we thought. Provide a chilling update on mysterious interstellar object that's racing through our solar system using data from the Vera-C Rubin Observatory. Experts have revealed just how big the object 31 Atlas really is. According to their analysis, the object measures roughly 7 miles in diameter. Holy fuck. It's New York City. Bigger than Mount Everest, making it the largest interstellar object ever spotted. Professor Avi Loeb, theoretical physicist and cosmologist from Harvard University, suggested the object could be an alien spacecraft. However, not everyone is convinced. Chris Lintott, an astronomer at the University of Oxford told Live Science, and he suggested that artificial is nonsense and nonsense on stilts. He added that his claims are an insult to the exciting work going on to understand this object. Harvard's legit, and Bob's Loeb is legit strong, right? I mean, let's not rule anything out. Yeah, as it gets closer. There's something about it, about the way it's traveling, that it's bizarre. It doesn't have a trail like a comet does, right? Scroll up below, so you see that. The images of the comet were actually snapped by the Vera C. Rubin before it was officially discovered. However, since it identified on July 1st, scientists, just July 1st, just a little bit ago, scientists have scoured back for data to find out more about the mysterious object. A new study published on RXIV, whatever that is, more than 200 researchers have confirmed the likely size of the comet's main body, known as its nucleus. Their analysis suggests the nucleus has a radius of around 3.5 miles. That translates to a diameter or width of around 7 miles. To put that in perspective, bigger than Mount Everest, twice the size of Mount Kilimanjaro. Yeah, so the, how do you say it? Discovered in 2017, he came on and talked to us about that. It was believed to be around 0.2 miles wide. And comet Borisov, discovered in 2019, was roughly 0.61 kilometer wide. So this thing is fucking huge. Yeah. So, previously speaking to Mail Online, Professor Loeb pointed out that its impressive speed of 130,000 miles per hour is an indication that it might be controlled by aliens. He said it's difficult to imagine a natural process that would favor a plunge towards the inner solar system at 60 kilometers per second, he said. An alternative is an object targets the inner solar system by some technological design. Well, that might be the end of it, or maybe that's like they realize like that's when AI starts to take over. It's cancel. It's just that's what's gonna happen. So it's just like a 7-mile wide thing into the earth and just start all over killing the dinosaurs. Well, you're saying it hits an AI or AI fights it? No, or it wipes out. The AI takes over. It's like this isn't gonna work, so it wipes it out. Just like when the dinosaurs were. Dinosaurs were too powerful. And they're like, yeah, it's just fun. Let's start from scratch. Maybe that's how they like reset the game. And then, so humanity is wiped out. Everything's wiped out. Yeah, we start fresh with new organisms. And then they come along and do genetic engineering, just like they did with us, and create a new version of humans. So this time it's a little less territorial, a little more inquisitive, a little more interested in innovation, a little less interested in dominating and controlling resources. Because that's what fucked us. Territorial apes get high technology and use territorial behavior to defend and acquire resources. That creates war. Did you see that fucking dude? There's a dude who, this is a crazy story, Mr. Ballin, and Tom Segura was on Mr. Ballin, and Mr. Ballin explained this thing that happened. I forget what year it was. Okay, so this Mexican pilot was flying, and in the middle of his flying, he got confused, he didn't know what the fuck happened, he fell asleep, and he woke up and was over the ocean. He's like, how did I get over the ocean? This doesn't even make any sense. And the amount of gas that was missing from his plane didn't make any sense that he was able to get this far. And what they're saying, and there's a recording of this, is that this guy went into a trance and was channeling some alien intelligence that was explaining through this guy's voice that the human race is the only intelligent race in the universe that still uses war and still kills people and engages in large-scale conflict and has nuclear weapons, and that they have to stop doing this or that someone's going to step in. It's a crazy story. Play the story. Someone's going to step in. Go and play it. Some of it. Just to give credit to Mr. Ballin. Well, everybody should just go to it. If you just tell me how to go to it, I'll just drive people to see it. No, wow. You got a really good YouTube channel, too. Yeah,
actual audio recording of this guy saying this. I'll send you the audio recording. I can't find it real quick. I've got it sent it to Tom. After I saw Tom's show, I was like, Tom, that's fucking crazy, man. And he's like, dude, wild. And I sent him this. I said, did you know there's an actual recording you can listen to of the guy saying this? So if you go like halfway into it, you got it. Oh, you got it. Okay. So a certain distance into it, you hear the guy talking in this very bizarre monotone Spanish. Was there a UFO? Why did they show that UFO? That fake UFO in a video to watch to keep me interested? I'm interested anyway. Yeah, I'm here. He is speaking, but he does not know. The equipment is too primitive. This is the only way to convey. Lower that low. The microphone, the equipment is too primitive. This is the only way to convey their message. After almost an hour, the beings would release the young avian pilot from his hypnotic state and return control of the plane so that he could give instructions. And at the same time, he managed to land the Acapulco airport. Interesting. You know something, like if there was a unique event where something happened and an alien race did interact with human beings and it never again, you know what I would believe it. Even if it was real, if it was that's a problem with like unique events. We base reality on what we experience and what everybody else experiences on a daily basis, right? What we have evidence of. But if something happened that was completely unique like that, where they said like this is the only way we can communicate, their equipment is too primitive, just take over this guy's mind and have him say it. Like, just have him. Okay, the alien message spoke to Rafael Pacheco Perez, to the air traffic controller. It says, he speaks because he is ordered to. That is, it is his voice he speaks, but not of his own free will. We use it as a microphone, no matter who we are or where we come from. It's enough for you to know that we are beings of this universe where you belong. Our planet is many light years away, but we are physically equal. I repeat that all races in the universe are physically equal. You are not alone in the universe, and there are other races that are far away from you, and we are watching you. They said, what that? What is the full extent of this quote? Because he said something about you're the only race that still engages in warfare. I want to believe it. I want to believe it so bad. I definitely think there's other life forms out there. I do want to know what really happened. Yeah, I really wish I knew. I mean, I really wish I did fall asleep while I was flying a plane, so can we really trust him? Right, and he did wake up over the ocean. But if he did wake up over the ocean, it doesn't make sense that he got over the ocean. If that's true, right? Explain that. Like, how did he get there? Just take over the plane, move it with your spaceship. Why'd you put him over the ocean? So if he crashed, it wouldn't kill anybody? Right? Why'd you do that? What is all this? And what's the thing with the gas being gone? Right. Because I guess they picked it up and took it. We are watching you. What else does it say? Different surprise. Issues certificate stating he was in perfect health and did not consume any drugs. It ruined his career and he never piloted a plane again. Wow. His first solo flight too. Whoa. Imagine your first solo flight, like, I'm gonna pull off these motherfuckers. I got an idea. I got some extra gas. It was 1976. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that account, but I do believe that there's other life forms out there. My problem is I don't want to believe that account. That's always the problem with all these things. I want to believe so bad that I don't think about them rationally sometimes. Yeah, I mean, these stories are all, it's like whether you trust the source or not, but well, the universe is too big for us to be the only ones here. Oh, for sure. And I don't care that Mars doesn't have any water. Maybe they don't need water. You know, they think Mars used to have a full atmosphere. And do you know that there's structures on Mars that they've observed even recently that look like perfect squares that are huge? There's this one that I showed to Elon. I go, what is that? Tell me, what do you think that is? World? Like, yeah, we should probably go there. He's the guy to do it. But what is it? Like,
structure because it's perfect right angles and it's a square and it's huge. Right? They said it's at least hundreds of meters across, but it might be miles across. It's rough estimates, but they know it's large. You ever seen it? Jim will show it to you. But it's like a literal square. There's a bunch of shit that's here and there that's like a face on Mars, but I'm not totally convinced about that. But that one's nuts. Like, that's kind of crazy. Isn't that one kind of crazy? It's on the right. Yeah. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. That looks like a fucking square. Oh yeah, that looks like Silent Foundation. I mean, tell me what the fuck is. What is that? Right? That does not look normal. Those angles don't look normal at all. The lower left-hand corner, like, what is that? And then the fact that it's roughly a square. I mean, I don't know if it's a square or a rectangle. It seems like it's a little taller than it is wide. But whatever it is, it looks like a fucking structure. It's weird. Well, just because we can't exist there doesn't mean other life forms can't exist there. Or other life forms used to exist there. Right? Like, imagine if there was, like, if there's life on Earth right now today, and if Mars at one point in time had a sustainable atmosphere, like millions and millions of years ago, what if there was life on Mars? What if we are the offspring of the life on Mars? What if those fucking guys just realized, like, hey, this place is falling apart. Let's shoot over to Earth and reestablish. Yeah. I mean, that might be why we're so different than every other primate that's here. I never thought about it like that. That might be true. I just think it's so vast and we know so little about everything. It's possible. I kind of like broaden it that way, where it's like, it's all possible. The universe is infinite and we know very little about it. It's totally possible. It's just not like, I mean, it seems, because you haven't seen anything. It's not like we're trying to use our logical brains to figure out, could this be possible? It's like, there's so much we don't know. We have such a limited scope with our human minds to even comprehend stuff. So it's like, I'm big on the near-death experiences. I watch all of those. What do you think that's all about? Because it really puts it on the table. I was raised Catholic now, but it's like, everybody has like a similar experience where they go through a tunnel and they come out and then there's a light for you, where it's like your whole life is played out before you. And it doesn't matter if you're religious or it seems not to matter at all. What seems to me, the little kindnesses that you do to people, like smiling at someone who's giving somebody some kind words who had a bad day. It speaks to the thing that we're all connected. Yeah, we're all connected on this higher level. I definitely think that's true. Yeah. I think the reality is probably a lot weirder than we think it is. And whatever happens to you after you're dead, it's very weird that people have similar stories. Yeah, very weird. From different countries also. Yeah, from all over the world. And also, long before there was any social media or any like public depictions of these things, people have always had very similar stories of these things happening to them, which makes you wonder, like, what is death? You know, like, what is life? What is consciousness? Does it transcend? Does it go somewhere else? And it always has. Is it a constant cycle? Yeah. So energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Yeah. So it's like, it's got to go somewhere. Your soul, I guess, for lack of a better term, has to go somewhere. And if you were an alien being looking at the direction that the human race is going, I would imagine you would be worried. I would imagine you'd see all the chaos and guys falling in love with AI, right. People beating people up in chat concepts, like, this is not good. But we don't know where we are in the timeline, either, to total, we think, I was like, this is going to change things and we're headed towards total destruction. It's like, but we don't know where we are in that continuum. It's like, it could do an uptick again and we could rebound, and you know what I mean? Like, so we just don't know. If we had the right intentions, right? Like, if we had the intention of doing things designed to improve the human race versus doing things designed to only level. Like, if we collectively as a group abandon the idea of just doing things only for profit and instead embrace the idea of helping the human race, complete turnaround. We change everything. Change the whole world. Yeah. It has to happen on the micro level, though. It's like, it's the religion. It's the religious thing of love your neighbor. Yeah, it's got to start on a very micro level. Which is probably why that stuff exists. Probably why that exists in so many cultures, because they kind of feel that this is the general direction the human race has to go for us to survive. religion. Yeah. And if you had like a guidance from somewhere else, from a higher power, it would probably tell you exactly what Jesus told you. Right. That's probably the message. Yeah. The message of Jesus when you believe in his kingdom. Right. You know, it's like love your neighbor. It's the only way to get through what we're in now. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what I'm doing. When you back, peace be with you. Peace be with you. And also with you. Yes, and also with you. When you back? Back here. When you back? I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to him. Okay. But thank you. But it's always fun. You were awesome. Thank you, Barry. I really appreciate the work and appreciate you having me on here. This is a huge deal for me. So special hour. Yeah, it's called Low Income White. There it is. That's you. And Nate Bargatze, friend, who's insanely successful and talented. He's giving us an awesome guy, giving me and a lot of other people under the Nate Land banner opportunities. So shout out to Nate. Shout out to Nate. He made this. I love it. And he's putting other comics on your Just brand. I think it's pretty much what the honest mention. A lot of people online say he's wearing lipstick, but I wasn't. All the comments say lipstick. Oh, that's fucking this guy. And I shout out to Zany's Lab, shout out to Zany's in Nashville, and Nate Bargatze and the Nate Land brand. Thank you for having me on. Beautiful. All right, brother. I appreciate it. See you, my friend. Always. All right, bye, Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name. All day. What a good time it's always good. What a good time I have you in. What a fun time. There's so much chaos. There's so much madness. Oh my God. Did you see the South Park episode? Which one they did at Donald Trump? One with Satan? No. It's fucking hilarious. I gotta laugh on it. The show is fantastic. I raised my 3 boys on that show, much to my wife's horror. But it's a great show, but I haven't seen that episode. When you think, like Bridget Fantasy had a funny quote, like when you think that they have reached the bottom, the highest level of not giving a fuck, they reach unseen levels. It's the whole Epstein thing is so crazy. Like, and him saying, like, what do you care? Why does everybody care what Epstein? Like, well, it's, but it is. I mean, going back to South Park, once they did the Woodland Creatures episode all those years ago, you thought, okay, that's got to be the worst thing. Which one? The Woodland Creatures? Oh my God, you got to look it up. It's fantastic. And I'm not going to do it justice if I try to explain what it's about. Well, remember they did their gay teacher where you had a whore off at Paris Hilton, she stuffed her up his ass. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that one. Yeah. They haven't given a fuck since the beginning. It's the greatest show of all time. Yeah. And honestly, if you said what would be the best job that you could have imagined, it would be one of those 2 guys. Yeah, they're killing it. Yeah. The thing is, like, it's so beautiful because they have cartoons, and you can do things with cartoons you can never do with real people. You can kill them. You can stick things up their ass. Anything can happen because, and it's also they're not realistic cartoons. Like you're somehow or another detached from it. Yeah. No, they did a documentary one time. I don't know if you saw that. Oh yeah, where they tracked the 6 days it takes them to make the show. Okay. It's back. Satan's upset at Trump. It's very funny. You remember the Satan Diddy episode? That was fantastic. I didn't see that one. The Satan Diddy episode, and then they had the reason mass murderers. This was a few years back too. It was a Diddy party, and he wanted to. It's a long story. He wanted a Lamborghini cake with the devil wanted it. And he said, "No, Diddy did it already," and it's fantastic. They only had the movie with Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was in a gay relationship with Satan. Spend the entire time. People are like, oh, they're going to talk about this the whole time. The Hennessy stuff is so crazy because when Cash Patel was on here, and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people were like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work because there's nothing.
conspiracy. And then you release a two-page memo that says, yeah, there's nothing to see. You have it walk by your bedroom window. You see a laser. Yeah, laser. So it really is. So good. Look, I'm not a conspiracy guy. Oh, you ain't sure. I'm fully on board with this shit. Everybody has it today. Yeah, no, but they're actually on right as we speak. And I find this fascinating. Is that the assistant attorney general Todd Blanche is down in Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, and she served 20 years in a Florida prison for sex trafficking. What's that? Well, he's down there to interview her. I'm saying she's sex trafficked. Well, she was a co-conspirator of Epstein's, right? Don't you have to have a person do sex trafficking? Exactly. And he talked about the victims somewhat during her trial. It was a very difficult trial in the sense of, they're trying to protect certain victims and others were coming forward. But, my surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her legal team, nobody has ever interviewed her from DOJ. The Department of Justice. So this is the first time the Department of Justice. You're telling me, meanwhile, up on Capitol Hill, you've got Democrats like Adam Schiff and others going, we have goddamn these fucking files. They had 4 years under the previous administration. Right? Look, everybody's fucked in this situation, but they had all that time to do whatever they wanted to do. And nobody, up until this point, apparently has talked to her. Now, some folks on the legal side are saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of her trial, right, to save herself or to cut a deal. But now I don't think so. Kill her. Yeah, well, the smartest thing for her to do is to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what she did, right? They put her in a cushy prison where she could do yoga. Yeah. Yoga in prison isn't so good. Here's one of my favorite ones. I'm going to send you this, Jimmy, because somebody tweeted this, and it's just so perfect. And it just shows you how crazy this whole thing has been, like, from the very beginning. This is, someone tweeted this from the Atlantic, and this is what's funny about this. Check this out. So, it's these fucking people, it's like, they all knew her. They all knew him. So many people knew him and knew her, and they're all pretending that they didn't, that no one knew. Check this out. This is the Atlantic says. Scroll going back so you can see it. So you see the quote below it? No, go back. There we go. I can't read it. There it goes. This is what the Atlantic posts. If the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, it's that America needs a dedicated and decently funded group of people whose job it is not to just ask questions, but to find answers. And then this guy, Sean Davis, posts, the woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left owns your magazine. This is so fucking wild. Just that alone is so wild that they would have the balls to post that. We need dedicated journalists, not just people asking questions, which is like, for sure, an attack on podcasts. Like, listen, you guys didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. So, just the fact that we're just asking questions along with that, or is this a knock on the defunding of PBS, which is essentially a propaganda network for the Democratic Party, which is being, apparently, we'll see if that happens, but apparently being defunded. But yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years, nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved. You got people from all sides of the spectrum here going on. And so everybody's worried. So it looked like, all right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now all of a sudden they smell, blood in the water, in particular, political motivation here. So let's get these files out. And, nobody's going to look good for this. But again, I would caution some, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, right, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. It could be like any police file, right, that says, okay, the individual stopped at this particular location. location and this person was there, doesn't mean they're connected to something awful. They weren't fucking underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named if it ever comes out who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn things. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who just went there. Did I send you that thing where this guy was breaking? Did I say NPR or PBS earlier? I meant NPR. Did I send you that thing, that link where this guy's breaking down all the different tweets that the lady who's the CEO of NPR made? She's getting questioned on whether or not she's biased, and then this guy like goes over all the different tweets. God damn it, I know I saved it, but I should have been prepared. I know I have it in here because it's so funny. It's so funny listening to her. See if you can find it. You might be able to find it. But I found it beautiful because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source. Yes. Well, this is one of them. But this one guy broke out. Again, anybody who at this stage of the game thinks the media doesn't have an agenda, they're not complicit in one way or another with whatever maybe. Come on. Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. And they're all funded. The fact that the government was funding NPR is crazy. But you can't have a completely biased, one-sided media organization that's funded by the government and taxpayers. That's crazy. And they went over all the amount of people that were on NPR that were Democrats. That's what it did. It's like out of 87 people talking. So you look at the New York Times. Yeah. I mean, so none of that should be a surprise to anybody. But the New York Times is a privately funded company, right? I mean, it's like NPR relied on tax money, and there's this giant outrage that the government's going to defund it. Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to couch to say, look, you're taking away, the only source of news for, rural locations, for example, like someplace up in North Dakota that, has no other access, and so they rely on NPR for their news. I don't know a lot of people in North Dakota that say, I want what NPR is saying about this. Well, not just that, but it's like, at the end of the day, the reality is the internet exists, and you don't need to publicly fund something that's clearly biased. The internet exists. Right? You can get whatever you want. If you want just to absorb and consume only left-wing media, there's so much available that I can go find. But our tax dollars are not going to that. No. And to be fair, if anybody wants to know what the hell's going on in the news, you just listen to the President's Daily Read podcast, right? I just stuck that in there. I can't find this book. Yeah. Did you find it? Let's hear it. Sorry, I can search it. That's fantastic. And then fat folk and its racist past and present. Some white people may choose thumbs up because it feels neutral, but some academics argue that opting out, what does that mean, thumbs up, signals lax awareness about white privilege, akin to society associating whiteness with being raceless. What? God, what does it mean? How about how racism became a marketing tool for country music? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. This right-wing conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think. No, that's like literally. And then here's another great quote that she said. If you look on the right side, Jamie, where it says the truth is a distraction from getting things done. That is such a fucking Orwellian thing to say. Click on that, just so you can hear her say this, because it's so bananas that someone would say this out loud and not think it's significant differences. Critical for moving polarization is Wikipedians who write these articles are actually focused on white imagery. You're working for something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can build right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that they're onto something. That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become what? A bit of a distraction. It was preventing us from finding consensus, getting important things
Oh my God, that's fantastic. Wild is that? And you want government? That is such a wild thing to say.
You know, going for the truth as a journalist, no. It's not important. No, it's not
It's a
important.
distraction. It's a distraction.
You know what I hate? I hate it. And you see it all the time. I don't know whether it's a TED talk or not. But as soon as I see that type of forum where they're earnestly standing there, they've got their little mouthpiece there around there, they're looking out into the distance, and you think, oh, climb out of your own fucking ass. Right? Just awful.
Yeah, I don't like any of those things.
Yeah,
I don't like that little underground microphone either. Unless you're on stage, remember?
yeah, I remember.
I used to sing with that. Yeah, who's that about tape?
You know, so step on your line, I'll join in for the
I
chorus.
don't like those little microphones. Hold the microphone like a real fucking human. That's a madness. That video clip is madness. That's a piece of madness. That's a crazy thing to say. The truth gets in the way.
But I will say that the Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. But right now, you've got the Dems focused on Epstein because, again, they see it as a good opportunity here to go after Trump, regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. So, again, my point would be just release everything. I don't understand how, if you just look at the way that ageistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? And they've been throwing red meat to them about Epstein files now for years. It's part of right? And so whoever in their communications group or in their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, that we can get away with just saying there's nothing to see here, they should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. And now the mob is oddly bipartisan. It's got the Dems and it's got part of the base of Trump in there. Yeah, and they're all screaming at us. You goddamn just release this shit. Otherwise, this is going to be around like Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. And that's what's crazy. They did release more Martin Luther King documents, which is really crazy. Like,
Why are you holding secrets about the murder of one of the most beloved historical figures of all time from 1968? You just released it.
Yeah, part of the family request. The family has asked, in the past on a number of occasions, they really don't want some of this because some of it's salacious about Martin Luther King, which doesn't take away from everything that he did, right? As a leader of a cause and a movement, but some of it is extraordinary. So there's been some push that could be concerned about that, but yeah, not to the Epstein files.
We'll do it in the same amount of time, 56 years from now. Yeah, like they did with them. 56 fucking years later, they released this stuff.
And we're still not any closer to, again, I don't want to disappear on the rabbit hole, but we're still not any closer with Martin Luther King. Again, not a conspiracy guy except today, but there's huge shit there. You said multiple times. Yeah, there's one that you think looks really bad. It's that one. But I think going back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the FC thing, I don't understand how they handle this so poorly, right? For Van Bondi to come out and talk about the files and all that kind of just within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see. How did they successful lack of coordination? Yeah, I do. Yeah, that makes sense. I think just about the messaging problem, it's always kind of a key element of the Trump administration, whether it's this one or that. And that's not, I'm not knocking a lot of the policies. I like a lot of the policies that come out of this administration. In this one, the previous, the first administration. But I'm just saying, a hallmark of a Trump administration is the ability to have a self-inflicted wound, shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging usually. Right? So I think they've done it again, and I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to, I think, with this interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, to say, look, we're trying, we're talking to her.
But how does Van Bondi say we have thousands of hours of footage, and then Cash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for?
Yeah.
And then Tim Till said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance said that hours is commercial pornography. Right? Yeah, you think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't even shit, it wouldn't make more sense. So 100%. Yeah, well, that was the thing about that house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. Oh, really? Yeah, nobody wants to buy it. You want to buy Epstein's house? Do the cameras come back? Well, this is the thing. I mean, you gotta gut the walls. How are you gonna know what the fuck is in there? You know, imagine you're walking around your house naked and you think that the CIA is gonna throw you. Whoever speaks of age is hot hours of me when you walk around naked. I'm sure, yeah. But Mossad, whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing. I have no idea. But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house. You have to start from that perception, right? Because again, if anything else, you're just being naive if you think none of this stuff. Again, you gotta take it down to the bare beams. You gotta strip the wallboard off. You gotta fucking every baseboard. You gotta pull everything. It's like we fucking knows what's in that house. We had a situation in Moscow one time where we were building. It was the new embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, part of the deal was to allow Russian contractors to work on the construction of this. So, but it's a government thing, and so you can imagine there's to your point, there's not a lot of coordination. So, the Russian contractors thinking, oh, this is great. We're helping to construct the U.S. embassy, and they know there's going to be sensitive areas within there, the station, for the agency and other areas. Anyway, at a certain point, they're just about finished with construction, and just by not by emphasis, I mean, there were efforts to try to examine what the Russians were doing, right? So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were working on it. You had the State Department and others who were like, no, it's a good idea. It helps with diplomacy. So the security guys weren't doing things. They were X-raying, parts of materials that were coming in for the construction. And apparently at one point, what was going on was the Russians were installing listening devices inside the rebar, right, of the construction process. And apparently at one point they, one of the wires on one of these communications devices that was stuck in there had broken, and so they soldered it. The Russians did. They soldered it with aluminum. That showed up when they were X-raying that particular large bit of material that they were going to install. And that was the way that they found out. And they said, what the fuck? And they had to tear the entire goddamn thing down. I think it was 20 floors of this MC. They had to remove it bit by bit, shipped it back to the States to examine fully. And it was just loaded with listening devices by the Russians. Right? So it's going to be the same with that. Long story short, it's the same at Epstein's place. They're going to tear it down. It's a nice house, too. It's like right on the park. And I was like, well, that's still for sale. And they're not asking for it. I think it's like 60 or 70 million. I think it's pretty dope. Holy shit. But it's for sale now, though, right? I'm pretty sure it's for sale right now. I think it's a premium because it's Epstein's place. Like a celebrity premium for all. To be a fucking complete psycho to want to live in that guy's house. The same guy's gonna like 50 spot. I don't know what the fuck. God, but there's so you got the Epstein thing going on. Like, how does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you're the administration, you're looking at this puzzle and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win. Too late for that. What the fuck can you do at this point? Is it for sale? No. Are you selling for sale right now? Zero bedrooms, only one bath. That's not a very nice place. What the hell? It's just one bath. Fuck home. Yeah, we call it the playroom. This is the house. Oh my god. It looks like Saudi owns it. $65 million. I don't think it's like right on the street. Like anybody can come to your door. Just knock on your door. Walking by. Yeah. Prince Andrew's weird. Living there is weird. Yeah. Look at those. Meanwhile, no one can explain where he got the money, nor why he got his huge. And Eric Weinstein, who is like a legit financial guy, said he talked to him. He had a meeting with him once. He's like, it was really clear that he's a consummate. He's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So that's not for sale right now. It's listed on the but not for sale. Oh,
over though. Yeah, but like you'd have to go through that house. You'd have to hire like the top of the food chain security experts, and they would probably recommend you take that house apart. Yeah. I mean, you can do a sweep of the thing, and but that's not guaranteed, right? You really have to pull the walls down and look because again, maybe I'm wrong. This never say never, but I can't imagine that the psycho like Epstein, wasn't enjoying videoing, some of the activities going on. So so what do you think from your perspective? What do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort? I know there's a lot of talk about, did he have some sort of information? Right. From my perspective, it's complete speculation, but I will say, like from an operational perspective, I have no idea who was it was anybody who knows. Right. But from an operational perspective, you see a guy like this who's super connected and all the way back to 2008 was like this first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems. But if you know that he's kind of engaged in a variety of things, as an example, if I'm the Chinese intel, right, and I just read goddamn entertainment news, and there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people flying off to his island and everything. That's interesting because potentially, if I could get access to sources, if I get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want to influence. And it's so funny to me that it's always comes down to like carnal needs, carnal desires, and it's always sex. Because these guys, when you get to like this Bill Gates level or Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar. So if you're a super famous super freak, and you like chasing skirts, now you can't do it. Like, what do you do? Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job. She's out there, and she was described, usually as his girlfriend, but she was clearly operating as his PF or whatever the female version is. Curator. Yeah, it's a curator. And so she's out there doing that, but okay, I can't speak to the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest. Right? And I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on. Just if for no other reason than again, maybe it's an opportunity there. It's the easiest connect the dots puzzle of all time. Yeah, you have rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs. Yeah, and cameras. Yeah, and the Russians love nothing better than the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough. Right? You gotta that window starts closing immediately, right? In terms of their operational usefulness, because there's a lot of issues there, right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. At some point, that's gonna go south on you. Right? And it's not like you recruited somebody for a medical reasons, right? Or even something as straightforward as like they need the money because their kid's sick or whatever it may be. So blackmail's like, well, having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? And Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, again, people can say that's bullshit. The agency tries, they blackmail is never really ever on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem. And sometimes those problems
that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. Has it ever been done? Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't been done, of course, but some services go to it much quicker than others do. Which service? Again, the Russians are primary users of something like that. They don't because they think Israelis have been known to do that. The honeypot operations have to repair things. But the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? It's very much a shotgun approach, right? And honestly, sometimes that can work. It's like kind of, if you thought about this island, if you're bringing award-winning scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders, all to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as you can, and then you have all this stuff on all these different people, and they know it, and so then you just kind of like, wasn't there like some CEO that has stepped down because he wound up giving Epstein, it was found out that he gave Epstein like $150 million, and they couldn't explain why. Wasn't that the case, Jamie? So it's one of those things where there's obviously value in having all these people on your side. But when you do get all this information on these people, like, what are they trying to accomplish with it? This is the question. Are they trying to get support for policy to step down after firm finds more payments to Jeffrey Epstein? $158 million. He paid the convicted sex offender $158 million. Let's see if you can scroll down a little bit. Yeah. His plan to step down as chief. I've advised the Apollo board that I will retire as CEO for my 70th birthday in July. Remain as chairman. I was going to remain as a chairman. New York Times detailed he's $75 million in payments. Federal Black had paid Epstein $158 million in a 5-year period ending in 2017. He also lent Mr. Epstein more than $30 million, only $10 million of which was paid back. So that's a guy that they got something on. Leon viewed Epstein as a confirmed bachelor with eclectic tastes. This was after his 2008 guilty plea. Wow. Mr. Epstein's advice was worth perhaps $2 billion in tax savings to Mr. Black. Right. This is what Weinstein said. Eric said that this guy is not. He's not good. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wasn't a good financial advisor. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is you can say, okay, why was he collecting people around him? Why was he doing it? Or was he keeping a file? Right? You still have to figure out what that file looks like. Part of it could have been initially self-preservation. Right? I mean, he's engaged in all sorts of activity. He gets a few people into it, then suddenly, he doesn't look so bad. Right? He's kind of protecting himself because now I'm surrounded by people who also have to keep that secret. And so, but then the question becomes, at what point is he or somebody in this little tight circle there, are they approached, right, by anybody who's interested in some of these files? We don't know because we don't know who the fuck's in these files, right? So, or the files, the files even exist, and apparently, there's nothing comparing according to the file and Cash Patel. The whole thing's nuts. Yeah, and then how Gino and Cash Patel say he definitely killed himself. Yeah, what? Okay, this is just the level of convenience. It's so convenient that the guards were asleep. So convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later you have a recording of the outside of the cell with a minute is missing from it. Yeah. 3 minutes? Yeah, almost 3 minutes. 2 minutes. It's like the missing Watergate. I thought it was just started. It started off as a minute, and then you look at the metadata, like, save this day time. Actually, 3 minutes. That's plenty of time to kill somebody. 3 minutes is more than enough time. 3 minutes you can get a whole bunch of people killed. But you saw that guy that was his cellmate too, right? Yeah. Guy is a fucking gigantic human being. A huge guy who was a mass murderer. Who had killed multiple people, a bad cop. Who was built like a brick fucking shithouse. The kind of guy that you could really easily get to strangle somebody. It would take him. I could kill him in 30 seconds. Yeah. How is this fucking giant dude can do it easy? Metadata from raw Epstein. Metadata from raw Epstein prison video shows approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds were removed from 1 to 2 stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Wow. Yeah, shocker. Yeah, yeah. So it kind of like Nick decides, yeah, he's going to off himself. Again, here's the deal. It's like these guys that are all involved in this are still, they've been around for a long time, and they have this mentality that existed before the internet, where you could just kind of put stuff out there, and you wouldn't have all these psycho sleuths out there that are going to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, especially guys who are tech wizards who can look at the metadata and figure this kind of stuff out. Well, shit done a little quicker, right? So something would happen, and we still have ADHD, right? Collectively as a nation, right? Things move on. And I think maybe that's what they're, some people say, look, they've called the recess on Capitol Hill because they figure by the time they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this. But yeah, I think they're wrong. I don't think this again, this feels like and just looks like one of those handful of conspiracies. Again, you go to JFK, it's just going to hang around. Another line in the sand. This one's a line in the sand, yeah. Because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about, when we thought Trump was going to come in and a lot of things were going to be resolved. You're going to drain the swamp, going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody has been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that. Well, you would have thought, yeah, I hope not. Oh, it's my wife, Johnny. It's on silent. Yeah, it's on. It was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? It literally is on silent. And are you sure? Yeah, no, I'm positive. It's got a little thing at the top that says silent. And it's still on silent. I trust you for the many. Well, they don't trust you anymore. They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about? I don't know. Did they ever talk to you about that? Did they ever have questions about your appearances here? No. In fact, I'm in the building on vacation, and we're actually working on a show that's going to be a great TV show based on this amazing museum that's inside the agency headquarters. But nobody ever says it. They don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV and talk about something, they just like it's not like they can call and say, here's our view on this. They trust me. Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my app and talk sources and methods, and at the same time, I'm just going to try to just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that's my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Lexi's birthday today. Happy birthday, Lex. Yeah, thank you very much. With a thing like this, what is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency, or people that are still involved in the government? Like, how are they feeling about this? Because, like, the general public is outraged, right? Do the people inside, are they frustrated? Like, people that wanted this stuff to be exposed? Yeah, it's funny because with the agency, designed to become the agency, I think most people honestly don't really give a shit about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about, manipulating intelligence, for the 2016 election and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files does, just from whose responsibility is whose, right? This Epstein thing is a DOJ, FBI issue. I think if they're concerned about it, it's because of how it erodes trust in organizations, institutions, right? And then that's happened to me a lot. So, there's a lot of good people. I know again, every time I talk about these, people are like, "Oh, Q, you're such a show," but there's a lot of good people doing very difficult work with the agency. And so, I think if anything, they take it personally when people think, "Oh, the CIA, you gotta burn it down and start over again." Like they said with the FBI as well. I've talked about that many times. Like, what the fuck is going on in the world? The world's filled with chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit, and they should be on your side. Yeah, they should be on the side of the American people, paying attention to threats. If you think that not paying attention at all is going to do you any good, when there's all these countries out there that are fucking plotting constantly, you're crazy. Yeah, no. You're living in a utopia. You live in a world. The real world is filled with madness. But you gotta have people paying attention. Yeah. But I think so. I think that to answer that question, I think they're more focused on or interested in or looking at this issue of and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files. Right now, it's like something. For the past couple of days, Tulsi Gabbard comes out and starts releasing these documents. She released these documents. What do you think of all that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason. They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact in the election, but yet promoted this idea. And then there's been some incredible clips of all these different news reporters, CNN and MSNBC, just saying over and over and over again, clear evidence of Russian collusion. And Hillary Clinton saying, this is an era of illegitimacy around Trump's, victory, from 2016 because of this. And she was very clear about it. And as was saying, others, the news is tightening on Trump. It's all going to come out. He's an agent of Russia. Adam Schiff coming out on camera numerous times saying, I can't tell you what I've seen, but I've seen things. There's a lot more than circumstantial evidence about this collusion. So, but again, it's much more complex. It's always the same thing. It's much more complex than what folks tend to hear just in like a 2.5 or 3 minute news segment, right? So the Democrats want you to think there's nothing to see here in these documents. How could you possibly spend time doing this? You're just trying to distract from the Epstein files. And Republicans are saying Obama committed treason, right? The reality is, as it oftentimes is somewhere in that middle, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning, neither Republicans or Democrats, nobody's questioning that the Russians meddled in the election, just like they did in the previous one, just like they did in this last one, just like they've always been meddling since World War II, right? Since the end of World War II. They've always had an interest in influencing U.S. politics. When you say meddle, do you mean like social media bots? Do you mean like influencing politicians? What do you mean by meddle? Yeah, well, I mean, in the early days, what were they doing? In the early days, they would pay off trade union representatives, right, to push a certain line, to push for a softer tone, much like the Chinese do, to push for a softer tone against the Soviet Union, right? Or during World War II, push for isolationism, keep the U.S. out of it, right? Before the Nazis turned on the Soviet Union, they tended to defeat us. Or they would pay journalists to write articles pushing a particular point of view. And so there were those things. Now, social media meddling is a lot easier, right? It's a lot cheaper. For sure they do that. Yeah, and for sure they do that. And for sure they did that in 2016. Absolutely. And nobody's questioning that, right? What's happening is that, and once again, there's a bit of a messaging problem for the Trump administration. The Trump administration, at the end of the day, is saying, what was bullshit was this Russia collusion angle, right? Was the idea that, this is complicated to explain. I'm not doing a very good job, but they're saying, yes, there was meddling, but you pushed a story, meaning Brennan and Comey and all the others that were involved in this and that going on with Obama, saying you took what was a intel community assessment, ICA, because everything doesn't acronym, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push or influence in a particular direction the election, right? And most of that initial reporting was on election infrastructure. So there was a fairly significant bit there that said the Russians weren't able to hack into election machines and actually alter vote counts, right? So we have seen no evidence of that, right? And so you could argue that in part the Trump administration is having a hard time explaining, much like I have, that the problem here wasn't that there was anybody saying there's no meddling. There's meddling. They just saying that you, at a certain point, around about December 9th, I think it was, you had a meeting where Obama was sitting in there with Comey and Andrew McCabe and a variety of others, and the president himself requested a different intelligence community assessment, which is a little unusual for a president to say, I would like you to do an ICA on a particular thing. Which, can you elaborate on that? Like, so they were telling him what? They were telling him we don't see that Russian meddling impacted the election, basically. The Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure, about the voting machines, right? In reality, the ICA was also the instruction of the president's daily brief, and the writing that had been done, the analysis that had been done to that point was saying, we haven't seen anything that Russian meddling influenced the outcome of the election. Well, then, shortly, they squashed that particular piece, right? They said, let's shelve that. And that's what a lot of the emails that Tulsi Gabbard released show, right? So well, it's agonizing. Somebody's getting shit gets done in the government when you read these emails going back and forth between James Clapper and TNI and other places. Yeah, you sent me some of that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the analysts and others. And they're all saying, okay, well, what kind of tone do we give it? What do we say about this? And you can also see in there that they're saying, we don't think the Steele dossier is credible. You know, the two senior Russian analysts, right, at the agency were telling John Brennan at the time, if you put the dossier in there as a piece of information into this assessment, you're compromising the credibility of the whole thing because we don't believe it, right? And this is December, right? And Brennan instructed them to writing, instructed them to go ahead and do it, right? Because basically he liked the narrative, right, of the Steele dossier, and so he chose that over the analytical process, right, over the discipline that you need to corroborate information that's going to go to a high level intel assessment. So, you know, if anybody's in the crosshairs right now, it's probably John Brennan, right, in terms of, because he went up on Capitol Hill at some point and said that, you know, the Steele dossier didn't form an important point. It wasn't in the document, it wasn't the ICA. The ICA is now out there, and sure enough, it was not only in the annex, it was in the body of the report, which gives it much more credibility. So, yeah, so he, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but, you know, I think he should be concerned a little bit about where that might go. But Obama, widely, and it's in email traffic, you know, requested a different ICA. And so shortly thereafter, they produced a I forget what the exact word is, because it's a crazy bunch of experts that give you an assessment. These are the facts. This is how it went down. You're like, I don't like those facts. Well, I don't like the facts, and that's why this is going to be from anybody who thinks Obama's going to go to prison for treason, this conspiracy. I think, again, much like Pam Bondi, with her treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous. And Tulsi Gabbard's gotten out over her schemes, treason, this conspiracy. It was not what she said. That's what she said. It's not anybody who thinks Obama's going to forget about it. You know, you'll be lucky if you get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go. But this is also based on the Supreme Court's justification of everything Trump did while he was in office. Right. So you can't try him for immunity whenever immunity for acting under the authority as a president. But so, and it's also very nuanced, right? He can sit in there. He's perfectly got the right to sit in a meeting and say, okay, well, I tell you what, let's sit on this, right? James Clapper and the others agree. Now we're going to take this document, we're going to set it aside. We all worked on it. Now we want to restructure it, focused on the outcome of the election and the Russian meddling, where this went, and how they. So he can do that, right? And it's nuanced, and he can and never get in trouble because you got the right to do that. I mean, it's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to drive this thing in a certain direction, right? And so there is no doubt in my mind that, first of all, using that Steele dossier in there was just horseshit, right? Because that thing, there hasn't been any allegation in that Steele dossier that's been verifiable. They knew that, right? So they went, and they used that Steele dossier in part to then go to FISA courts and get warrants, right? So that's another issue that I think from a legal perspective, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think some people should be probably concerned about how they represented that information. Right? Based on what we're seeing from the document releases from Tulsi Gabbard, you can see by virtue of how difficult I'm trying to explain it, it's much more complex, right, than just them bad, these guys good, these guys good, these guys bad. Right? There's layers here that I think need to be examined, and I think that at the end of the day, you're not really going to get much like everything else. So you're not going to get a lot of satisfaction on this one. But I do think I'm convinced that they drove this narrative shortly after into January when they released the new ICA and suddenly leaks to the press. And that's the thing that they should be focused on. They're losing the message because they're throwing shit out there. There's a lot of detail and people get bored. And, so I think that's a problem they're going to have here trying to push this thing forward. And I do think also that Tulsi Gabbard should have been a little bit more circumspect in the way she explained this, right, and how she described the actions. Because I think there were some people who are hopeful in terms of going after this narrative and pushing this Russian collusion story that then wasted a couple of years. God knows how much money on investigations, impeachment hearings, and all the rest of it. But why do you think she chose to frame it that way? Do you think she was instructed to do that, or she was guided to do that, or encouraged to do that? Because if it's not warranted, if you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence that you've looked at, like, she's the director of national intelligence. How does it? Well, I think she's part of it is the realization that look, you put that information out there. I think it would have been more appropriate if she released all the documentation. Here's and lay out in a very good way, almost like a PowerPoint presentation for them. Make it very simple for the press, because the press isn't going to pursue this because the press won't listen. So you're trying. This is what these people did, and you help them. Now what we want is for you, meaning the media, to uncover all of this and report on it. And they were winning awards, journalistic awards for their coverage of the Russian election story. So the idea that they're going to somehow now say, that was a problem. So I think they should have maybe just made this more factual based, stayed away from the sort of the hyperbolic statements about treason and all the rest of it, and then try to explain it to the American public in a way that they can digest a little bit better. Right? But when you throw out things like treasonous conspiracy, once again, much like with the Epstein thing, you're creating this kind of howling mob that's going to expect something. I just don't know if they're going to get it. Right. So do you think that it's possible that she was encouraged to do this because this kind of takes away some of the heat of the Epstein thing? Actually, there was a thought process in there somewhere. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I think you made some reasonable assumption. Look, it's an important issue, right? If you have the intel community, or you have, the White House, deciding to themselves, look, we know this information is kind of bullshit, but it certainly serves a narrative, which is we want to delegitimize the new president that's coming in because we can't stand it. That's a real serious problem that needs to be examined. It's also so short-sighted because do you not know that information is eventually going to come out that's going to compromise the confidence that people have in anything that the intelligence agencies put forth after that? Yeah. Well, I think a lot of part of what was going on was an expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win. So, like with the Steele dossier, trying to dig up leverageable information or dirt on Trump. I think they were all under the assumption that Hillary Clinton's going to win. Doesn't really matter what we do right now, because she's going to come with votes, right? I don't think they ever expected Trump to win. So, then suddenly they've got to shift course a little bit and think, okay, well, all right, that didn't work. Now what? Well, let's say that we've got this document over here talking about Russian meddling. Is it that much of a push to kind of say that we believe there might have been collusion in the media ran with it? Right? They didn't have to do it. They ran with it for 3 years. 3 years hardcore all the time. Every time they talked about Trump. Yeah. Which is crazy. Regardless of how you feel about Trump, if you're the biggest Trump hater in the world, I understand. But understand this, that is dangerous. It's dangerous to have the media in lockstep with the government saying something that's not true. Yeah. I mean, they scream about, threats to democracy all the time. Let's just be a little bit more self-aware and realize, what that looked like. But you can't, people were just bullshitting about evidence that they had and that they sold. I mean, you're not saying anything's a threat to democracy is wild when they haven't had a primary since 2012. That's wild. That's really wild. I mean, they kicked Bernie out. They made sure RFK Jr. wasn't in, and then when it came time for Kamala to run, no primary at all. They just put her in position. That's wild. They didn't know what else to do. There's so much going on right now. Today, speaking of Kamala, speaking of Biden, but today, what's his name, the chief of staff, former chief of staff of Biden, I think he was only 4 years. Ron Klain was up on Capitol Hill to talk because they're holding his interviews up on Capitol Hill to try to figure out when he was there for the debate prep, right? He's come out publicly and I was shocked at his condition. So, people think they set him up for failure in that debate. Why, first of all, why are they having a debate that late? Why would they agree to a debate at 9 p.m. when you got a guy who's really old and kind of broken down? Why would you do that? Television. It seemed like, didn't someone blame it on him being on Ambien? Yeah, Hunter did that fantastic interview that Hunter just did with, I forget his name, Andrew Callahan or something like that. He referenced now he's walking it back saying, it wasn't me that he was on Ambien during the debate. I'm just saying, they had him on Ambien because it was his travel schedule. Guy was at Camp David and resting in Delaware for 10 days prior to the debate. So, yeah. What a mess. I think they sent him out. I think they wanted him out, and this is the way to do it. Get him in the debate. Don't give him his medicine. Don't give him the proper medication to keep him up and happy. And let him out there all confused, and apparently had a cold at the time. So, if they were going to do that, wouldn't you think that they would, I don't know, have a better plan? A plan B? No, they didn't have a plan, and I think the Biden administration, the people didn't want him to step down. There's people outside the organization that didn't want him to step down, particularly supposedly Jill. Jill did not want him to step down. But then there's the cancer thing. Like, how do you not know that he has cancer? Well, stage 1. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, that's years of developing. I just think if there was a plan, if there was a nefarious plan to have him step down, I think they might even get him through. He might have if he performed the way he performed in the first debate. I don't know. It seems to me that they were calling ambulance at the point where Jesus on it. So no shit. Jesus Christ. You ever taken this stuff? No. It scares the shit out of me now. My friend Kevin took it. He got up in the middle of the night, cooked a meal, went to bed, and didn't know he cooked the meal, so went back and saw the plate in the kitchen. Thought someone broke into his house and cooked. Again, it's like, I've never taken it. You take it, see it? No. That stuff's scary. That's what fucking leaders know. That stuff's really hard to get. Yeah. Benzodiazepine is one of the hardest things to get. It's one of the things that if you get off a cold turkey, it can kill you. And they put everybody on it. That's what I was going to say. It seems like it's readily available. As is any wrong now. Readily available and fucking super bad for you. Although a turkey, most of the time, would be an epic. Writing stories about Vegas overseas. Yeah, exactly. And as they do with most of the pharmaceuticals. And so then people probably bought black market Adderall, probably has fentanyl in it, which probably contributed to a lot of deaths. I got this voice in myself. Kim Carnes. Eddie Davis on this. Kim Carnes. It's very self-made voice in that corner here for a second. This is what most people have. We didn't know. But I think, so the Biden, let's call it cover up. That's, again, it's an example of how people are not more upset about that, right? Again, with the idea that we've got ADHD and everybody's moving on, but you would imagine that story if none other, right? Because it's not quite as complicated as the Intel issue or even as the Epstein files. It's pretty straightforward. People hide the condition of the leader of the free world. So, anyway, it's just a thought. I'm surprised that it's gone away. Well, then there's the auto ban as well. That's another wild thing. Because so many of these people that were pardoned by auto ban. So you have to, it begs the question, like, how was that negotiated? Like, who was involved? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation? Were they compensated? Once again, the former president Biden since he was advised on all this, he was in on all of these, and the other end was primarily used for, sort of rote pardons, collective pardons, where they're pardoning, for an action, and so you have a number of people included in that you're giving pardons to. But all of this, whether it's that, whether it's any of the other things we've been talking about, at the end of the day, it's no wonder people's confidence level in politicians, in government institutions, and in media is at an all-time low. And I think it's a really dangerous thing. I don't see how you walk the dog back of it. How do you do that? How do you suddenly create more trust in any of those things?
Well, I think a lot of people thought that draining the swamp would create trust. Right? The idea of Trump coming into 4 terrible years under Biden, Trump's going to come in and clean things up. Everything's going to make sense now. But everything's just as chaotic, if not more, and just as confusing. When there's good things that are happening, the closing of the border is clearly a good thing. That was fucking scary and dangerous. From a policy perspective, the other day they had 9 crossings, right? 9, right? Compared to maybe 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 a day in the previous administration. So that's a huge win, and that's what they should be talking about. And they should be talking about the trade deals, right? They got a good trade deal with Japan. They got a good trade deal with Indonesia. They got a good trade deal with Vietnam. They signed ready for the European Union. There's things that they should be talking about. Instead, once again, we're fucking consumed with what we've been discussing, Epstein and the intel manipulation, the Biden's condition, Obama, Teresa, So it's really it's disappointing, but I don't know how. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, other than the fact that it's very depressing if you think about where our focus is right now. Right? There's a lot of flashpoints around the world, real serious crises, right? And threats to national security.
Welcome. How are you? Can you hear me? Oh, I can talk with you anyway.
But yeah, the border thing is a great one. That's a very, from a national security issue, that's a terrific one. The fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody really know would be a good idea unless you want chaos. That is always discussed as like, was it intentional? I don't see how it's not intentional. Because we can see now, after 6 months of the second Trump administration, that you can't fix the problem. Right? It's kind of they could have done it, and they chose not to. So, clearly there's a lot of people in the Dem Party, the Democratic Party, that are fans of or believe in open borders. But there's also the moving of the people of swing states, and the fact that it changes the number of congressional seats, regardless of whether or not someone's there legally or illegally. Once they do a census of how many people live there, it raises the number of congressional seats that's available. Which is crazy. Well, all that's so wild that it's so transparent. But look at